I'm the son of a third-generation farmer. I've been married 10 years to the farmer's daughter. I'm a God-fearing, hard-working combine driver, hogging up the road on my plower, chugga-lugga-lugging 5 miles an hour on my international harvester. 3 miles of cars laying on their horns, falling on deaf ears of corn, lined up behind me like a big parade of late to work, road rage jerks, shouting obscene words, flipping me the bird. Well, you may be on the state paved road, but that blacktop runs through my payload. Excuse me for trying to do my job, but this year ain't been no bumper crop. If you don't like the way I'm driving, get back on the interstate. Otherwise, sit tight and be nice and quit your honking at me that way. 'Cause I'm the son of a third-generation farmer. I've been married 10 years to the farmer's daughter. I got 2 boys in the county 4-H. I'm a lifetime sponsor of the FFA. Hey, that's what I make. I make a lot of hay for a little pay. But I'm proud to say I'm a God-fearing, hard-working combine driver, hogging up the road on my plower, chugga-lugga-lugging 5 miles an hour on my international harvester. Well, I know you got your own deadlines, but cussing at me won't save you no time, hoss. This big wheel wide load ain't going any faster, so just smile and wave and tip your hat to the man up on the tractor. 'Cause I'm the son of a third-generation farmer. I've been married 10 years to the farmer's daughter. I got 2 boys in the county 4-H. I'm a lifetime sponsor of the FFA. Hey, that's what I make. I make a lot of hay for a little pay. But I'm proud to say I'm a God-fearing, hard-working combine driver, hogging up the road on my plower, chugga-lugga-lugging 5 miles an hour on my international harvester. Hard-working combine driver, hogging up the road on my flower, chugga-lugga-lugging 5 miles an hour on my international harvester.
Don't even want the attention, but yeah, that's all that she's getting. Her song is on and she's spinning around. Yeah, she got me drunk like Corona, heart racing like it's Daytona. Ooh, I'm in heaven, I swear right now. And those eyes can hypnotize, was designed to blow my mind. Look what God gave her, how perfect He made her. She walks in the room, it's like He answered my praise. The way that she moves, how could anybody blame her? I know she's got haters, but it ain't her fault. No, look what God gave her. It's like I heard angels singing, like she came down from the ceiling when she walked in here this evening. I thought, yeah, that girl 1 in 7 billion got everyone in here feeling like there's a fire in this building so hot. Got a smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lee USA Speedway Oktoberfest 2023. We're ready to rock some racing tonight here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Mother Nature did not fare with us, Charlie Sanborn, very well last night, but we're going to make up for it with 2 days of events, and man, the cars are stacked deep.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Lee USA Speedway for 2 stacked days full of action-packed racing for the 2023 version of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Randy, I'm excited. Rain has not been in our favor at all this year throughout the entire season. Doesn't seem to matter what racetrack you're at, especially this year. But we're excited. We have a beautiful Saturday going on here, and I'm ready to rip.
We are ready to go. We're going to get started today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise, remove your caps, as we play homage to the greatest country in the world, the United States of America.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, everyone. And we're getting ready to start. Today, we start with 2 makeup races. The first is going to be one of the ones that we could not get in last time we were here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. We're starting today with a makeup race for the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks. Starting on the pole in the 21 out of Londonderry, New Hampshire, the Catco Recycling 21 for Mackenzie Belisle.
And to her outside in the 1 New Hampshire, that's going to be the driver out of Charleston, New Hampshire. Give a round of applause for Carlos Grenier.
The closer as we know him, 2-time champion so far this season at the Hudson International Speedway and the Claremont Motorsports Park. Driving the 4 out of Claremont is Colton Martin.
Next in line in the 104, that's a driver out of Westminster, Massachusetts. That's going to be good for Justin Fafford.
And taking tail on the field in the 07 out of Alden, New Hampshire is Adam Bousquet. Cross flags are going to come over. We're going to double them up. Let's go racing.
5 cars set the field here to kick off Russ Conway's Oktoberfest, the Saturday portion here. 3/8 mile New Hampshire Center of Speed ready to get going here for the final time of 2023, the last weekend on the books. We got 5 cars, like I said. Mackenzie Belisle, Carlos Grenier, your front row as they wrap it down through turns 3 and 4 to kick off this weekend.
Here we go, folks. Race 1, number 1, ready to go. Belisle takes the jump. She's going to get the... No, that's not going to work.
Can't be doing that.
Chief starter Joe Braggy says that doesn't cut it, Charlie.
No. We're looking for a nice, clean, even restart here between the 2 leaders. We want them nose to nose coming up off of turn number 4 here. Again, 21, 1 New Hampshire. Going to try it again one more time around here. See if we can get the race going. Again, trying to kick off the Saturday portion of this weekend. Closing out our 2023 season. Randy, we talked about a little bit. Rain has not been in our favor at all But right now, we got a beautiful racetrack on hand right now to see what we can do here.
Conditioned and ready to go, the New Hampshire Center of Speed presents Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. It's a tradition here, and a tradition we're going to earmark with 2 days. 2 days of hot racing.
Typically 3, knocked down to 2, but the same amount of racing on tap, folks. The entire Friday program jammed into today and tomorrow as we're going to try and kick it off here one more time. Loud pedal down. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We're going to run it just like it is. Here, Belial through the middle. Carlos Grenier to the outside. Colton Martin in the floor dives to the inside of Grenier. Coming down the backstretch, Martin will take the second spot. Not quite going to do it yet. The door gets closed by Grenier.
Carlos Grenier trying to hang tough on the top side there in the 1 New Hampshire. Just going to start getting freight train here on the bottom. If he can't close the hole, he slings it left. He makes it work. Already back into the back bumper of the 4.
And they are friends off the track, but maybe not so friendly today. Martin looking to become a champion 3 times with that in here at the Lee USA Speedway. Another challenges Belial for the lead.
Mackenzie Belial getting tight up off of turn number 4 there, showing the bottom to the 4 of Colton Martin. Martin going to take advantage of that new race leader, the duct tape number 4 Me Machine, Colton Martin up front.
The closer looking to close it out. Had an awesome season, had a great 2023. Colton Martin is your leader right now. Belial now getting the challenge from Grenier and Fofford in the 104.
Colton Martin now already starting to kind of walk away with this one. Mackenzie Belial now under attack from the 1 New Hampshire of Carlos Grenier. Started up front, trying to pick his way back up into the top 2. Single file we remain now throughout the field. Mackenzie Belial, after leading the opening stages of this one now, again falling back to the grasp of Carlos Grenier in the 1 machine now as Grenier looking to the bottom side here. Mackenzie getting tied up off of 4 one more time.
Martins drove everything that has 4 wheels on it this season. This is another purchase car after the first one failed and then was doing borrowed rides when he won at the Monadnock Speedway and at the Claremont Motorsports Park. But he has definitely found his groove. Doesn't matter what this young man's in, he's got it rocking today.
And again, folks, what you are watching is a makeup race from just a few weeks ago on championship night here at Lee USA Speedway. This is the final points event for your MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks. As again, Colton Martin up front in the Me car is taking it to him with a straightaway lead.
Colton Martin giving the school lesson down. Got 7 down. 25 is the distance of this feature makeup. Belial, now Grenier looking to hard charge the 1 New Hampshire. Gets to the back bumper, but here comes Fofford in the 104.
Again, right now, battle is to get up into the top 3 as Carlos Grenier, who started in 2nd, fell back a little bit now, finds himself comfortably in 3rd as Justin Fafford now in the triple-digit 104, trying to break up into the top 3.
1, 2, 3. 2, 3, and 4. A blanket could be put over to the top. It's the Catco Recycling 21 of Mackenzie Belial. And then the JP Trucking sponsored 1 New Hampshire. And Justin Fofford. Battle is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as Martin's walking away.
Again, Colton Martin up front, absolutely walking away with this one. We are halfway down, halfway to go this time by. Battle right now is for 2nd as Carlos Grenier has officially entered the chat now as we got 3 cars under a blanket fighting for 2nd.
Colton Martin doing the wheel game with his 4 car. He can't understand why Kevin Harvick is one of his favorite idols, but that 4 car is looking to celebrate each and every time go to victory lane. Fofford now all over the back for the 3rd spot.
And again, we got a tight race right now for 2nd. 3 cars up off of turn number 4 fighting for the same piece of real estate. Fafford now to the bottom side in the Polar 104. Carlos Grenier going to have to give up a spot, slams the door, gets a little bit sideways. They all come out unscathed down the backstretch.
Slip sliding away. Justin Fofford, save of the day so far in the 104. Trying to get to the bumper back, reeling Carlos Grenier in. Grenier trying to get to Mackenzie Belial. Not going to happen this time through.
Just past halfway now. Again, Colton Martin up front. Just absolutely dominating this one in the duct tape 4 Me car. He's going to fire it down into turns 1 and 2 as, again, Mackenzie Belisle, who started up front this one now, has held on to the second spot throughout this entire race with attacks from Grenier. Fofford now up into the top 4. They still are all fighting for the same piece of real estate.
As they work around, we've got 5 laps to go. 5-finger salute from Joe Braggy. Martin wheeling it on the way, looking for another victory.
5 phalanges in the air for 5 to go. Colton Martin up front, just on cruise control here on the Saturday portion of Ross Conway's Oktoberfest. Battle for second continues now as Mackenzie Belisle gets tied up off of 4 again, but hangs tough with big drive down into turns 1 and 2. No contest for the lead, but now Carlos Grenier getting a little bit snug up off of the turn number 2 down the backstretch. Justin Fafford now gonna put on a fight for third as the 104 now gets up into the third spot. Fafford now gonna try and see what he can do to get a little bit bigger trophy for, again, the makeup race from championship night just a few weeks ago. Popsicle sticks in the air for the first time that night. Colton Martin, who has dominated so far, will continue to do so. He's only going to have a handful of corners more to bring home the biggest trophy of this race. Mackenzie Belisle still hanging tough in second. Justin Fofford now rounding out your top 3 in the 104 red, white, and blue machine. Now is going to see what he can do as they take the white flag this time by. 3 cars under a blanket still for second now is Mackenzie Belisle going to try and hang on to the second spot here one more time. But direct your attention up off of turn number 4. The first winner of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest is going to go to the 4 machine of Colton Martin. Black and white squares continue to wave now as Mackenzie Belisle is going to hang on to the second spot. And rounding out your top 3 will be Justin Fofford in the triple-digit 104 Polar car. Carlos Grenier is going to take home 4th, and 5th will be rounded out by Adam Busquet in the 07. What a show we have there, folks, and all we have done is merely kicked off the show and trying to wrap up championship night from just a couple weeks ago, like I said. But round of applause for the winner, the 4 of Colton Martin. Down to you, Randy.
Here we are at Victory Lane, folks. We want to remind you that the folks from SOS Towing have their barrel rig here. If anybody would like to take a ride around the track, we are definitely ready to have that happen. But here, give your hands, put them together. This is another victory for Colton, the closer Martin. Looking good, kid. If you haven't seen the barrel brigade that the folks from SOS Towing put together, it would be cool to put yourselves, young, old, desirable of any type. Maybe we can get General Manager John Espernette in it. He says no, he's shaking me off. But coming back to Victory Lane in the makeup race, looking to close a 3rd champion this season. 2023 has definitely been an admirable one for Colton Martin. And a lot of hardware to get off so he can be safe out in his ride. Here he is, folks. Put your hands together. Russ Conway, day number 1. Victor Colton Martin in the Pure Stocks. Hot Rod, You know what? We've met in Victory Lane I don't know how many times this season, and this has been the cap-off. This is the top. This is what you've been looking for, and I'll tell you what, we're looking to see you in all kinds of stuff soon.
Yeah, I'm going to jump to the mods next year. Just like to thank Mom, Dad, Todd, Mammy, Papa, Charlotte, Andrea for letting me use her car last time, Chris, all my regular sponsors. I'll try to remember them off the top of my head. 603 Metalworks, Brody Ledoux State Farm, Benell's, Minkler Automotive, Chico's Handyman Services, Revered Painting, Osgood Welding, Healy's Carpet. That's about all I can remember right now.
We love the duct tape numbers. He memorizes all of his sponsors, Colton Martin and Victory Lane. Get ready. We're going Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners.
All right, thank you, Randy. I think we're actually going to be seeing the original Wheelman late model makeup race coming out on the Speedway next. Direct your attention up off of turn number 4. This is going to be the second part of a couple of free races you folks are going to get here tonight. As again, we're making up championship night from just a few weeks ago. Again, as we wait for the Colton Martin team to get out of Victory Lane. Again, congratulations to that 4 team as we try to progress through the evening here. Again, original Wheelman late model makeup feature coming out next. All right, again, folks, welcome out on the raceway. Your original Wheelman late model makeup race from championship night. On the pole for this one's going to be the number 83 G of Hayden Grenier. To his outside in the 30 car, that's going to be the driver out of Nashua. That's going to be good for Andrew Morin. Next in line, I believe that's going to be the black and blue number 57 machine. That's the driver out of Billerica, Massachusetts. Round of applause for Justin Beecher. Inside row number 3, that's going to be the 37 machine. Second generation race car driver out of Leamington, Maine. That's going to be good for Wade Jelinas. To his outside in the 08 machine, that's going to be your Londonderry, New Hampshire driver. Round of applause for Milton Durant.
Next on the track is the 79 for Patrick Kangway. Then the 22, it's the pork chop of Austin Erickson. And rounding out the field in the 38, that is none other than Nick Prenevue. Prenevue in the 38 will take tail on the field. This is a makeup race. Sorry, schedule changes throw me a curve.
That's all right. And
this
it
is
threw both of us
the
off,
original Wheelman late model.
9 cars on tap here, 2 by 2, down through turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing. Grenier from the pole, down through turns 1 and 2 now, has the competitive number 30 to his outside, trying to hang tough. Andrew Morin now, still keeping him 2 by 2 up off of turn number 4. Lap 1 is in the books. That's going to go to Grenier.
Points sit like this. Grenier is in the top spot. Jelinas is in the second place. But right now, challenge is going to come to Grenier from Andrew Morin in a 30.
Took him 2 laps, but the 83 of Grenier now finally clears Andrew Morin. He's going to lead lap number 2 as well, too, as we're single file up front. Wade Jelinas using that car that he used to run at the Oxford Plains Speedway and Beech Ridge Motor Speedway in the Sports Series and Limited Sportsman Division, now finds himself in the original Wheelman late models. Rounding out your top 4, Jelinas now looking to get around Justin Beecher. Justin Beecher now still rounding out your top three. Back to the nose of the 37 of Wade Jelinas as the top four now still continue to be under a blanket up off of turn number 4. Grenier continues to lead this one. Claremont, New Hampshire's Hayden Grenier still trying to lead the remainder of this one. Again, the makeup race of our original Wheelman late model race from championship night just a few weeks ago. The 83G continues to be out front, but we do not have a ton of separation here, showing the parity of this division. Our Nastra original Wheelman late models putting on a heck of a show here to, again, to help us kick off Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. The Saturday portion now is, again, Wade Jelinas all over the back bumper of Justin Beecher now, getting tied up off of 2. Jelinas now looking to the inside, 37 looking to the inside of the 57.
The Cabana boy of Justin Beecher in the 57. Going to get challenged on the inside. Coming out of turn number 4 at the stripe. It's still Beecher, but Jelinas working him over underneath. Will take the 3rd spot going into turn number 2.
Jelinas, the son of former Oxford 250 champion Larry Jelinas, bringing that familiar number 37 to the original Wheelman late model rings now. Finds himself up into the top 3 now. Going to have a little bit of work to do to run down our top 2.
The hard charger of the Dynamite Kid, the 08 of Milton Duran. The last year's champion here, champion of the Battle of the Belt for the Nastra Division late models. He's gone to 3 separate tracks to take that challenge and bend to victory lane each time.
And again, 25 laps on tap here. We're coming up on halfway in just a handful. Grenier continues to lead this one, but the 30 of Andrew Morin has not left his back bumper in the slightest. And now Wade Jelinas has dug into the lead that the top 2 have had on him so far. Now we're going to have a battle 3 deep for the race lead.
Grenier is still holding the top spot in the 83, being challenged by Andrew Morin. Jelinas, Milton Duran coming on strong. Duran has the fastest time so far, looking to gain on the top 3, and he's coming hard in the Renfrew-sponsored 08.
It's one thing to get there. It's another thing to get around him. Wade Jelinas now has gotten to the back bumper of Andrew Morin, who in that 30 car seemingly gets a little bit snug up off the corner. You see it right there. He washes up off that yellow line just a bit, has big drive off the corner as we're going to get halfway down, halfway to go this time by.
Way down, and it's all been the pole center of the points leader of Hayden Grenier. Grenier still digging hard in the 83. Caution out on the speedway.
Now, Randy, this changes everything. Now, the car, that 30 machine, Andrew Morin, who has hung tough in that 2nd spot, has been working over the 83G of Hayden Grenier this entire race. 13 laps in the books, just past halfway. Now it's going to have to start completely over again from the top side here, and we're going to see the 37 of Wade Jelinas line up just behind our leader. That's going to shake things up quite a bit.
Jelinas looked really solid on the inside. Does he get Grenier a push, work his way to the front, or is this the jump that Andrew Morin in the 30 needed in order to spike through and get around on the top side?
Jelinas in that Leaf Spring number 37 Camaro, again showing great speed, but as we mentioned, it's one thing to get there. It's another thing to get around the driver in front of you there. The 30 machine seeming a little bit tight up off the corner there, showing the bottom. Wade Jelinas doing a lot of homework there in the 3rd spot. Going to see what he can do now, starting already on the inside now. He'll be right behind our race lead and Hayden Grenier as we're going to see a heck of a show here, folks. We're only halfway through this one. Again, making up championship night here for our original Wheelman late model division. As we look to get the 22 machine up off the racetrack there. Tough day for Austin Erickson as, again, Hayden Grenier now going to have to start completely over. He's had the 30 car behind him this entire race. He's now going to see a new competitor in Wade Jelinas right in his mirrors. So everybody kind of in a little bit of a reset mode. We're going to let the tires cool down here just a bit and see what we got here for the second half of the race, Randy.
You did say tough break. Austin Erickson is currently 5th in points in the original Wheelman late model division here. Andrew Morin sits in 4th, Patrick Tanway in 3rd. And like I said before, Wade Jelinas is in 2nd. And Hayden Grenier, your current leader, is your points leader coming into today. Grenier. Saw him a couple of weeks ago, or last week actually, sporting a crate motor modified. He's done a couple of borrowed rides from Louis Rivera and decided to go on his own with a modified. So open wheel is in his favor for next year, he says.
Certainly a little bit of a different feel than what we see here for our original Wheelman late models. Very similar to, again, what you would see over at the Oxford Plains Speedway for the Limited Sportsman Division, or the now defunct Sports Series division over at Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. But, again, similar cars, a lot of horsepower, not a lot of tire. Where now you're going to kind of go in the other direction, where you're going to have a lot of horsepower and a lot of tire with a modified. So certainly a lot of skills that could transfer, but a lot of learning to do too if you're going to hop up into the fenderless race cars, the sleeveless race cars is what we like to call it.
There you go. Yeah. Good term. Got to reset, get Erickson's car up off the track. Hopefully Austin can return. We've got another sound round of the original Wheelman late models. Just to give you a schedule update. So it threw me a little curve, Charlie, so you know when we've got adjustments that we make. Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners are up next for qualifying. Then the NHDSRA, Nastra Outlaws are next. Nema Lights will be on the track after them. The Pro 4 Modifieds are in the house today. New England Dwarf cars, Nema, the actual Nema midgets. The MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks will be back. The original Wheelman late models, Ridge Runner, and the Seacon Pure Stocks running together here today at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. And we will close the day with an open mini stock competition. The Bob Stocks will be in the house.
All sorts of racing on tap here for Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Again, closing out championship night. So really nothing to be mad about for a couple free races on top of a day where we've already added part of the Friday program as well too. So all sorts of automobile racing on tap here tonight at New Hampshire Center of Speed, as again, Hayden Grenier up front in this one in the 83G. Now with a new competitor, the 37 of Wade Jelinas on his rear bumper, the 30 to his outside. We're 2 by 2 now. Chief Starter looks him over. Green is out and we are racing.
Grenier off the point like a rocket on the inside. That gives Milton Durand, it looks like, the advantage in the third spot on the top, but now comes Jelinas back underneath with a hard charger of Andrew Morin on the top side.
Jelinas with a terrible restart there from the third spot, hanging back, has now erased that gap that he put on himself here. Going to try and put the 30 machine out to dry on the top side here, as now Andrew Morin with a big run on the top side, 3 wide.
Morin, high, wide, and handsome inherits your lead as they come out of turn number 4. Grenier digging back in the 83 with 10 laps to go.
That just goes to show you, folks, we don't let facts get in the way of a good story. The inside line has been the one to beat all day long, but Andrew Morin now with a big drive up top. New race leader, the 30 car up off of turn number 4.
Here comes Jelinas looking to the inside. That is currently your 1-2 points lead. Grenier sitting in second spot. Jelinas looking to dive underneath. Comes down the back stretch, looking to work over the back bumper. Gets down low, looking to set him up. He sees Grenier go high. It's Jelinas to the line.
Wade Jelinas now to the inside of the 83 machine of Hayden Grenier now as he falls back to third. Jelinas now up into the top 2. He's got some work to do as we've only got a handful of laps left for this 25-lap makeup feature.
Jelinas may have had a weird restart that really set him up, but now is in the second spot. Here comes Milton Durand looking to challenge the 83 of Grenier for the podium spot. Exits turn number 4. Durand is right there. Grenier will hold him off at the line.
Andrew Morin now putting everything he has into that race lead in the 30 car. You see him pushing the loud pedal, getting a little bit squirrely up off the corners now. He is only going to have 5 laps to go to bring home the win, but here comes Wade Jelinas.
Here they go. Right now it's Andrew Morin showing the way. Wade Jelinas in the second spot. Grenier and Durand still battling for third. Grenier able to hold the position right now, but being hard charged by the 08 of Milton Durand. Andrew Morin working his way through turns 3 and 4. Going to see 2 to go. This time by Wade Jelena sits in the second spot. Third still is Grenier. And the R&R Motorsports Race Parts 08 of Milton Durand in fourth. Now looking to make a charge to the podium spot. Durand is on the 83's back bumper. 1 lap to go. White flags in the air for Andrew Morin. Wade Jelinas, Carlos Grenier, Milton Durand, the Beecher, Justin Beecher, the Cabana Boy, Patrick Tangway, and Nick Prenovo. Coming to the checkers, it's Andrew Morin. Wade Jelinas, Hayden Grenier, Milton Durand, Justin Beecher, the 79 of Patrick Tangway, and the 38 of Nick Prenovo. And just before we go to victory lane, that gentleman that you see climbing down off the flag stand, that is Dave Tibbetts. Gotta give me a little wave, Dave. Happy belated birthday. That was supposed to be last night. And one more note, this is Dave's 30th Oktoberfest. So put your hands together, Dave Tibbetts.
Champion, right?
We're going to send you now down to my partner, Charlie Sanborn in Victory Lane. We'll see what Andrew Morin has to say.
Well, thank you, Randy, and what a show we just saw there, folks, for the makeup feature from Championship Night. Making the top side work in the 30 machine with a late race restart. He's taking the helmet off. He's getting ready. Round of applause for your race winner, Andrew Morin. And we'll have him come around the front side here. The driver of the black number 30 machine, Andrew Morin. Welcome to Victory Lane, pal. It looked like for the beginning portion of that race there, it looked like the 83 was going to walk away with that one, but you had that late race restart. How'd you make the top side work? That was impressive.
Just saving your tires, I guess. My throttle's stuck like a quarter of the way down. That's why it's revving up like crazy, so I pretty much just hold on for dear life and hope for the best.
So what's it like here? You're at Oktoberfest. It's the Saturday portion. You're in Victory Lane. Who do you have to thank?
I have a bunch of people. Morn Engine Services, SL Dyna Landscaping, FF Performance. He's a little weird, but he's all right. And the Dean Hardy Plumbing. There's my mom, my dad, my wife, my kid. Just everyone that helps own the car. I'm sorry, I suck at these, so.
That's all right, pal. Welcome to Victory Lane. And again, that's your race winner of the original Wheelman Late Model Division, the number 30 of Andrew Morin. And now we're going to make our way back over here. Now, again, we're wrapping up championship night from just a few weeks ago. This was the last race for these guys. We just talked to the race winner, but now we're going to talk to the 83G. It looked like you were going to walk away a little bit at the beginning there for the race. But at the end of the day, you're the champion. Hayden Grenier, how's it feel, man?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's my first championship in the late models or street stocks, whatever you want to call them. And it feels pretty good. Racing down here at Lee all year has been so much fun. I couldn't thank everybody that comes out every week and supports me, and my mom, my dad. I mean, I couldn't do this without anybody in my pit. I would like to thank Trailer Country, Newport Car Practice Center, Osgood's Construction. There's more, HMS Electric, but I don't know, I'm just overwhelmed right now with joy.
We love to hear it. One last question for you. You led the opening stages of that one, but you had to have points and doing all sorts of math in your head, right? I think if you had gotten past, it would have been a tie. You only got it by 2 points. So did you come out tonight to win the race or win the championship?
I came out tonight to win the championship. I would have been ecstatic with the win. I mean, I show up every week to win, but I wanted the championship tonight, especially being my first one in the street stocks. And, we showed up to take the championship.
Well, there you have it, folks. He showed up, he came, he conquered your 2023 Original Wheelman Late Model Champion, the 83G of Hayden Grenier. Back up to you, Randy.
shortly, we're going to go qualifying for our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. And some children there of all ages are actually taking advantage of the SOS Towing sponsored barrel train. What a great job. We can't thank them enough for bringing that means of excitement to our young and old competitors here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. We'll clear victory lane. They are in staging and ready to go on the infield. Folks, we've got so many cars here that the Dwarf cars, the Seacon Pure Stocks, and our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners are in the infield. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The Smoke Show King, Hayden Grenier. Gonna have to go put some tires on that one before he runs later on tonight.
Yeah, it's just an extra payoff for some bug control there out of the 83G machine. But no, a heck of a job from Hayden Grenier all season long, obviously putting together a stout 2023 season to become your original Wheelman late model champion. Not to be forgotten there would be the 30 of Andrew Moore and bringing home the last race win of the season as well, too. Now, if you direct your attention over the front stretch there, you will see quite the contraption. That's going to be the SOS Towing. What are we going to call that? The kids train, I guess? What is that what we'll call it? But
it's the barrel train.
The barrel train. All right, I like it. But putting on all sorts of fun here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Round of applause for the SOS Towing kids train or whatever. The barrel train, that's what we'll call it. But now, the two free races of the program are in the books. We are now going to get into qualifying for the Saturday portion of, again, Oktoberfest here at Lee USA Speedway. On tap for the first set of heat races is going to be your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. You see them down on the infield there, like they're NASCAR superstars almost in the 305 division, very similar to what's called a Mad Bomb or elsewhere, or Slingshots down at Star Speedway. Pretty much the same types of race cars, just a different name. But you see him coming up off turn number 2 down the backstretch. Here come your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners.
Starting on the pole in the 59, Amherst, New Hampshire is where she calls home. This is Callie Osborne.
To her outside in the 88M, that's the driver out of Buxton, Maine. Round of applause for Jacoby Maines.
And inside row number 2, it's the 06 of Chrissy Rizzullo out of Auburn, New Hampshire.
And it looks like we had one fall out here. The 26 of Corey Morgan's going to fail to make the field here. So it looks like next in line will be the 43 machine. That's going to be the driver out of Waterboro, Maine. That's Justin Gayu.
And already sealed the deal in the championship run. He's going to go back-to-back into Lloyd's Auto sponsor number 2. That is Dave Cameron.
Just behind him in the 14 machine, the driver out of Scarborough, Maine. That's going to be good for Tyler Lerman.
And taking tail on the field, last but not least, out of Nottingham, New Hampshire, that is the Oh No of Donnie McCaffrey.
We're going to cross them up this time by 7 cars. Going to take the green for heat race number 1 of your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. Callie Osborne, Jacoby Maines, your front row. A couple of Camaros just ahead of a couple of G-bodies now. We're going to see who can take home the best starting position for later on tonight for your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. 2x2 up off of turn number 4. Green is out and we are racing.
Here we go. Out in the 88, right to the point, but here comes Dave Cameron sliding on the inside.
Jacoby Maines with a big old jump from the outside. We're 3 wide for third as Dave Cameron, your two-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion now, from 5th to 3rd in just a lap. He wants the race lead.
3 wide as they dive into turns 1 and 2. Cameron's your new leader.
It took him literally one lap to go from 5th to 1st. He's won a couple of championships in a row for a reason, and if you're here all weekend, you will see the driver of the Lloyd's Auto Sales Graphics Coupe number 2 out front. He will make his super late model debut tomorrow night right here at Lee USA Speedway for the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series $8,500 to win show. But right now, he's up for the Black Flag Podcast, Ridge Runners.
Here he is, diving through, crossing the line with lap 3 in the books. It's Dave Cameron, Justin Gayu, and then the 88 of Jacoby Maines working their way up through. But here comes the 14 of Tyler Learman. He's looking really solid. 8 laps is the distance. We're coming up halfway.
The Alfred Main driver of David Cameron finds himself up front here for heat race number 1. Again, talked to him a little bit last night in the camping area. That super late model debut coming up tomorrow, driving the 32 machine for Archie St. Hilaire. Everybody under the sun has told him you cannot drive it like a street stock. You cannot drive it like a Ridge Runner. You just simply cannot do that. But you'll see him right now wheeling that Blue Deuce all the way to victory lane here as we're going to get the Popsicle 6 this time by 2 to go for the Blue Deuce.
Last time we were here at Oktoberfest, Dave started very dead last in a 20-plus car field. He was given a $100 challenge, a bounty, if he could start last. Dave Cameron would go to victory lane, and he's looking to do it again as he takes the white flag.
2-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion Dave Cameron now with a commanding lead in heat race number 1, already down the backstretch. Straightaway lead down through turns 3 and 4. Black and white squares in the air. Dave Cameron is going to bring home heat race number 1, followed by Justin Gayu. And it looks as though Jacoby Maines is going to hang out to round out our top 3.
I'm watching how smooth Dave Cameron is. He's so smooth. He's got his right hand on the roll bar.
Oh,
one
yeah.
One on the wheel, one on the roll bar, smooth as glass.
For those of you that know Dave Cameron, his nickname is Pork Chop for a reason, and that just kind of falls into the category of not much phases him. Again, big day on tap for tomorrow here for the number 2 driver, as he again will be in the number 32 tomorrow night for $8,500 to win. Dave Cameron now going to take it pit side as we're going to see heat race number 2 come out on the racetrack.
On the pole in heat race number 2 is the number 7. That is Oxford, New Hampshire's Kyle Richardson.
To his outside out of Oxford, Maine, driving the number 53 machine tonight. That's going to be good for Nick Wilson.
Inside, row number 2 is the 18. That is Lymington, Maine. Almost got him grooved. Darren Kilton.
To his outside in the 4 spot out of Seabrook, New Hampshire, driving the number 23. That's going to be good for Dwight Souther Jr.
Inside, row number 3 out of Saco, Maine in the 39. It is the Brian Weissman.
And to his outside in the row number 3, number 1 out of Hiram, Maine. That's going to be good for Derek McKean.
Inside, row number 4 in the 51, Nashua, New Hampshire, where he calls home a champion at the Star Speedway in the 51. That is Mike Doobie.
Starting shotgun on the field for this one. 7 cars, going to take the green flag here. Hailing from Merrimack, New Hampshire. That's going to be the number 99, New Hampshire, of Carl Gagnon.
Gagnon, the second year of the science experiment, a Pine Street Eatery sponsored 99. Comes back after, this is year 2, after a 30-year hiatus of the racing scheme. He said he never lost his momentum, but he definitely is enjoying coming back. Problems on the 18 on the backstretch.
Yeah, former Beech Ridge Motor Speedway Wildcat champion Darren Kilton having some mechanical troubles there on the backstretch. Tough to see the 18 machine not even be able to take the green flag here. Did take some practice laps earlier, so hopefully it's just something simple here, and we'll see the 18 back on track here later on for the feature event. Again, Darren Kilton going to get towed pit side.
They will be back later this evening, just before the mini stock open for a 25-lap feature event. And Charlie, I'm telling you, this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, the Black Flag Podcast, Ridge Runners, certainly known for putting on one heck of a program. Again, going to start kicking off the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here as we're still trying to get the 18 machine pulled pit side. Up front this one, though, the 7 machine, Kyle Richardson, Nick Wilson in the 53. all stout-looking race cars here. A couple of Camaros again up front, followed by a couple of G-bodies. Looks like we have a Malibu and then a Monte Carlo for the fourth spot. So you will see a good mix of Camaros and what's called metric cars in the Monte Carlos or the Malibus or whatever you want to call them. Cutlass, Pontiac Grand Prix, they're all the same, I think, throughout that year. Just a couple of different subtle differences there. But with the rules package that they have here for your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners or Mad Bombers or Slingshots or whatever you want to call them at whatever track you're at, they show a lot of parity. It's a 305 cubic inch engine, more or less a pretty solid version of a true stock car, if you will. A relatively entry-level division that gets you on the big screen here for if you're on Nastra Vision. Thank you to everybody attending over there, or for the folks that are over on Racing America as well, too. Happy to have you if you couldn't make it here in person. We're going to cross them up, though, this time by Richardson, Wilson now, your front row. We're going to go green flag racing here in just a second, Randy.
Here we go. Dave Tibbetts has got the lineup squared away. Race control says we're ready to refire. And it's Richardson on the point. Dave Tibbetts says, guys, Richardson's got the line. He's the one that's the pace. To his outside is Nick Wilson. Wilson looking to fire up. But Charlie, I'll tell you what, that 23 sitting there of Dwight Souther Jr., that car was super fast in practice, and he looks to be ready to go.
And again, we spoke of the parity for this division here, the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. 7 cars going to take the field here. I guarantee they're all going to be relatively close to each other. Again, 7:53 up front. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing.
Punching the button is the 7 of Richardson. Guys to the inside. Looking to the outside is the 53 of Wilson. Wilson sharpens his pencil, drags it down the backstretch. Here comes the 23 of Souther.
Souther Jr. now going to make it 3 wide for second as the 53 making the top side work like we just saw in the original Wheelman late model division. Andrew Morin making that work as well, too. 53 finds himself up front early, bringing along the 23-7 now of Kyle Richardson. Finds himself comfortably in third as they're going to try and break away from the rest of the pack.
Mike Doobie in the 51 has found something on the high line that he likes. He's moved himself up to the front, working the outside of the 1 of Derek McKean. But now the 23 is going to challenge the lead. Souther Jr. looking to get to the top side. High, wide, and handsome coming out of turn number 3. Into 4, slide sideways.
I guarantee all of the competitors here at Lee USA Speedway are taking note right now. The 30 of Andrew Morin made it work earlier. The 53 made it work on the original start. And now here comes Dwight Souther Jr. on the top side. High side hustle in that red and black number 23 machine as we're halfway down this time by.
Coming to halfway point is Souther. He takes the lead as they cross the line. Wilson on the inside. Souther to his outside, working his way up through. But look who's coming. The 99 of Carl Gagnon, looking super stout tonight. Gives the 1 of McKean a shot.
Dwight Souther, the third car already tonight, making the top side work. High side hustling again. Power move on the top side out of the 23 machine. Now with some breathing room over the 53 of Nick Wilson now, who is seemingly under attack from Kyle Richardson for seconds. We're 2 to go this time by.
Here we go. 2 laps remain in their qualifier. This is a combination of the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners and the Seacon Pure Stocks. And right now, coming to the white, it looks like a runaway for Dwight Souther Jr. in the 23.
One more time around for the 23 machine. Heat race number 2 about to wrap up here. Battle right now for second between Nick Wilson and Kyle Richardson. The 2 front runners that started early on in this one gonna give way to the 23 of Dwight Souther Jr. as he's gonna take home heat race number 2.
Going to cross the line in second. Richardson in third.
And
McKean, Gagnon, Toomey.
And again,
and the field will round out with the 39 of Weissman.
And again, folks, what incredible action we have had so far. All we are doing right now is setting the field for later on tonight. Each heat race only half of what you will see for the feature race later on tonight, as now you'll see him coming up off of turn number 4. The wedge bodies, the spectacular looking radical machines. These are your Nastra Outlaws.
Starting on the pole out of Claremont, New Hampshire, the Sunapee Street Auto Works. This is the Predator, longtime racer, Guy Karen.
To his outside out of Barrington, New Hampshire, driving the number 12 machine tonight. That's going to be good for Dan Sweeney.
If you've ever been to the Claremont Motorsports Park, you know this name well. This is the 10 of Windsor, Vermont. This is Stephen Bly.
To his outside in the 60 machine out of Gilmington, New Hampshire. Driving that is going to be Thomas Smithers the 6th. 6 of them. Holy smokes. I thought I was a lot with 3.
Looking to go, Charlie. And taking tail on the field. Glad to see him back in competition. And this is none other than Claremont, New Hampshire's 15 of Tyler Lescore.
5 carts going to set the field here for your Nastra Outlaws. That beautiful number 8 machine, a former, I believe, Colby, Chuck Colby, potentially, one of the Colbys, Charlie, one of them. That used to be part of their stable. You now see Guy Karen out of Leominster driving that as we're going to cross them up this time by. Again, the radical-looking Outlaws on the track right now. Some of the fastest fendered cars you're going to see in our area. Just shy, probably, of what we will see tomorrow night for the Granite State Pro Stock Series $8,500 to win show. You will see that to conclude Sunday's portion tomorrow night. But right now, our Outlaws out on the track right now. Heat race number 1, Karen Sweeney, your front row.
Karen does such a great job. Has actually dabbled in an open wheel car at the Monadnock Speedway this season, driving for former track owner Larry Cirillo. But he's going to bring us to a point here at the Lee USA Speedway. The Predator, as George Bowers calls him, is ready to set the green.
The 8 machine from the pole to the point down through turns 1 and 2. Guy Karen gonna try and walk away with this one. Already about a 5-car length lead over the 12 machine of Dan Sweeney now, as Sweeney is under attack from the 10 of Stephen Bly.
Guy Karen's gonna set the time, gonna take it over. Comes out lap number 1. Does a great job, but Sweeney's got his hands full of the crafty veteran and Stephen Bly in the 10.
Stephen Bly now looking to the inside, can't quite make it work, falls back in line. The 12 washes up. Dan Sweeney shows the bottom to the 10 machine. We're now side by side for second. Sweeney gonna wrap it around the bottom side of the inside of Stephen Bly. Bly now trying to make that red number 10 machine stick on the inside. He's gonna make it work up off of her number 4. Sole possession at second, goes to the 10 machine.
Bly works the wheel, gets up to the second spot. The young gun in the 12 of Dan Sweeney. They're going to come to halfway. Joe Braggy says this time by, your leader is still Guy Karen.
4 laps in the books, 4 to go this time by for the 8 machine of Guy Karen. The Leominster native just kind of jumped right out to the race lead here after starting on pole with a commanding lead already over the 10 of Stephen Bly now. Bly is going to have a lot of work to do if he's going to want to start up front for the feature event later on, as the official here already getting 2 to go. Popsicle sticks in the air this time by Guy Karen in the 8 machine. Up off at her number 4 is going to have 2 more laps to bring home heat race number 1. Stephen Bly with a big hole to dig out of, followed by the 12 of Dan Sweeney, going to round out our top 3.
Karen down the backstretch. Guy Karen, a familiar name and a great front runner wherever he goes. Gonna take the white this time by 1 circuit left. Stephen Bly sits there in second. Sweeney in the 3rd spot. Tyler Lescourt in for 4th. And the young gun in the 60, Thomas Smith, around out your field. Karen's gonna take the checker. He's got the victory.
Stephen Bly in the 12 of Dan Sweeney will round out your top 3 here for your Nastra Outlaw heat race number 1. Again, one to watch out for later on tonight will be that 8-car dominating heat race action here for our Nastra Outlaws, as the day only will progress here and continue as we're kind of ripping through the program here, Randy. Love to see it. Shout out to all you fans sitting out in those beautiful blue stands here tonight, coming out, spending your hard-earned money and spending some quality time here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway, as we are going to get ready for
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the New England Midget Association Nema Lights to hit the track bikes here at the Lee USA Speedway. Charlie and I are going to do our best to sub. Our pal, Pete Falcone, has had a procedure and not able to join us today. Pete, if you're listening at home, we love you. We miss you, pal. But we'll do our very best to take care of the Nema Lights today.
Yeah, and hopefully he's doing that over on Nastra Vision or Racing America right now. Both dual coverage here this weekend for Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. But again, we have the Nemas out there right now, and it seems as though up front we're going to have the number 44 machine out of Carver, Massachusetts. That's going to be good for Trent Goodrow.
We're resetting the lineup, getting in the right spot so we can call this as we roll. All right, that is the 28. The 28 is Mike Persignio. Mike Persignio, he does a great job. He's always a runner out of Oklahoma, New York. Doing a good job. The 44, as we said before, of Trent Goodrow, he's going to start next on the field. Next is the 61 of Ryan Locke. The 20 of Albie Ovitt. The 10, a multi-time winner, Avery Storr. Jake Trainer, oh, the great competitor. Good Lord, I've got to get my teeth together. Yeah, next on it is Dylan Cugini, sorry.
And again, folks, we're just finding out that we're going to have to get tapped in here for Pete Falcone, who does an incredible job here typically for the New England Midget Association. Out on the racetrack right now, we do have our heat race number 1 action for the Nema Lights as, again, the 53, excuse me.
53 looks like Dylan Cuccio is going to start on the...
But also doesn't match our timing and scoring, so I am all screwed up here.
All right, here we go, Charlie. We'll make our way through this. The 28 looks like he's going to set the pace. Persignio is sitting there in the bird's eye seat, ready to go. Flagman's going to turn them loose, and they're going to hit the stripe. Here they come. Russ Conway's Oktoberfest day number 2.
Trent Goodrow with the loud pedal down up off of turn number 1. He's going to go from the outside pole to the point, bringing along the 20 machine of Albie Ovitt, who has won countless races here amongst various different types of race cars. Now finds himself in a wing midget up off of turn number 4. He's looking to the outside for the race lead. The 20 again of Albie Ovitt now with a big drive up off of turn number 2, down the backstretch to the outside of Trent Goodrow. Bringing along Avery Storr as well, seemingly teammates there, and like Pinsky's is Albie Ovitt now your new race leader.
Storr, a winner this season at the Seekonk in the Louis Memorial. Doing a great job, working his way through the field right now. Avery Storr, always a hot competitor with the Nema Lights.
Albie Ovitt, always one to watch no matter what type of race car he is in. Doesn't matter if it's a street stock, a mini stock, a Nema midget, or even an enduro car. Albie Ovitt now finds himself up front for the Nema midget heat race number 1. Again now, Avery Storr getting up into the top 2. Trent Goodrow falling back to 3rd. The 1 machine of Chase Locke now going to see what he can do to get up into the top 3 as the top 4 now have kind of breaking away from the second half of the field as Albie Ovitt continues to just dominate heat race number 1.
Locke, the Chester, New Hampshire driver, does such a great job in the Locke Crane Service Hot Rod Seymour Performance Products number 1. Dives to the inside as they come into turn number 3, exit turn number 4. He'll take the podium spot.
Chase Locke now up into the top 3. Popsicle sticks in the air this time by Albie Ovitt. Gonna try and bring home heat race number 1. Not a ton of pressure from behind. 1 lap to go for the 20 machine, followed by teammate Avery Storr in the 10. Nema Lights on track right now. Again, Albie Ovitt up front. Down through turns 3 and 4. Black and white squares in the air. Heat race number 1 gonna go to Albie Ovitt.
Albie Ovitt showed the way to pedal the Nema Lights across the stripe. Here we go. Ovitt's gonna do such a great job later on when they come back for a 25-lap feature event.
And forgive us, folks, for kind of fumbling our way through the beginning portion of that one. We found out last second that Pete Falcone not here on property, so hopefully he is watching safe and sound at home or wherever he may be as we now have Nema Lights on the racetrack. Again, what a show that they're going to put on later tonight. Some of the fastest race cars in our area. Doesn't matter if they're open wheel or have fenders on them. Nema Lights and the Nema midgets themselves always putting on a spectacular show here as we're going to get ready for some more Winged Warriors coming up off of turn number 4.
Pete, we'll try to do you justice, partner, if you're listening or watching home on Nastra Vision. We're soon to be race day production. We're ready to go for you. We thank the folks at Nema for coming here. They're such an awesome crew. They've been doing this so long together. They're such a tight-knit group. We're going to try to do our best to sub in for our pal Pete Falcone.
Now coming out on the racetrack, heat race number 2 for the Nema Lights.
So their schedule, as we set the timing and scoring, looks like this so far. At this point, they will finish here during Russ Conway's Oktoberfest and head to the Thompson Speedway.
And again, we're going to be waiting for timing and scoring here to kind of cross the loop, so we have more information to give you folks. But up front in this one, looks as though it's going to be the number 99. That's going to be Woodbury, Connecticut's Carl Masfera Auto Body. That's going to be good for Kyle Ferrucci. Next in line, that's going to be the 3 Machine. The Seymour Performance Products, number 3, out of Groversville, New York. That's going to be good for Chris Vose. Next in line, I believe that's the 35 Machine. Looking for a name on that one. Don't have a name for the 35, but next in line, that's going to be the number 94.
I think timing and scoring's also having the same problem that we are, Charlie, so they're trying to get that reset.
Yeah, we're trying to get this through for you folks, I promise.
Folks. We'll make it, we promise. We're race fans at heart.
We'll be ready for the feature, I promise. But next in line, that's going to be the number 94, the OP Trail Welding Claim Specialist out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. A round of applause for Tiana Kibbe.
Tiana, always such a great front runner. Had the opportunity to talk with her in the pit area earlier this today, and she was ready. She says Lee is one of her favorite tracks to join. Next on the starting grid is the 59. That is Braden Egan out of Ashford, Connecticut.
And next in line, that's going to be the Boyd Speed Shop J&M Towing Hawk Ford Focus powered machine out of Monroe Township, New Jersey. Round of applause for Joey Bailey.
Next is Kyle Valeri in the 17 out of Monument Beach, Massachusetts, and the Valeri Construction Cape Cod Aggregates.
The 47 is going to be good for a driver. We might be Randy Cabral. Or wait, no, that's a different series altogether. 47 also looking for a name on that one. 48, it's going to be the Suffield, Connecticut driver out of the number 48 machine. That's going to be good for Todd Bertrand. And then to his outside, the 26. No name on that one either, Randy. We're just here. We just work here, right?
We'll get it, buddy. We'll
just
get it,
work
we
here.
promise. Fans, bear with us. We've got this ready to go, and it's going to be on the point. First, she's going to lead them down, ready to go to the stripe. Their flagman says, going to go flying green this time by. We're underway. 8 laps is the distance. The 3 of those checks out on the top side. 3 wide coming into the podium spot.
The 99 of Kyle Ferrucci struggling there from the pole position. Already back to the 5th spot there. Tight up off of 4. They're 5 wide out back. Up front, though, the 3 of Christopher Bose is going to try and command this one now. Bringing along the 21 of Joey Bailey as we got a spinner up off of turn number 2.
Contact between the spinning car and the 47. 47 is veteran competitor Randy Cabral. Cabral is your current points leader coming into events here at the Lee USA Speedway. Randy Cabral has 2 wins, 5 top 5, 6 top 10s, and is leading the points. Hopefully it didn't damage his ride.
And again, Christopher Bose up front in the 3 machine, capitalizing on the early struggles there of the 99. Kyle Ferrucci not having a great start up front. Already mired back in the 9th place position after starting on the pole. Only 1 lap officially in the books, though, so we are going to have the 3 and the 94 of Tiana Kibbe up front to restart this one, as it seems like we got the 35 already peeled out of the wall. We're going to cross them up again here, Randy.
Here we go. Kibbe's going to work the high line. On the inside is Chris Vose. Chris Vose in the 3. They're going to reset, re-rack, get these folks ready to go. Going to go overly green next time by. Tiana Kibbe making a hard charge, working the high line with the 94, doing a great job here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. They'll track down the backstretch. Get ready to go by that beautiful Lee USA sign. Coming to the start point. Here they go. Green is out.
Chris Vose with a loud pedal down now. Going to fire it down into turns 1 and 2. They stay wingboard to wingboard as Tiana Kibbe now gets a big drive up off the top side now. Bringing along the 21 of Joey Bailey now. Bailey going to find himself up into the second spot as we're going to go single file up front. 2 laps officially in the books.
Kibbe looking to go to victory lane. She winds up that 94, drives it out the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. Tiana Kibbe working the wheel on the 94, doing a great job. She'll lead lap number 3.
Further on, back in the pack, the 47 machine, that orange and red. Number 47 up off of turn number 2 now, going down the backstretch, just past 4 cars in one set of corners there, just getting it powered down on the top side. Gonna settle it down now here just a bit as we're halfway down this time by.
Tiana Kibbe being pursued by the 21 of Joey Bailey. Bailey now there, the 48 of Bertram dives to the inside of both. She'll take over the podium spot. Bailey now going to challenge for the lead as they work their way down the backstretch.
Battle for the lead shaping up here. Down through turns 3 and 4, the 21 with a bit of a crossover move down through the speed bumps. Here comes Joey Bailey for the race lead.
Shutting the door hard in the 94 is Tiana Kibbe. Bailey is right there in the 21, but here comes Todd Bertram of the Bertram Motorsports 48 taking the white. It's going to be Kibbe, Bailey, Bertram.
Joey Bailey going to try and make a run at the top side. Crossover move. Down the backstretch. 21 to the inside of Tiana Kibbe. Last lap pass. Can Kibbe cross him over? Checkered flag in the air this time by Joey Bailey. Gonna bring home heat race number 2 over Tiana Kibbe, and Todd Bertrand is gonna round out your top 3 there. What action we just saw for the Nema Lights, folks, and what we have only done. All we have done is just set the field for later on. So keep in mind what you just saw. That's only half the field for later on tonight. Nema Lights now officially in the books, I believe, as that is not the last of our Winged Warriors that we'll see. Again, they're going to have a feature race later on tonight where, again, tons of cars on tap. Going to put on one heck of a show here. As, again, Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest on tap here right now as all sorts of action. We've already had a couple of free races to kick off the day. Again, we thank each and every single one of you for spending your hard-earned money, spending your quality off time with us here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. As we're going to take a quick break here, get some people into the infield here or off the infield, depending on where they're trying to go, and we'll be right back with you here.
While you have a break in the action, momentarily we'll go right back to racing. Our Pro 4 Modifieds are next to hit the high banks here at the Lee USA Speedway. Have an opportunity, take a drop down. Artie and his crew at the concession stands have got all kinds. They took a tough hit yesterday, but they came back in full throttle, ready to go here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. And we're ready to finish a great round here. Day number 2 of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest.
And again, folks, this isn't a weekend just about racing either. There's all sorts of campers out back, people making an entire weekend out of it. So it is open season, folks. It is big show season, if you will. Lee USA Speedway putting on the annual Oktoberfest weekend. Always an incredible show, a stacked event full of races. as we're going to call a little bit of an audible vote here, folks, as we were going to see the Pro 4 modifieds. They're not quite ready just yet, so up off of the turn number 2 here, we're going to see our New England Dwarf Car Series as we pass it off to them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm Nick Adams, the dedicated announcer to the New England Dwarf Car Series. We're excited to be here at our second home, the Lee USA Speedway, to be a part of this, what was a 3-day, now a 2-day super show here at Oktoberfest 2023. A fantastic set of fans in the stands today, a bunch more watching at home. Our New England Dwarf cars getting ready to roll out on the racetrack, getting lined up for their first heat. And here's how your New England Dwarf Car Series will line up for their first heat as they roll out of turns 2. Starting on pole, it's going to be starting on pole, the number 92Z out of Canterbury, New Hampshire, it's going to be Zig Gino. Starting in second, the number 19 from Lawrence, Massachusetts, Chris Waits. In third, the number 23 from Manchester, New Hampshire, that's Jeremy Rodeman. In fourth, from Barrington, New Hampshire, the Oh No of Chris Sullivan. In fifth, started out of Farmington, New Hampshire, the 08X of Caden Roberts. And rounding out the field, it's going to be the 08 from Manchester, New Hampshire, Ryan Carmen. Our defending series champion, Cody Hodgson, was supposed to start pole here in heat number 1. Cody blew a motor in practice, but the Hodgson family has come together along with other members of the New England Dwarf Car Series, and they're down there in the pits right now changing the engine on the number 31, and they will be ready to roll when it comes to feature time. But they're getting some things buttoned up, everything making sure it's going to run right. But we are racked and stacked on the backstretch. Our chief starter, Joe Breggy, getting our New England Dwarf cars ready for their first of 3 heats this afternoon. They roll through 3 and 4 into the Bumpy's Auto restart zone. The green flag is waved, and away we go with Lee. Off into 1 and 2, it's side by side. It's going to be Zig Gino sliding out in front of Chris Waits with the Oh No, Chris Sullivan right behind him. Sullivan sliding on the outside. He's going to battle for second through 3 and 4. He's going to slide up. Waits is going to drive hard to the inside. Get past him. Here comes Ryan Carmen in the 08. He's looking to the inside and outside of both those drivers, trying to follow the car that moves. Down the backstretch, Zig Gino's driven away to about 3, 4, maybe 5 car lengths of a lead. Chris Sullivan still to the outside. Chris Waits to the inside. Here comes Ryan Carmen. Carmen now on the outside of Waits. Waits gets a little loose, almost makes contact with the Oh No. Has to check up, slides back to 4th. He's going to come under pressure now from the 08X of Caden Roberts. Through 1 and 2, it's going to be Gino, Sullivan, Carmen, Waits, your top 4. Robertson 5th, Rodeman in 6th. Cody Hodgson did not start, so he's going to be scored 7th for heat number 1. Crossed flags in the air halfway home in heat number 1, courtesy of Joe Breggy. Single file through the field. The New England Dwarf cars getting ready to put on a show later tonight with 25 laps in their feature main event. They're coming to 3 laps to go this time by Ryan Carmen. Looks to the inside of Chris Sullivan. Not going to be able to slip in there this time. Through 1 and 2, single file through the field. Roberts looking at Waits as we come out of 2 down the backstretch. Battle for 4th. Up front, it's going to be Zig Gino coming to 2 to go. There was popsicle sticks in the air that time. Sullivan holding off Carmen. It's going to be Roberts getting past Waits as he begins to fall into the clutches of Jeremy Rodeman. But through turns 3 and 4, the white flag is in the air. 1 more lap around the Lee USA Speedway. Zig Gino showing he has speed. Every single time we come to Lee, Tonight, it's no different. He's going to set himself up for success in the heat. Zig Gino wins heat number 1 for the New England Dwarf Car Series. Zig's had a lot of speed recently for the New England Dwarf Cars. He just hasn't been able to take it to that next level of going out there and getting that victory. Tonight, it's just a heat, but it gets him closer to that point. He's going to be starting good in the main event. So I'm going to put Zig Gino in first for your heat number 1, Chris Sullivan second in the Oh No, the 08 of Ryan Carmen in third, the 08X of Caden Roberts in fourth, Chris Waits in the number 19 in fifth, and in sixth, the number 23 of Jeremy Rodeman. Heat number 2 rolls onto the racetrack. Starting on pole in heat number 2, it's going to be another 8 laps for the New England Dwarf Cars. The number 13 from Ware, New Hampshire, Javon Welcome. Outside pole, starting in second from Derry, New Hampshire, the number 29 of Tom Harwood. In third, your championship leader, who has a mathematical chance of clinching the championship tonight here at Lee, USA. From Northwood, New Hampshire, that's the 29 NH, that's Justin Harris. Starting in fourth on the outside, his teammate from Rochester, New Hampshire, the number 14 of Andrew Harmon. Starting in fifth from Salem, New Hampshire, the number 72, that's Caveman Kenny Scott. And starting at the back of the field here in heat number 2 from Farmington, New Hampshire, that's the 31H, that's Jason Hodgden. This is the heat where all of the previous winners in the last 5 weeks are in it. You got Harwood, Hodgden, and Harris. All 3 of them have been super fast over the last month. It's going to be fantastic to watch here tonight. What those 3 can do, Caveman Kenny Scott has been nipping right at their heels. They come through 3 and 4. The green flag waves, and away we go on heat number 2. Side by side, Welcome didn't get a good start. He washes up after touching the curb. He's from first to fourth. It's in the lead, Tom Harwood. Second, Andrew Harmon. And third, Jason Hodgden. The outside line went, the inside line didn't as we go up into 1 and 2. The Skull Bandit, Justin Harris, looking all over the 13 of Javon Welcome, doing everything he can, trying to go to the inside, maybe the outside in 3 and 4. 29 NH looks to the outside. That opens the door for Kenny Scott, who's going to stick his nose to the inside for fifth. Here comes Kenny Scott into turns 1 and 2. Justin Harris drives it off pretty deep into 1 and 2. Oh, we got a big wreck out of 2. Big wreck out of 2. Harmon went around. They checked up in front of him. Kenny Scott drove over the left side of Justin Harris's machine. And that is absolutely heartbreaking for Caveman Kenny Scott. Just over a month ago at the Oxford Plains Speedway for Oxford 250 weekend, the Dwarf Cars were there. Kenny Scott took a massive hit on the exit of turn 4 after he spun out from contact. But I believe back then it was the 13 of Javon Welcome. And now Kenny Scott, massive damage to the right front. So yeah, what looks like happened is Harmon got sideways. Everybody checked up in front of him. And unfortunately, Kenny Scott just couldn't hit the brake pedal fast and hard enough. Jumped over the left side tires of the 29 NH of Justin Harris, and that is going to put a damper on the championship chances for Justin Harris tonight. He's still going to be your championship leader, but he has pulled into the pits to get that 29 NH looked at. From up here in the booth, there does look to be some a little bit of damage on the left side. These Dwarf cars are extremely durable, though. They take a beating, and they absolutely love it. Justin Harris has a fantastic crew down there, though. Multiple-time race winner this year. Looks like he's going to be moving on to be our champion at the end of the year, barring anything crazy happening, which, fans, it's racing. Anything can happen on any given week. But it looks like Justin's going to be able to continue. The question is the 72, the Caveman Kenny Scott, a rookie here in the New England Dwarf Car Series. But don't let the fact that he's a rookie fool you, make you think that he might not have done this a lot. Kenny Scott, if there is a car in New England that can be driven around a racetrack, Kenny Scott has driven it around that racetrack. The Caveman doesn't get his nickname for no reason. He gets his nickname because he looks like a caveman. When he gets out of the car, that big gray beard goes all the way down the middle of his chest. And man, oh man, does Kenny Scott fight like a caveman. That man does not have any give up in him. And we just hope they may be able to get this fixed. The thing about the New England Dwarf cars, if you guys have never seen them, never really been around them, the New England Dwarf Car Series, yes, you're competitors. Yes, it's a series where you're fighting for a championship, but every single person that's a part of this racing series is a part of a racing family. And in times like this where the car gets damaged, we all jump in, we all help out. You'll take a look down in the pits once that car gets there. I guarantee you'll see drivers from the first heat come over to Kenny, and in between our heats and our main event, I guarantee you'll see other drivers helping the 72 with Kenny Scott try to get that thing fixed so he can get back out there and race with the rest of these New England Dwarf car drivers in the main event feature. But let's reset the field as we take a look at the 72 of Caveman Kenny Scott's machine coming down the front stretch. Let's see how bad the damage is. Yeah, that might be terminal. Looks like the right front, for the second time in a month and a half, is hanging off that car. It took him a week to get it fixed last time. I'm optimistic that he can get it fixed in 45 minutes or 2 hours, but I'm also a realistic human being, and I think that might be the end of the night for Kenny Scott. Joe Breggy gives our field the signal to line up. We reset the field. Your leader, Tom Harwood, on the outside. Jason Hodgson in the 31NH. Sorry, in the 31H, not the 31NH. In third, that's going to be the number 13, Javon Welcome. Fourth, the 14, Andrew Harmon. Rounding up the field right now, the 26 of Justin Harris. Sorry, I apologize. I'm losing it today. As they come into 3 and 4, they're going to enter the Bumpy's Auto Service restart zone, and away we go. Into 1 and 2. They get single file again. The top two. Javon Welcome, another rough restart. He slides down the bottom. The Skull Bandit, Justin Harris, moves to his outside. Justin Harris, Javon Welcome battle side by side down the back, the front stretch into 3 and 4. Sorry, 1 and 2. We got the track backwards today. Harris to the outside, still to the inside. Javon Welcome. Tom Harwood now still your leader. Crossed flags in the air from Joe Breggy. It's going to be halfway down, halfway home in heat number 2. The 13 and 26 get real close on the outside of 1 and 2 there. But as we enter 3 and 4, here comes Jason Hodgson. Jason Hodgson struggled for a year, didn't think he was going to be able to compete like this anymore. And he has found something in the last month and a half. He's found something that's given him that edge to be quick and consistent, and he's all over the back of Tom Harwood. Crossed popsicle sticks in the air. We've got 2 laps to go. Down the backstretch, it's all Harwood and Hodgson. Hodgson looks to the inside, can't make that machine get down in there. Here he comes down the front stretch. White flag is in the air for heat number 2. Hodgson goes to the outside on the exit of 2, not able to make that pass this time into 3 and 4. Hodgson will be comfortable in second. So far for the heat, Tom Harwood is going to win heat number 2 here at the Lee USA Speedway. Tom Harwood in first, Jason Hodgson in second, Andrew Harmon in third, in fourth, Javon Welcome, fifth, the Skull Bandit, Justin Harris. Fun fact for everybody who's watching around the country and here at Lee, since coming back from injury, the number 29 of Tom Harwood is undefeated at Lee USA. That's 3 in a row now for him. He's going to look to try to make it 4 in a row when we get to the feature. Your New England Dwarf Car Series rolls back out onto the track for their third heat of the evening. Their third and final 8-lap heat as we come through 3 and 4. We'll stack the field up and let you know how they're going to start. On pole for heat number 3 out of Nashua, New Hampshire. This is just his third start in the New England Dwarf Car Series race machine. That's the number 10X. That's Max Chaput. The next man in second needs no introduction. Everybody knows him from Orange, Massachusetts. The number 73, Cole Littlewood. In third, rounding out our trifecta of Hodgdons here in the heat, the number 12 from Center Barnstead, New Hampshire. That's Cupcake Sarah Hodgdon. In fourth from Concord, New Hampshire, the number 67. That's Alan Robadas. In fifth, from Athol, Massachusetts, the number 25, Tim Griffith. And rounding out the field here in heat number 3, from Plastown, New Hampshire, the number 04, Stu McCormick. They get side by side. Chief starter Joe Brady gave them the signal to get racked and stacked as they went to 1 and 2. They come into 3 and 4. Now they enter the Bumpy's Auto Service restart zone, and they get the green flag. Max Chaput with a beautiful start. Sarah Hodgson did not get going. Cupcake falling down to the outside. We're 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Stu McCormick through the inside. He gets Cole Littlewood and Sarah Hodgson in one turn. Now Alan Robidas has Max Chaput in his sights, but here comes Stu McCormick. Stu McCormick all over the back bumper of Alan Robidas. A issue with the 73 of Cole Littlewood. Robidas now to the inside of Max Chaput. He's going to get him at the line. So will Stu McCormick as he moves into second. Alan Robidas first, Stu McCormick second, Max Chaput in third, Cupcake Sarah Hodgson fourth. You can put a blanket over the top 3 and then a blanket over 4th, 5th, and 6th as we enter 3 and 4. Alan Robidas keeping that number 67 glued to the yellow line, not allowing Stu McCormick to get to the inside. McCormick's going to have to go around the long way at Lee if he wants to pass the 67. Crossed flags in the air, halfway down, halfway to go here in heat number 3. Down the backstretch, Cupcake Sarah Hodgson. She's fallen back into the clutches of Tim Griffith. The battle for the lead heats up. The 67 slides up off the bottom on the exit of 4. Not going to be able to get there this time, though. Stu McCormick putting all the pressure on the 67. McCormick wants everything he can to get to victory lane here tonight. Showing a ton of speed here. 2 laps to go in here in heat number 3 as we go off into 1 and 2. It's a single file parade around the racetrack for the New England Dwarf cars. Everybody just trying to get to the main event, the feature. Make sure that car runs and you have a shot at the big bucks and the points. As we exit turns 3 and 4, though, Robidas slides to the outside. The 04, Stu McCormick knows he has 1 lap to go. The white flag is out. Here he comes down the backstretch. It's going to be a drag race. No, maybe not. Stu McCormick cannot get that vehicle to the inside. Alan Robidas out of turn 4. Alan Robidas will win heat number 3. Heat number 3's results are as follows. Alan Robidas in first, in second, Stu McCormick third. The rookie, Max Chaput, again, only his 3rd race in the New England Dwarf Car Series machine, so it's very interesting to see how he's done. In 4th, Cupcake Sarah Hodgson. 5th, Tim Griffith, and rounding up the field, Cole Littlewood in 6th. Might be an issue on that number 73, but they'll take a look at that, see if they can get that fixed. So I hand it back over to my esteemed broadcast partners. I listen to Charlie all the time, but I don't know his last name. That Sanborn. There we go. Charlie Sanborn. And obviously the legend, Randy Wheelock.
Thank you to the Atom Bomb, Nick Adams. Thanks for the New England Dwarf cars. But we are going Pro 4 modified racing. Starting on the pole for heat number 1, we've got 2 heats, Charlie, of our Pro 4 modifieds. Is none other than Fast Eddie in the 30. On his outside is the 57 of Kurt Lester.
Inside row number 2, that's going to be the 37 machine of Sonny Reiser into his outside, and the 04 machine is going to be good for Justin Fafford.
Fafford doing a double duty today during an pure stock and his Pro 4 modified. In the 00 out of Claremont, New Hampshire is Bradley Osgood. Next to him on the outside in the 15 is Mo Denner.
Rounding out the last row of our heat race number 1 for the Pro 4 modifieds. The inside is going to be the 821 of Robert Matheson. Into his outside is a 67B of Brandon Lavoie. The 8-9 cart's going to set the field here for heat race number 1 of our Pro 4 modified division. A growing class here, Randy. Something that they're trying to build on and get even higher car counts than what you see right now.
23 cars strong at the Hudson International Speedway earlier this season. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see. Got a former young gun from the Monadnock Speedway on the pole and taking tail in the 67, a former mini stocker in Brandon Lavoie.
We got a very cool little Pro 4 modified division that we have here, folks. 4-cylinder tour type looking modifieds. For those of you trying to bust into open wheel action here, a relatively inexpensive way to do it is right what you see right now. Just like a cool looking class, Randy. That's really all I have to say. I mean, they've got healthy car counts no matter where they go. Again, 9 cars for heat race number 1, as we're going to try and get everybody squared away here, timing and scoring, trying to make sure everybody is in the right spots right now. But a lot of your drivers from the Monadnock Speedway and Claremont, right, Randy? Familiar with a lot of these folks.
Yes, sir, at the Hudson International Speedway as well. Pro 4 Modifieds, their director Tim does a good job putting these together. If you don't see them enough now, come and visit us at the Fall Challenge at the Claremont Motorsports Park, because they will be there in action during Open Wheel Saturday. And then we're going to go back to back with Sunday being a full fender day of racing, but we've also added to Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th of October at the Claremont Motorsports Park will bring a non-winners race. They have set that up. If you have won, you're not invited. Have a nice time, sit in the stands, come back and see on Saturday or Sunday. So that's action-packed 3 days at the Claremont Motorsports Park. You'll see these guys and gals all back in action in the Pro 4 Modified Series.
The good old-fashioned hooligan race. You love to see that, bringing that back. A lot of the tracks you just mentioned there, all part of Nastra. That's the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association. Also in bed there with Nastra Vision, where you can go and get yourself a membership to get all the content from right here at Lee USA Speedway, Monadnock Speedway, Claremont Speedway, and of course Hudson Speedway over at Hudson, New Hampshire as well too. Really for the price of just a handful of pit passes, you have all of the content pretty much from the last couple of years moving forward for all of those tracks right there. So an incredible package that you have there. Also right now, if you're not on Nastra Vision, we are on Racing America as well too. So shout out to the folks over at Racing America for putting on another version of this broadcast right now. We're happy to have that partnership with them as well too. But all sorts of things here is, again, we're just trying to get the Pro 4 Modifieds ready on the racetrack right now, as it looks as though we have some maybe debris up off turn number 2.
Or a leaker. They keep looking at a lot of these cars, trying to see if they've actually maybe got somebody leaking some type of fluid, putting it down on the track. That is not where you want to have fluid as you exit turn number 2 and hit that backstretch. Not going to be the spot you want anything on the track, debris or otherwise, Charlie. That is not the spot to be in.
No, a lot of power that you're trying to get down to the wheels here up off of turn number 2, and if you don't do it just right, you are aiming right towards that backstretch wall. Not a lot of places to hide here at New Hampshire Center Speed. 3/8 of a mile of just concrete walls all the way around. I'll never forget coming from a Beechridge kid, where there's not a lot of walls there. You had a little bit of a strip down the backstretch, and if you hit a wall other than that, you probably wrecked a lot of other things as well too. And first time we ever came here to Lee, and I saw the walls all the way around the racetrack, there really is nowhere to hide here, folks. So just making sure that the racetrack is clear, make sure that there's no debris or oil up off of turn number 2, as it looks like a race official's looking at the 30 car.
The 30 car is a father and son team. Fast Eddie is a young gun, a good shoe, and moved up the ranks into the Pro 4 Modified Series. His dad is just such an awesome man to talk to. They're a great race team. They were just checking the 30 to make sure he was not dropping fluid onto the race surface. It looks like he's been cleared. The others are going to catch him, and we're going to get ready to go racing. It's 8 laps for these cats in the Pro 4 Modified Series. Heat number 1 on the field right now. Heat number 2 is in staging and ready to go. Dave Tibbett says cross them up. They're going to get them 2 by 2 and ready to take the green.
Finally all clear here for heat race number 1 of our Pro 4 Modified action. Cross them up this time by Fast Eddie on the inside. Kurt Lester in the 57 to his outside. Your front row, again, 7 cars, going to set the field here for heat race number 1. They're going to go Nerf bar to Nerf bar down the backstretch here, as we are looking to see who is going to start up front for later on this evening of your Pro 4 Modified division.
Fofford in the 04 has probably got the most laps here at the USA Speedway, but here they come. Dave Timmons has got green in hand. They're going to hit the stripe as they come out of turn number 4. We're underway.
Green flag is out. We are racing in Fast Eddie from the bottom side, trying to make the 30 wrap around a little bit faster, but here comes the 57 of Kurt Lester, making the top side work, as all these competitors now must know that the top side on a restart certainly has a lot to offer right now, as Kurt Lester's going to lead lap number 1.
Kurt Lester in the 57 gets the jump on the outside. Now comes the 821 of Matheson. That car has come to life down the backstretch, dives into turn 3, exits turn number 4. He's in the 4th spot, but it's Fafford, the veteran, on the inside, and the 04 of the 30, making the challenge for second.
Here comes Fafford in that green and white 04, pulling double duty here tonight. Now finds himself just on the outside of the top 3, looking to the inside of second place as Fast Eddie now shows the bottom side.
Matheson trying to pick his spot. Does he go inside? Does he go outside? Fofford looks to the inside of the 30 of Fast Eddie. He looks to come inside. Not going to happen right that point as they exit turn number 4. He'll take at the stripe. They were dead even, Charlie. Now he's still working the inside. Fofford in the inside. Fast Eddie to the outside, but Matheson, he's going to put in the 821 into the mix.
Just past halfway this time by. Only a handful of laps left. Fofford now commandingly in the second spot as we're still side by side for third between the 30 car of Fast Eddie and that blue and orange machine now trying to get up into third. Now is going to take it. Kurt Lester now with 2 to go this time by. Trying to bring home heat race number 1 after a bit of a slow start here. Try and get everybody re-racked and get in the right positions now. The 57 going to be one to beat here later on.
37 of Risers out of competition. The 67 of Lavoie. And here comes Lester to take the white. One more circuit to get it done. Fafford's in second. The 821 of Robert Matheson is on the podium, taking the swing at the black and white squares. It is Lester. Fofford, Matheson, Fast Eddie.
Yeah, so it's going to be Kurt Lester bringing home heat race number 1 there. He will start up front come feature time. The 04 double duty driver Justin Fafford going to take the second spot, and the 821 of Robert Matheson, after starting in the what was supposed to be the 7th spot there, is going to round out our top 3. So a strong run for the 821 camp as we're going to get ready for, I believe, a second heat race here for the Pro 4 Modifieds. Again, cool little entry-level division here for some open wheel action. If you're not trying to go legend car or dwarf car racing, this is a very viable option to get yourself kind of acquainted with what a modified is like before you want to go and spend, $60, $70, $100,000 on the big tour type kind of modifieds. This is an incredible way to go about it before you reach those ranks.
Charlie, you know what? Talk about a guy who's always being creative. The Deerfield Fair is in the area. General Manager John Espernette says if you bring your ticket, he will give you $5 off your admission here to the USA Speedway, and would love to invite you and have your friends invited. Come and join us here at the High Banks.
Yeah, what an incredible deal there you have. So if you're listening over on Nastra Vision or Racing America, you're on your cell phone right now over at the Deerfield Fair, make sure you keep your ticket. So you can get $5 off your entrance here at Lee USA Speedway for Oktoberfest. As now we're going to see heat race number 2 for the Pro 4 Modified.
Starting on the pole in the 25, that is Jack Dumas.
Is outside the 007. That's going to be good for Herb Thibodeau.
A multi-time winner, a great young man to talk to, always friendly, but love to be in victory lane. In the 0, that is none other than Rob Ricciardi.
To his outside in the 1A, that's going to be good for Doug Meservey.
In the 44, row 3 on the inside, that is Dave Weeder.
Next in line, outside row number 3, that's going to be the 26 machine of Jeff Moffitt.
Former Ernie Stocker now going in the Pro 4 Modifieds in the 36. We have Jeff Heath.
Starting shotgun on the field here for heat race number 2, the blue and yellow. That's going to be good for Anthony Tufano.
Stefano wheeling that Pro 4 to catch the back of the field. Dave Tibbetts has got both flags in the hand, meaning this is time to double them up, get them squared away, and we're ready to go 8 laps. Heat number 2 for the Pro 4 Modified.
Again, folks, this is the second half of the field of what you will see later on tonight come feature competition time. And again, we've got 7 cars on tap here yet again, so we're up into the teens for later on tonight. As we got the Jack Dumas machine on the inside, Herb Thibodeau and the 007 to his outside. Or is it going to be the 25 or the 007? We're about to find out here. Nerf bar down through turns 3 and 4. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts looks him over. Green is out, and we are racing.
To the outside goes the 44, the 25 of Dumas. Drops to the hammer, puts it through 1 to the 2. He's your leader, but here comes the hard charger in the 0 of Rob Ricciardi.
Thibodeau not making the top side work for him there in the 007. Here comes Doug Meserve to his outside of the 1A as he is now under attack from the 26 machine of Jeff Moffitt.
Meserve in the 1A is one of the founding fathers, legends from that. The Meserves were starters of this event and this series, running Volkswagens on Cape Cod.
They got a bunch of sharp-looking race cars out there for heat race number 2. Up front, Jack Dumas, after starting on the pole, starting to kind of rock away with this one. But here comes Rob Ricciardi now in the 0 machine. He wants to lead heat race number 2.
Ricciardi, a winner here last time at Oktoberfest last year. Would love to go back-to-back. He's got a lot of laps here at the Lee USA Speedway. Rob Ricciardi trying to reel in the 25 of Jack Dumas.
Halfway down, halfway to go this time by Dumas, still trying to walk away with this one up front. 4 laps in the book, 4 to go as he now has some breathing room over the 0 machine of Rob Ricciardi as the top 2 have broken away from 3rd place driver Doug Meserve in the 1A.
Dumas now has to be careful with 3 laps remaining. Ricciardi in the 0, the Navy-sponsored 0, going to see the 2 flags fly. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Does Ricciardi, as he winds in the 25 of Dumas, have enough to get it?
Dumas, after starting on the pole here, has led every lap so far. He's only going to have 1 more to bring home heat race number 2, but he has the 0 machine filling up his rear view mirror right now. He's going to try and wrap it down through turns 1 and 2. Still under attack from the 0 machine. Down the backstretch. Can he make it stick just 1 more time? Black and white squares in the air. Heat race number 2 going to go to the 25 of Jack Dumas.
Jack Dumas holds off the hard-charging Rob Ricciardi. He'll take the heat race win. Doug Meserve in the 1A. Rounds up your podium spot, Charlie. I'll tell you what, these guys are coming back later for a 25-lap feature event, and this is the excitement we've been building all season long.
Yeah, healthy car count here for the Pro 4 Modified, so they're going to put on one heck of a show. A lot of good-looking race cars out there, as we mentioned earlier. The show now only progresses as we're knocking out the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here at Lee USA Speedway. An incredible job being put on so far by the Basowski Properties team after taking over Lee USA Speedway at the beginning of the 2023 season. Kind of in rebuild mode right now as, again, putting on a heck of a show all season long and all weekend long here as took a bit of a hit yesterday for the Friday portion. But for all of you in the stands right now, you're getting a lot of free racing almost as we're going to add it on to today and tomorrow. So good on all you folks, again, spending your hard-earned money and your hard-earned off time here to spend it with us here on this beautiful Saturday night. A little bit chilly, so we appreciate all of you getting bundled up here and sharing your time with us. But now we are going to see the Northeast Midget Association midgets out on the racetrack. We saw the Nema lights earlier. These are going to be a little bit higher horsepower, a little bit bigger cars, and as you can see, they need a push to get going because they're all direct drive, no starters in these. So all the horsepower getting put down by the gas pedal, they're going to have it almost instantly. So it is going to take a second to keep these guys and gals started here as the Nema midgets are out on the racetrack.
Nema midgets in the house. We wish Pete Falcone a great and quick recoup time. I'm sure he'll rejoin them at the Thompson Speedway as they end their season there on October 7th. But right now, here's the recap as their season is gone. The winner at the Monadnock Speedway on May 6th was Danny Cucini. Next was here at the Lee USA Speedway on the 27th. It was Kyle Valeri that would take the lead and the checkers. Next, it would be the Waterford Bowl Speedway where Randy Cabral and Chase Locke would take that out. Couple of rainouts as we've all taken the hit. Hudson International Speedway on June 18th. Avery Storr was your winner. Avery Storr would go back-to-back. He and Jake Trainer on the 15th of July. And on August the 19th at the Waterford Speed Bowl, it would be John Zink and Randy Cabral going back-to-back. PJ Sturgis, Randy Cabral would set the stage at the JDV Productions event at Monadnock Speedway on August 26th. At the Wiscasset Speedway, it would be the dangerous one, Paul Scally and Dylan Kuchu, that would go for the wins. At the Star Speedway Classic on September 16th, it would be Avery Storr and Chase Locke. But we're getting ready to go racing. They're getting pushed to the road. They're all running, Charlie, and here we go.
All right, you see the big midgets out there right now on the pole for this one. That's going to be the number 50 machine of Mike Perniciglio. To his outside, that's going to be the 16 of Matt O'Brien. Inside row number 2, that's going to be the 49 of Dylan Rock. And to his outside will be the 83 of Ryan Tidman. Inside row number 3, that's going to be the 30, piloted by the one and only Paul Scally. And to his outside is the 47 of Randy Cabral, pulling double duty tonight here between the Nemas and Nema Lights. We're going to have 6 cars set the field here for heat race number 1 of our Northeast Midget Association race. And we're going to get some heat in the motors here, let them get acquainted to the racetrack here. Not the first time they've been here for the 2023 season, but yeah, we got some high horsepower, expensive engines there. We want to make sure they get the heat in the motors, get the oils flowing before we cross them up, as we're going to do just that this time by 6 cars. Going to take the 1-to-go signal this time by, Randy.
Here we come. Northeast Midgets in the house, ready to take the green. Next time by. Your current points for the Nema division are as follows. Top 5. Cabral is the points leader. Avery Storr comes in second. The dangerous one, Paul Scally in third. Dylan Rock in fourth. And then Ryan Tidman ready to go. Here we come. Down to the stripe. Green's going to fly.
Wingboard to wingboard down through turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter looks him over. Green is out and we are racing. Loud pedal down from our front row. The 16 of Matt O'Brien's going to take the commanding lead here already down the backstretch as we're 3 wide for second.
The dangerous one of Paul Scally looking to the inside. Oh, we have one off and into the wall, 2 into the wall as we speak. Exiting turn number 3, Charlie.
Track officials almost instantly at the scene of the crash there. The 83 of Ryan Tidman taking a hard hit there up off of turn number 3, collecting the 30 of Paul Scally as well too. Track officials over there just making sure the driver is all right. Red flag conditions out on the racetrack here. And just to let you guys know, already word from officials, the 83 of Ryan Tidman is okay. So round of applause for that young driver, just taking a second to get out of that wing machine. I'm sure just trying to catch his breath there. Hard hit there. I'm sure either a lot of work is in store for that team or they might very well be done. Unfortunately, the Paul Scally machine also collected in the fence there, as just making sure everyone is all right, which it appears as though they are. So although we have some really fast winged cars here with a lot of downforce and a lot of power, a lot of safety features as well in these cars too. Everybody wearing top of the line helmets, fire suits, and head and neck restraint systems, along with some pretty crazy full containment seats as well too, and that paying off there for Ryan Tidman in the 83.
Paul Scally, a great competitor, a longtime competitor with the Nema series. He is also giving track officials the thumbs up that he is okay. So big round of applause for the dangerous one, Paul Scally.
What a hard look there we had there, just up off turn number 3, lap, I believe 8 in the book so far. So again, big hit there for the driver of the 83 there. Again, certainly not what you want to see here for heat race competition. Again, we're just trying to set the field here for later on tonight, but that's part of racing, Randy. That's part of big-time auto racing, as they say, unfortunately, and 83 going on the rollback.
With speed comes the risk, for sure. And this wall is not very forgiving. It doesn't matter if you're an open-wheel car, or as I've heard you and Kevin Brown talk, it's not good in a full-fendered car either.
No, it's certainly you don't show up to pound the wall, that's for sure. And it's one of my favorite quotes of all time. Speed itself never really hurt anybody. It's the sudden stop that gets you there. And again, all these drivers equipped with top-of-the-line safety equipment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed on the racetrack here. So good on the Nema Association there, Northeast Midget Association, getting everybody squared away to make sure that bad things don't happen. And unfortunately, in big-time auto racing, like we said, you are going to have bad days. And Tidman and Scally, they're unfortunately having a bad day here on the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. But at the end of the day, if they get to at least watch, it's a good day in my book. So, again, all sorts of automobile racing on tap here tonight and tomorrow. So make sure that if you didn't get the 2-day pass, or if you maybe forgot about it, tomorrow night we have a Granite State Pro Stock Series race for $8,500 going to the winner, and I think it pays $600 just to take the green flag. Over 30 cars pre-registered for that. We're going to be sending some cars home, Randy, I think. I don't think everybody's going to take the green flag for that one. Last I knew, SOS Towing chipped in some money here. We're going to start 28 cars, so we already have more than that pre-registered. So all sorts of great action on tap tomorrow just for that alone, not to mention all the full slate that we have as well, too, besides that.
Yeah, at 2 o'clock, we will start racing here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway. And tomorrow's events look like this. 2 o'clock is start time. And we will have the 350 Super Modifieds in the house. The O'Reilly Auto Parts 6-shooters are doing a George Yetton Memorial 30-lap, twin of 30-lap events here at the New Hampshire Center of Speeds. The Nastra Modified Quest for the Cup ends here at Lee USA Speedway. And who will it be? It's a great challenge to see, but if you haven't had an opportunity, you ought to see this gorgeous cup that's downstairs, Charlie.
It is something I would be proud to put on the mantelpiece. That is for sure. The battle for the cup, always one that you're going to want to watch out for. Nastra doing an incredible job for a lot of those things, hardware included. I mean, there's something to be said for the trophy itself, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we're talking about a plastic, marble, whatever piece of artwork, right? That's worth maybe a handful of dollars. But we're coming out here, we're spending tens of thousands of dollars just to bring that home, put that in the living room, and tell your friends all about it and tell them why you got to put that on your mantelpiece there. So incredible job by the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association. Again, that's Lee, Hudson, Monadnock, Claremont. All doing great things here to try and put together rules packages where you can bring a car, build it, bring it to any one of those 4 racetracks and not have any sort of issues. Love to see racetracks working together in regards to that. Again, Ben Basowski and his entire team doing a phenomenal job. Not only at those facilities, but as well here at Lee USA Speedway. We mentioned it earlier. 2023 is the first season under the Basowski Properties ownership, and what a turnaround we have seen just in a year's time. And unfortunately, Mother Nature hasn't been the biggest fan of auto racing, unfortunately, all year long, whether it's with here at Lee USA Speedway or any short track or even NASCAR. It seems to be an issue that we can't fire off race cars here, but again, 2024, I think, is going to be a very, very special year here for New Hampshire Center of Speed. I'm excited to hopefully come back and be a part of it alongside you, Randy. I've had a great time here so far, doing big things here. So I'm proud of what's going on here. We're going to get the Northeast Midget Association cars fired back up here. Again, direct drive race cars here, so instant power from the throttle. No starters, so they do need a push start, and we're going to try and rip off heat race number 1.
Charlie just didn't want to leave anything out. Tomorrow, we also have a 60-lap open street stock event. R&R Race Parts has put this together. It is an open street stock event. And boy, I'll tell you what, from the rumors here on all the social media side, that should be almost as good as the Granite State Pro Stock Tour that's going to be in the house, because they are going to go 60 laps, and it is open street stock time.
Yeah, an incredible slate of racing we have. not only for the remainder of today, but tomorrow as well, too. So make sure that you're coming out here tonight to support the racetrack, and tomorrow. If you're not in the stands, make sure you're either over at the bar getting some food, getting a t-shirt, whatever it is that you like to do, or maybe even checking out the Black Flag podcast when you have a second too. All sorts of great supporters here for the 3/8 mile New Hampshire Center Speed. Like I said, we're going to get some heat back in these Northeast Midget Association race cars and hopefully get them crossed up here in just a moment. So I don't believe we got a full lap in the books, or did we? No, we did not. So we still have 8 laps to go. You'll see that on the scoreboard as we're going to get knocked down to 4 cars. Perniciglio, again in the 50 car, going to start up front with Matt O'Brien to his outside in the 16. The 49 of Dylan Rock will fire off in the 3rd position. So a lot of fast race cars still in this heat race number 1. As we're going to try and rip it off, maybe waiting for one to come out of the pit area here. I think Paul Scally in the 30 might be coming back on the racetrack here after getting involved in that wreck up off of turn number 3. There he is, folks. Paul Scally going to tag back onto the tail end of the field here after being involved in that wreck. He is going to start again for heat race number 1.
Awesome to see the dangerous one, Paul Scally, back in competition. Let's hope that the damage apparently was minimal, because here he comes, and that's going to be a charge to the front. Paul Scally, the crafty veteran behind the wheel of the 30, going to race to the back, get to the lineup, and we're going to see if we can get the Nema midgets back underway.
We're going to give him the one to go signal this time by Paul Scally. Never a good day when you have some tire marks on the hood. But he is going to fire off in the 5th position here. As again, now we're down to 5 cars for heat race number 1 of the Nema Midgets. Perniciglio, O'Brien, your front row, 50-6 team. Down through turns 3 and 4, wingboard to wingboard one more time. Chief Starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Perniciglio jumps out, but look at the 16 of Matt O'Brien. Pilot that hot rod to the front, looking for more, and here comes the 49 of Dylan Rock.
Matt O'Brien's second verse, same as the first, making the outside work in that Tiger lettered up number 16 machine. Bringing along the 49 machine of Dylan Rock now, as Rock went from 4th to 3rd there in that restart. Perniciglio not firing off the way that I would assume he hoped now, as he is under attack from the 47 of Randy Cabral. Cabral looking to the inside now as Perniciglio starting to wash up through turns 1 and 2, now 3 and 4. Gets a little bit squirrely there. Cabral now with a nice line down the front stretch. Battle right now is for the 3rd spot, the 50 and the 47 now down the front backstretch, as Cabral get a little bit tight back up front. O'Brien now halfway down, halfway to go.
Matt O'Brien had fire in his soul, ready to rock the 16 to the front. Here they come, coming down to lap number 5. It's Matt O'Brien now being pursued by Dylan Rock.
Dylan Rock, all he can see right now is the race lead, and the guy who's leading it, Matt O'Brien, in that Tiger number 16 machine. Gonna take the popsicle sticks this time by 2 to go for Matt O'Brien. 49 slowly but surely chipping away at that race lead. Here comes Dylan Rock now down the backstretch, top 2. In their own little world right now compared to the rest of the field. Mike Perniciglio comfortably in 3rd now. One more lap to go for Matt O'Brien. Gets through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Has to kind of check up just a little bit up off of turn number 2. Here comes Dylan Rock. He's not going to get there. Matt O'Brien's going to bring home heat race number 1, followed by Dylan Rock, and Mike Perniciglio will hang on to the 3rd spot, followed by Randy Cabral, and Paul Scally will bring home 5th. After being involved in early race wreck there up off of turn number 3. So good showing there for the 30 car to get back out there, and I'm sure they're going to have some work to do, but still bringing home a top 5 for heat race number 1. As I think I see some more wings out back there, Randy. Heat race number 2 for the Northeast Midget Association coming out up off of turn number 4.
Such a great show they always put on. Such an awesome winged event. They're going to shove the second heat out onto the speedway. And we're going to be ready to go for heat race number 2. for the Nema midgets. These are, as Charlie said, direct drive hot rods that do not have a starter. They're going to push them. Next thing you know, they'll fire, and you can see how fast they are.
Yes, certainly. Maybe short of a super modified, some of the fastest winged race cars that we're going to have in our region here. The Nastra Association there, Northeast Super Modified Series over at the Thunder Road Speed Bowl right now for Milk Bowl weekend. So a lot of the high-powered race cars over there. But tomorrow, right here at Lee USA Speedway, the Sunday portion, we're going to see some 350 Supers, Randy, I believe.
We certainly are, Charlie. It's going to be the Little Web Auto Parts 350 Super Modifieds in the house. They'll be ready to go. And I'm telling you what, if you've never seen a winged modified, a full-size wing modified, super modified, hit the high banks here at the Lee USA Speedway, you're in for a treat. It's something you don't want to miss.
If you've never seen a super modified in person, they are some of the most radical-looking race cars that you have probably ever seen. We call them hillbilly Formula One cars over in our neck of the woods because they have an entire 355 cubic inch engine hanging off the left side of the car, literally to the left of the driver. You've got wings that move dynamically throughout the race on top. They're long, they're open-wheeled, and they have about 70% left side weight. So again, crazy-looking race cars, some of the fastest wing cars you are going to see in our area. So again, just another part to the incredible slate of racing we have coming tomorrow for you for the Sunday portion. But right now, heat race number 2 for the Nema midgets out on the racetrack.
Starting on the pole into number 9, that's John Zick. John Zick into number 9. To his outside is the 39. That is none other than Avery Storr.
Next in line, that's going to be the number 93 of Mike Horn, and to his outside will be the 87 of Doug Cleveland.
And starting in the rear in the A1, he's driven a full-size modified multiples of times. Now he's going to go Nema Midget Racing in the A1. That is Derek Roby.
5 cars going to set the field here for heat race number 2. Again, pretty decent car count here for your Nema Midgets here. Again, the fastest cars on the property here today for the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest. Race control trying to get everybody lined up here, ready to rip.
We saw Doug Cleveland take victory number 1 in the Nemas. Last time he had won, 1987.
Yeah, it was almost 40 years, something along those lines, since Doug Cleveland had won a race. Again, what a big, incredible showing of support we saw here, right here at Lee USA Speedway when that victory happened the last time the Nema Midgets were here. Again, all sorts of storylines, all sorts of hard-nosed racers out in the pit area there. Doesn't matter the type of race car, doesn't matter what it is. You've got always the grinders of every division, and Cleveland certainly one of those, finding victory lane here at Lee USA Speedway after almost 40 years. An incredible storyline there as he now finds himself back on the racetrack.
Did a great job. I listened to the interview of our pal Pete Falcone with him, and I'll tell you what, it was a great time. But here we come. It looks like Cleveland is going to start on the inside, and the A1 of Roby is going to start to his outside.
Going to give him the 1-to-go signal this time by Cleveland. Again, inside row number 1 to his outside, the A1 of Derek Roby. Going to see what they can do from the front row here. Top side, seemingly the fast way around here on restarts and initial starts of the race. So we're going to see what the A1 can do. Roby. Now, again, also to his inside, somebody who has already found victory lane here at Lee USA Speedway in the 87 machine. So we're going to have a heck of a battle here just firing off into turns 1 and 2.
Cleveland leads him down, Roby to the outside. We're going to get ready to go. They come into the start zone. They will fire at the yellow line, and we're going green.
Green flag
Roby
is out.
takes the jump, but Cleveland, the crafty veteran, works the inside line.
Roby not making that top side work just yet, as everybody else seemingly has so far. He's going to file it down into the second spot, as now Cleveland's going to lead lap number 1.
Horn into 93. Man, is that car looking fast. He looks underneath Roby, exits turn number 2 with the second spot. Mike Horn doing a great job wheeling that 93 midget where he needs to put it. And now the 39 of Avery Storr, a multi-time winner in this division. He is turning up the wick on that car.
Mike Horn, no pun intended, but is on fire right now, coming up through the field in that flame number 93 as he's going to ramp it down through turns 1 and 2, up onto the back bumper of our race leader, Cleveland now, as we're already halfway down this time by.
Halfway being shown to your leader, Cleveland, but the height is being turned into 93 of Mike Horn. Whoa! Just a quick catch by Storr, working the outside. Here they come. Will they split him 3 wide?
Avery Storr making the top side work here. Going around now, your race leader, Doug Cleveland, will lead lap number 5. There is the 39 machine. On an absolutely torrent pace is Storr now, as they already have a pretty healthy lead with 2 to go this time by.
Storr, your current second points runner. He would love to gain some more points on your leader of Randy Cabral. Going to bring it down out of turn number 4 to the white. It is Avery Storr still working the wheel.
What an impressive drive out of Avery Storr in the 39 machine. Big rung on the top side to get around 2 cars now. Is going to wrap it up off of turn number 4. Checker flag is out. Heat race number 2 to Avery Storr. Followed by the 93 of Mike Horn and Doug Cleveland. A former winner at Lee USA Speedway will round out our top 3. And folks, those are your Nema midgets.
Woo.
Things happen fast when there's a wing on top. So we're going to catch our breath here up in the booth, as I think we are just going to roll right into the next portion of our program. We already got some race cars coming up out of the lineup area.
They are coming, Charlie. These will be the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks for their first heat.
So again, folks, what you saw earlier when the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks were out on the racetrack, they were closing out the race from championship weekend. So a lot of the cars who did not participate in the heat races of that weekend were not eligible to run the rest of that feature event. So now we roll into, again, tonight's portion of the race. This is heat race number 1 for your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. And on the pole for this one, I believe that's going to be the 1X of...
That is the one New Hampshire of
yes.
Carlos Grenier. To his outside, it looks like it's going to be the 11, and that is his uncle, former driver of a modified one New Hampshire. That is David Smith.
Inside row number 2. In the almost looking like the old Solo Cups, if you will.
There you go.
Yeah, the 14 main. That is going to be the driver. Trying to get time and scoring here. That's going to be Derek Cook in the 14 main.
Next on the grid, you saw her in competition. She was working the pole for the last makeup race in the 21X. That is Mackenzie Belial. Next on the grid, we call him affectionately at the Monadnock Speedway, the Big Dog. This is a young gun going pure stock racing. That is Owen Zielinski.
Next in line, that's going to be the white and purple number 93. That's good for Merrill Chapman. And starting shotgun on the field for this one in that red, white, and blue number 01, that's James Zellman.
The Gorilla, as we call him down in Monadnock, buddy. You'll see why. Look at the right roll cage as he goes by.
That makes sense. I love it. Almost seems like it came from the fair, right? Maybe the Deerfield Fair.
Bring your ticket, $5 off admission at the Lee USA Speedway. We're getting ready to go. These are 8-lap qualifiers for the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks.
7 cars on tap here right now. Door handle to door handle down through turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter looks him over here. Gonna get him nice and even and slow up off of 4. Green is out and we are racing.
Could be an interesting combination. We're going to almost try it 3 wide. Smith gets loose and up onto the top side. Grenier's going to lead, but Cook is working the wheel of that 14.
Yeah, here comes the 1X, or the 1 New Hampshire, of Carlos Grenier now. As we got one upside down up off of turn number 2, the 93 on his lid, Merrill Chapman there in the purple and gray machine, as we have track officials on the scene instantaneously just to make sure that driver is all right. And again, folks, just because this is an entry-level division doesn't mean that there's a lack of safety innovations as well. Again, making sure that the 93 of Merrill Chapman is all right. up off of turn number 2 there. Scary situation. Tow truck's already coming out up off of out of the pit area here just to get that car righted.
Also, our folks from Golden Cross Speedway Safety on scene. Get immediate attention. We're waiting to hear and make sure Chapman is okay.
And again, folks, I mentioned it, just because this is an entry-level division, that does not mean that there's a lack of safety innovations in these race cars, all of which have roll cages in them for this exact situation, all of which have top-of-the-line helmets, fire suits, safety seats, and head and neck restraint systems as well, too. So, again, everybody on the scene instantaneously there. So good on the USA Speedway staff and the fire and rescue crews to make sure that they are there to make sure that Merrill Chapman is all right. Again, just trying to figure out that what the safest way to get that car righted would be without any additional damages. Again, just taking some extra precautions here, making sure that everything is done correctly here. Again, everybody trained to make sure that this car can get righted back on all 4 wheels to make sure that no additional damages to either the car or the driver happen. So, again, just waiting to hear official word here from race control. As again, Merrill Chapman on his lid here early on for heat race number 1 of the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. As word comes to us, folks, we will tell you instantly, just to keep you updated of the situation here. And again, what a quick showing that was for the safety services to get there on scene. I don't know that the car was even done moving yet before somebody was over there. So again, good on the USA Speedway staff and fire and safety crews, along with the tow trucks and flatbeds and everybody over there, making sure that Merrill Chapman gets righted the correct way. As of right now, no news either coming down from that area. Again, hopefully because everybody's busy trying to get Merrill Chapman back righted up. So this just in, folks, Merrill Chapman is okay. So word from the driver, he is all right. So again, just a scary situation there when you're upside down in a race car. I'm sure the first thing that you want to do, and instinct says you need to get out instantly, but physics still applies. Gravity is still a thing. If you're upside down and you just unhook your belts, it's a good way to land right on your noodle. So making sure that the driver, Merrill Chapman, there again probably stays right in that race car, gets the car righted on all 4 wheels before we do anything with the driver or the race cars. So. Again, official word, the driver of the 93, Merrill Chapman, is okay. So good news there. Randy, scary situation there, heat race number 1. We barely took the green, it seemed.
It seemed like it for sure, Charlie, and that's always saying. Kudos to Lee Fire and EMS and also our folks at Speedway Safety. I follow these tracks all the way around New England, and Speedway Safety, the Girard family, is nothing but top-notch. I was giving David, one of their EMS providers today, was backing up an ambulance right almost beside Corey Blythe's car where he was parked. Steve Blythe, was parked down in the pit area. Look at that. You can walk to the ambulance. That's what we wanted to see.
So round of applause for the driver of the 93 there, Merrill Chapman, walking under his own power there to the back of the ambulance.
Always great sign, always great to see.
So now we just simply have some track cleanup to do. We got a car still upside down on the infield there, and that's not exactly a 2-second project. So again, all these drivers and crews putting a lot of time, money, and effort into these racing machines. So even though it is on the lid, doesn't mean you want to just flip it over and give it back to them in a heap. So going to make sure that gets righted the correct way here. Again, tow truck services right on the scene.
Charlie, I think you put it on all four wheels. You let it sit for a minute, let the oil run back down to the top of the engine. You fire it up. If it refires, he comes back out.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it's again, if it's not too bad. I don't know if it was a lazy flip or a aggressive one there. I don't think it was too bad, but there you go. It's back on all four wheels, folks. Imagine the pop we'll get if that 93 comes back out for the feature event there. Merrill Chapman, again, in the back of the ambulance there, just safety precautions, making sure that they're all right. Gonna let that oil run back down to the bottom of the engine there.
Exactly.
And maybe we'll see that purple and gray machine back out come feature time.
It'll just smoke for a few minutes, but we'll do a little bug control and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, that's all right. It's getting a little buggy up here anyway. It won't hurt anybody. So, good to see driver and car seemingly not in too rough a shape. So, again, we're going to get everybody back off the racetrack here. Red flag conditions, again, still underway here at the USA Speedway. So we just got to get everybody lined back up, make sure that we are ready to go here for the rest of Oktoberfest Saturday. Again, still all sorts of racing on tap here today.
Certainly is. And next up will be multiple rounds. We have three heat rounds for the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks, and a championship battle that looks just as well. Colton Martin is sitting on top. Justin Fofford, Carlos Grenier, Adam Bousquet, and Mackenzie Belisle are your top five. Still to come today, Charlie, you're right. We'll switch gears and we will go original wheelman late model qualifying 8-lap heat events. And then we have the Ridge Runner Seekonk Pure Stock Challenge coming up. And we will end heat racing with our open mini stocks, the Bob Stock Challenge, we call it. And I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of interest and a lot of personal money by a lot of the competitors and fans of the mini stock division to make this an annual event here at the Lee USA Speedway during Oktoberfest.
And there you see the 93 machine getting peeled back over to the pit area there. The back of the tow truck.
Charlie, I think if you've got your suit and your helmet, buddy, you go run it for him.
I always have my suit and helmet ready to go. You never know when you might end up in the seat. But no, I think once we see that car go pit side, we might fire these MLM Diagnostic Pure Stock cars back up, get them crossed up, ready to go, as I think Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts has the yellow out. And we're going to fire him back up, folks. Let's go racing.
Joe Breggy swinging the caution flag. We're ready to go. We're going to reset, restack our field to get ready to go. 8 laps is the distance. We unfortunately, before the incident which happened, did not get a lap into the books. So we're going to see what happens next. Oh, somebody got a little rattling going on.
I think we're still going to have 6 cars on the field here. So still a pretty decent little heat race on tap here. As again, we didn't get any laps officially in the books here, so we're going to go back to our original lineup. I believe that's going to be the one of Carlos Grenier will take the green flag here with the 11 New Hampshire.
David Smith, his uncle, right
Smith,
to his outside. I used to watch that young man, and I mean young man, wheel the 1 New Hampshire, which was a modified at the time. Did a great job. Somebody's got something popping and knocking as they go by through. It sounds like something dragging.
Oh, the 14 machine spitting out some steel there just before turn 1.
It's gone. Track cleanup.
Somebody going to get the old debris out of the racetrack, if you will, before somebody cleans that out. Hopefully track work. Yeah, already up off of turn number 4 here, ready to go pick up that a little bit of steel just before turn 1. You don't really want a chunk of metal on the racetrack before you take the green, so just a quick little delay here. It looks like we're hopefully going to cross them up this time by, give them the 1 to go. It's already off the Ford Ranger, going back pit side. Hopefully we're going to cross them up this time by. Yes, we are. We're going to go green flag racing here, just 1 lap.
Grenier going to hold the uncle to the outside. David's going to start on the outside of the 11. And then it's going to be, it looks like the 14 is going to restack inside there. The 14 of Derek Cook. Mackenzie Belisle to the outside. The big dog in the 8Z and the Gorilla, Jimmy Selman in the 01. We're getting ready to go green. They roll into turns 3 and 4. Grenier's going to set the pace. He's going to have the mark. Here we come, picking it up and putting it down. We're green.
We got the 1 New Hampshire and the 11 New Hampshire. Your front row is Grenier now. Gonna push the loud pedal down here, down through turns 1 and 2 and try and break away, but has the 14 all over his back bumper. Derek Cook wants to lead this one.
Derek Cook looking the juice factor up. Here he goes. He keeps Smith working the outside. He's now going to work the outside for the lead as they go into 1 and 2. Oh, Zellman around and through the grass in the 0-1. Can he get a re-roll? And he's going to try.
Looks as though the 0-1's dead in the water there in the grass in turns 1. Looking at it, yellow flag is out. Again, tough start here to the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stock Heat Race number 1. Still trying to rip off just the first handful of laps here. I think we have 1 officially in the books finally as a 0-1. Maybe waiting for the yellow there a little bit, but going to tag back onto the tail end of the field there. The 0-1 of James Zellman now. Going to round out our 6-car field as hopefully we just get him crossed right up. Quickie yellow here.
Jeff and Aaron are going to have some yard work to do in the turn 1 turn as Zellman does a little raking through the grass. They're looking something over here, getting some information from race control. Maybe something's going on with the 0-1 of Zellman.
Looks like they're going to send the 0-1 pit side.
I would say it looks like the left rear is maybe close to flat, Charlie.
Yeah, that would get you a black flag.
That would get you, hey, go get that fixed.
Yeah, or maybe even just make you part of the Black Flag podcast, if you will. Show that you can find over on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, pretty much anywhere that you can find a podcast. I am 1/3 of that. Another one's going to be Bradley Saucier, and another third is Bobby Timmons, who will be in action tomorrow for the Lil Webb's 350 Super Modified race. But again, Black Flag Podcast. We got the Ridge Runner sponsored here. We got that beautiful banner on the backstretch. Right now we're down to 5 cars, though. 1 lap officially in the books. MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks back down the backstretch here. Grenier now with Derek Cook to his outside, a new competitor. A little bit newer action here. He's going to see what he has to do differently here as up off of turn number 4. It looks as though the green flag is out, and we are racing.
Grenier takes the punch button on the 1. Oh, no. Missed shift by the 14 of Cook. Gets him damaged to the 11, the Hampshire of Smith. Did not see that missed shift, but Mackenzie Belial is in that 2nd spot. She's the opportunist today. Looking to wheel that right up to the front, but Cook looking to fight back on the inside.
A huge missed shift out of Derek Cook in the 14M. Now already back up to 2nd, getting around Mackenzie Belial now, but out front, Carlos Grenier. Walking away with this one in the 1 New Hampshire. We're officially going to have 3 laps in the books this time by.
And the young gun, now turned pure stock driver in the 8Z, had never been on this track until yesterday when they were trying to help dry it. Owen Zielinski in the 8Z. He says, wow, is this track fast?
Halfway down, halfway to go this time by. Carlos Grenier now has a mirror full of Derek Cook, as Cook's looking to make the topside work after a failed shift on that restart. Now battling for the lead up off of turn number 2. He is going to try and take it. He is going to have it. Derek Cook, your new race leader.
He never let off the throttle on the backstretch. He stayed on it hard. And Derek Cook is going to take your lead. Carlos Grenier works the wheel for 2nd. Mackenzie Belial doing a great job following the right line. Does a great job working the podium spot. 2 to go this time by.
Derek Cook now with a commanding lead up off of 4. He's going to take 2 to go this time by. No pressure from behind from Carlos Grenier, and no pressure behind him back to Mackenzie Belial. Top 3 kind of in their own little worlds right now, as the battle right now is for 4th. The 8Z to the inside of the 11 New Hampshire. White flag in the air this time by for your race leader.
Here they come, 1 circuit to go. Zielinski looking to the inside. Smith on the top line, works his way by. Here comes Cook as they come out of turn number 4. Joe Brecky's got the checkered flag in hand. Derek Cook's going to be your winner. Heat race number 1. Grenier, Belial, Smith, Solinsky, and Zellman will actually make it back and round out your field. All right, as we clear heat race number 1, heat race number 2 for the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stock Division. Cook's going to dive into pit road. Track crew's going to take a quick sweep of the track. Got some debris left from Zellman in turn number 1. All right, heat race number 2, starting on the pole out of Canaan, Maine, that is Cooper Bolio. On his outside in the 88D out of Farmington, Maine, that is Donnie Fletcher. A track champion from the Hudson International Speedway starts inside row number 2. That is Ricky Fassett. A great young shoe doing a great job. You'll never know what you'll see this young man driving out of Gill, Massachusetts in the 7Z. That is Zach Zielinski. Inside row number 3 in the 54 out of Farmington, New Hampshire, that is Jeff Turcott. To his outside in the 7 out of New Vineyard, Maine, that is Shane Weber. Your current points leader out of Claremont, Claremont, New Hampshire. In the 4, that is the Martin Family Racing for Colton Martin. In the 42X, that is Norridge Walk, Maine, Ricky Austin. And taking tail, okay. And taking tail is the one you've seen before in the 14. That is Andrew Harmon.
Not entirely sure why there's some dwarf cars out there. That's interesting. But we got some heat race number 2 of the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stock cars going down through turns 1 and 2. We're already 3 wide, Randy.
All right, here's the 5X of Cooper Bello. He gets challenged, and the 88 of Donnie Fletcher is your new leader. Well, he'll find his way back. Fassett in the 03 is in 3rd.
We're beating and banging all over the racetrack right now. The 88. Donnie Fletcher, your race leader now, walking away with this one. Battle for second right now between the 5X of Cooper Bollier and the 03. Ricky Martin now going up into the 2nd spot.
Look at where we are with the 03. The 03 of Fassett working the wheel on that car. Working his way up through. Splitting the deal. Oh, almost contact between Zielinski and Martin. I think some of Harmon's teammates, the 31, the 04, and the 28, were looking to keep him company in the back in the 14, it looked like. But Harmon working his way up through the field.
Halfway down, halfway to go this time by the 88 machine up front right now. Donnie Fletcher out of Farmington, Maine, trying to lead this one with the 03 Ricky Fassett hot on his heels. Rounding out your top 3 right now is going to be the 7. I believe that's going to be Shane Weber out of New Vineyard, Maine.
And the challenge, Charlie, comes further back. The 42 of Ricky Austin and Harmon. Harmon now takes over that spot, sets his sights on the 5K of Cooper Bolio. Looking to make that 14 work to the inside.
Donnie Fletcher still out front right now, but the 03 slowly chipping away at that lead. Ricky Fassett in the 03 now, trying to get up into the top spot. White flag in the air this time by for the 88D.
Fletcher worked his way to the front, got to the front, looks to stay there. Got one more circuit. Does Fassett have what it takes to get him? Working the wheel is the 03. Ricky Facette, but it's going to be checkers coming down for the 88 of Donnie Fletcher.
Fletcher is going to bring home the win, followed by Facette in the 0-3. Rounding out the top three will be the 7 machine of Shane Weber. The 14, it looks like, will be the 4th place car there of
Andrew Harmon.
There you go. And then the top 5 will be rounded out by the 42X of Ricky Austin, again out of Norridgewock, Maine. All sorts of action there, Randy. Caught a little bit off guard by some... So a little bit thrown off there by having some Dwarf cars tag onto the tail end there. Just getting some word. 2 out of the 3 competitors there actually changed their motors on the infield. Another one involved in a wreck, so just trying to make sure that their cars are ready to go come feature time. So interesting turn of events there for, I think that we saw one of Justin Harris out there and some others getting ready for the New England Dwarf car race later on. But right now, here comes your original Wheelman late models.
In the 7 on the front row is Merrimack, New Hampshire's Catco Recycling, number 7 for Donnie Belial.
Next in line, it looks like it's going to be the 66K out of Haverhill, Massachusetts. That's good for Chris Schroeder.
In the 37, second generation racer, second in points right now, that is Wade Jelinas.
Next in line, that's the 79 out of Lebanon, Maine. That's going to be good for Patrick Tanguay.
In the 85, that is Tom Harmon.
And then piloting the 63, I believe, pulling double duty here today out of Manchester. That's going to be good for Nick Maniitis.
In the 23, that is Nashua, New Hampshire, Sean Dion.
Healthy cart count here for heat race number 1 of our original Wheelman late model division. Trying to get everybody stacked up to your race leader, Donald Belial out of Merrimack, again up front.
23 of Dion trying to catch the field, race control, trying to get these guys doubled up and ready to go. We're really trying to beat the clock and work through today's events to keep you folks ready to roll.
Again, hopefully getting timing and scoring corrected here. Trying to get the 85 up ahead of the 37 here. Not sure why that wasn't done in the lineup area, but we're going to try and get it done here on the racetrack. 85 now taking the 3rd spot over Wade Jelinas, who now will start outside row number 2. We're going to cross him up this time by Randy.
Joe Breggy says, let's go, guys, let's go. We're getting ready to go 8 laps for their first original Wheelman late model event here tonight.
Again, we got the 7 up front to the 66K to his outside. We got Merrimack, New Hampshire, and Haverhill, Massachusetts on the front row right now.
Donnie Belial in that 7. What a sharp-looking ride. Going to lead him down, coming to the stripe. Works their way out of turn number 3. Picks up the pace. Here we go. Him and Schroeder side by side. Green is out. Belial sideways.
Belial spun the tires hard there from the race lead, giving it to Chris Schroeder there on the outside. Schroeder now under attack from Wade Jelinas in the 37.
Jelinas in the 37 would love to be an upsider. Coming working the wheel on that car. He is looking to the back bumper of Schroeder. Schroeder doing a great job.
Schroeder giving him the bottom now. Jelinas with the loud pedal down the backstretch, trying to get to the race lead. Can't quite make it work. Falls back in line now. Right back to the back bumper of the race leader. Here comes Jelinas now to the inside.
And working hard back through the field. Look at the 63. Mediatis doing a great job working the outside line. Gets to Tanguay and Belial as we go.
Everything calming down now here. Top 2 starting to break away from the rest of the field here. Wade Jelinas all over the back bumper of your race leader, Chris Schroeder. Jelinas hailing from Leamington, Maine, trying to become a Maine invader here down at New Hampshire Center of Speed. They're going to take halfway down, halfway to go this time by Schroeder. Still trying to hang tough from the race lead, but he has a 37 filling up his back window.
Chris Schroeder in the 66K. Got Wade Jelinas. Looks like we're going to go 3 wide, maybe. No, not quite. Tangway thought about it, was going to kept Belial in the middle and Maniatis on the outside.
Maniatis settling back into the fifth spot here as Tangway now is going to try and break up into the top 3. Belial now trying to miss in turn 1 there, showing the bottom to Tangway, but now battle up front. Wade Jelinas still all over the back bumper of race leader Chris Schroeder as they're going to take 2 to go this side by.
Schroeder still working the wheel of the 66K. Jelinas would love to go to victory lane. Works his way up to him, gets to him on the backstretch. Here they come, working the side, inside. No, not going to quite do it yet. Here we go. It's 1 more lap to go.
One more time around, 3/8 of a mile for Wade Jelinas to see if he can get around race leader Chris Schroeder. He is there now to the quarter panel. Down the backstretch they go. Drag racing. Jelinas now falls back into the second spot as we got a couple around in turn 1. Checker flag is out. Heat race number 1 going to go to Chris Schroeder, followed by Wade Jelinas and Patrick Tangway rounding out your top 3.
Donnie Belial looks like the car just shut off here on the front stretch. Thought he was going to get tangled up, but everybody did a great job staying away, staying off him. Great job by Chris Schroeder in the 66K. Wade Jelinas in the second spot. Tangway in for third. Maniatis and Harton in the 85.
And again, folks, that's only heat race number 1 here for the original Wheelman late models on tap tonight. Feature event racing, all sorts of stuff still to go here for the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest as well. We have heat race number 2 coming up off of turn number 4.
Well, Charlie, it looks like the 22 is going to start on the pole. We didn't get to see him finish in the last event, but he has back. That is the 22 of the pork chop. That is Austin Erickson. To his outside, our timing and scoring shows that is the 01. Litchfield, New Hampshire, that is Bill Halliwell. Inside is the Cabana boy in the 57 out of Billerica, Massachusetts. That is Justin Beecher.
And next in line, that's going to be the 08 machine, the Renfrew Motorsports Camaro. That's going to be piloted by, out of Londonderry, New Hampshire, Milton Durant.
Working through, looks like the chop's got some issues here in turn number 1. Getting information that he's got a differential problem and the car will not roll.
Certainly something you need to move is the rear end of the race car. So tough break there for the 22 of Austin Erickson as we continue to go through our rundown here in the 30 machine. That's going to be piloted by the driver already bringing home 1 feature event win here tonight. That's going to be good for Andrew Morin. And then running out the field here out of Richmond, New Hampshire, that's going to be the 7L of Leighton Lutz.
The Holland Sons Auto Parachute Builders 7. Leighton Lutz joining us here at the high banks of the Lee USA Speedway, making the trek up from Richmond, New Hampshire.
And again, trying to get Austin Erickson back pit side as he's kind of stranded in turn one there.
Not a place to have your car lock up for sure. That is not what we were expecting.
I mean, if we're going pit side, we could not be farther from the pit entrance there. So hopefully it's not locked up to the point where it can't even be pushed, but it looks like it is at least rolling. So Austin Erickson going to bring the 22 back pit side here. We're going to fire off heat race number 2 of our original Wheelman late models. Again, as the 01 is going to fire off Bill Halliwell with Justin Beecher to his outside. Milton Duran, Andrew Morin, your second row there. And again, Leighton Lutz going to round out the field here as, again, Austin Erickson getting pushed pit side.
And here we go. Helliwell's going to work it down the line. Beecher to his outside. Duran, Morin, and Lush. Here they come. Dave Tibbetts got green in hand. We're going to let them fly. Here they go. Helliwell in the jump on the 0-1.
Bill Helliwell from the pole to point down through turns 1 and 2. Beecher trying to hang tough on the top side. Milton Duran, however, trying to stuff it to the bottom side there to follow up into the race lead. Andrew Morin all over his back bumper now. 1 lap of the book. That's going to go to Bill Helliwell.
And Duran takes over the second spot. Morin looking to challenge Beecher on the inside in the 30. Andrew Morin, you said it, Charlie, has 1 victory today. Would love to go back to victory lane.
He is going to just be in the 4 spot right now. Everybody kind of under a blanket right now, showing the parody of the original Wheelman late model series. As Bill Helliwell now still up front, 2 laps in the books. Milton Duran, a champion here at Lee USA Speedway, settling into the 2nd spot now as Justin Beecher is going to try and get around him.
Duran doing a good job. Helliwell's going to stretch out that lead just a little bit as they enter 1 and 2. On the exit, he's got 2-car advantage over Duran. But now Morin all over the back bumper of the 57 of Beecher.
Halfway down, halfway to go this time by Andrew Morin trying to battle for 3rd. Justin Beecher slowly falling back to the front bumper of the 30 machine as Morin now looks high. He's going to try the crossover down the backstretch, looking low. He's down to the quarter panel. Andrew Morin now attacking Justin Beecher down through turns 3.
Backs off ever so slightly, goes back to the throttle, looks on the inside. Morin to the inside, Beecher to the outside. Morin goes to 3rd.
Beecher kind of just laying over, letting Morin go there up into the 3rd spot. We're going to take 2 to go this time by. Bill Helliwell has led every lap so far from the race lead, bringing along Milton Duran, and now Andrew Morin rounds out your top 3.
Bill Helliwell is good in anything you can put him behind the wheel. That is the true about the 0-1 today. Bill Helliwell's going to come down, going to take the white linen laundry set. Here it goes. Bill Helliwell with 1 more lap.
1 more lap around here. Bill Helliwell trying to lead it wire to wire. He's got a commanding 15-car lead over Milton Duran. Is now Milton Duran trying to just hang on to the 2nd spot here. 1 more set of corners, black and white squares in the air. Bill Helliwell's going to bring home heat race number 2, followed by Milton Duran and Andrew Morin. Justin Beecher and Leighton Lutz will round out your top 5 here as we are going to have, I believe, 1 more set of heat races here. Or 1 more. No, excuse me. I think that's it now. Next on tap is going to be the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. That's what you see all lined up there in the infield. Formerly known as Mad Bombers at the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. They're also known as Mad Bombers at the Oxford Plains Speedway. They're known as Slingshots at Star Speedway. But here and at Hudson, they are called the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. 305 cubic inch cars, whether it's a Camaro or a what's called a G-body or a metric car. They're all legal here as we got a healthy field of those as heat race number 1 comes out on the backstretch. On the pole for this one, that's going to be the Oh No. I believe that's going to be good for
Donnie McCaffrey.
Next in line, that's the 43 out of Waterboro, Maine. That's Justin Gayu.
Next on the starting grid is the 58. That is the 58 Connecticut for Mark Schaefer.
Next in line, your two-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion in the Blue Deuce. That is going to be Alfred, Maine's David Cameron.
In the 88, that is Benjamin Castro at Oakdale, Connecticut.
Next in line is going to be the number 7 machine. I believe that's going to be good for Kyle Richardson.
Next in line, we have the 14. That is Andrew Harmon driving the 14 as well out of Rochester, New Hampshire.
Actually, I think that might be Tyler Lerman. I could be wrong. Next in line is going to be the number 99 New Hampshire. That's going to be
Carl Gagnon in
yes,
the Pine
thank you,
Street
thank you.
Eatery, 99, making the science experiment work for a 2nd season.
We're having all sorts of timing and scoring issues here, so
bear with us,
we've
folks.
got
We're
names
making it
and
through.
numbers crossed up and all sorts of cool things, but then we know better when we look at it. We got all sorts of things going on here up in the announcer's booth, but that's all right. Donnie McCaffrey, Justin Gayu, your front row. 2-time and defending Black Flag Podcast Series Ridge Runner champion Dave Cameron's going to start on the outside of row number 2. He made the top side work earlier on this evening. Can he do it again? 8 laps on tap for heat race number 1. McCaffrey, Gayu, gonna lead him to green here as we're 2 by 2. Down through turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter looks him over. They're gonna hit the restart area. Green is out and we are racing.
McCaffrey dives to the inside, holds that inside line. Looks like Gayu's going to swing it up high, but Dave Cameron's right there as well. So is the 58 of Schaefer.
Justin Gayu getting the arc up off the corner there. Big drive out of the 43. He can go from the outside down to the bottom side. He is going to lead lap number 1 in the 43.
Cameron working the wheel on the high line. Goes around McCaffrey. He's going to have to set his sights hard. Stick to the gas to run down Justin Gayu. Oh, Schaefer bounce off the backstretch wall.
All sorts of action later on back in the pack. The 88 and the 58 side by side for 4th. Donnie McCaffrey settling into 3rd, but here comes Dave Cameron in the Lloyd's Auto Sales Graphics Coupe Malibu down the backstretch. He is going to go. All over the back bumper of race leader Justin Gayu. A couple of former Beech Ridge guys and cars up front here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. Justin Gayu is going to lead lap number 3.
Gayu swings it out, goes through the middle, gets loose in the 43. Cameron's waiting to bounce. Here they come to halfway. Here they go. Cameron dives to the inside. Gayu working through the middle. Here he comes, Dave Cameron.
4 laps down, 4 more to go. Justin Gayu showing the bottom to Dave Cameron up front. Cameron being cautiously aggressive from 4th to 2nd already in this one. He's now going to look to the bottom side. He's going to try and wrap it around the yellow line. Gayu now slams the door shut. He is going to lead lap number 5 now. Gayu trying to walk away with this one, but here comes Cameron to the bottom.
Not trying to find the line, but Justin Gayu's got it. Dave Cameron wants it. Donnie McCaffrey working his way up through, but Josh Hodgson in the 14 working the inside of the 88.
Top 2 trying to break away from the rest of the field here. 2 completely different lines out of those top 2 race cars. Justin Gayu trying to make the top and middle side work as Dave Cameron is catfishing, keeping it right on that yellow line. Cameron only going to have 1 more lap to see if he can bring home heat race number 1 as Gayu now still dominates this one.
Justin Gayu doing a great job finding the line, holding the line. Now going to try to pull away from Cameron down the back stretch. Here he comes, Justin Gayu looking for the checkers. Slides out of turn number 4.
Justin Gayu is going to lead it wire to wire. Dave Cameron seemingly giving up there not to burn up the race car. Donnie McCaffrey will round out your top 3, followed by Josh Hodgson and the 99 of Carl Gagnon. We'll round out our top 5, and folks, that's only heat race number 1. We are simply setting the field here and the lineup for later on tonight come feature time. Heat race number 2 coming up off of turn number 2 down the backstretch.
Getting ready to send them out. Heat race number 2. The Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners along with the Seekonk Pure Stocks. Always great to see the Seekonk Pure Stocks join our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners every season here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Here we come in the 53. That is Oxford, Maine's Nick Wilson.
To his outside, that's going to be the 06X out of Auburn. That's good for Chrissy Rizzuto.
Next, out of the Saco, Maine campus, it is the 39 of Brad Weissman.
To his outside in the number 23. We had a name on that one earlier. That's going to be Dwight Southard Jr. Next in line, that's going to be the black or the blue and white number 1 machine out of Hiram, Maine. That's good for Derek McKean.
Next on the grid is the 88M out of Buxton, Maine. That is Jacoby Maines.
The 51 is going to be good for Mike Doobie. And then rounding out the field in this one, that's going to be the 59 of Callie Osborne. Going to cross them up this time by Wilson and Rizzuto, your front row. Again, this is the second half of our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature event later on. Heat race number 2 on the racetrack right now. Nick Wilson in the beautiful red, white, and blue Camaro. To his outside, Chrissy Rizzuto in that black and orange G-body shuffle. A nice metric car. Nice even mix here between Camaros and G-bodies. Up off at turn number 4. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Wilson punches the button, almost slides up into the 06 of Rizzuto, but it's not going to make it. Rizzuto's going to settle in, but here comes Souther on the top in a 23.
Nick Wilson being a little bit of a contrarian to the rest of the evening so far, making the bottom work on that initial start. 53 is going to lead lap number 1, bringing along Souther Jr. to the top side.
Souther Jr. has looked solid all the time he's been here with us here at the Lee USA Speedway. Working the outside, the G-body's going to try to catch the Camaro of Nick Wilson in the 53.
Nice little Malibu action there up off of turn number 2. Looking to the outside here. Souther Jr. now going to try and make the 2 groove work. 23 now is almost to the quarter panel. Wilson gives him room. Side by side, 23, 53 for the race lead. Now up off of turn number 4. We're going to be side by side for the race lead.
High, wide, and handsome, looking to the top groove to come in, taking the lead at the line, but Wilson fighting back on the inside. Here comes Souther, jets to the outside down the backstretch.
Souther Jr. making the top side work. High, wide, and handsome in that red and black number 23. Halfway down, halfway to go. Your race leader, Dwight Souther Jr. now has some breathing room over Nick Wilson.
Mike Doobie is battling in the back, working the 51, but now here comes the 39 of Weissman. Dives to the inside of the 06, trying to get by, works his wheel, not going to do it. He's going to wisely back out coming out of 3.
Saco Main's Brad Weissman in that 39, another former Beech Ridge Motor Speedway competitor. All over the back bumper of Chrissy Rizzuto now, trying to break up into the top 3. Laps are winding down, however. Popsicle sticks in the air this time by Dwight Souther Jr. 2 to go this time by.
Souther still digging, working the wheel on the 23. Now your challenge is back 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Doobie on the back bumper of McKean on the 1. Gets him a little squirrely and wisely comes off of him out of turn number 2.
One more time around, Dwight Souther Jr. with a stout number 23 here tonight. Has about a half straightaway lead over Nick Wilson and Chrissy Rizzuto now, who is just trying to hang on to 3rd. Black and white squares in the air this time by Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner Heat Race number 2 winner is going to be Dwight Souther Jr.
Followed by the 53 of Wilson. Rizzuto. The 39 of Weissman looking really solid. Mike Doobie. McKean in the 1. And the 88 and the 59. Got a good healthy field of your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners here with us tonight.
And again, good on the Lee USA Speedway for adopting this division from the now defunct Beech Ridge Motor Speedway. This was one of the healthiest car counts that they had on Thursday nights. Just literally copying and pasting the rule book to get them to be able to run here and at Hudson Speedway so that these drivers weren't displaced. Star Speedway doing the same thing. So now giving these drivers options in terms of where they can run. Again, 305 cubic inch race cars here finding a home at Lee USA Speedway is now it looks like almost like cup practice down there as we got cars scattered all over the infield pit area. Very, very cool to see all these Ridge Runners here at the Lee USA Speedway, as I think
we're getting ready to go.
We got one more set of heat races. We got one more set of heat races, folks, before we get into the second half of our program. Heat race number 1 for the mini stocks.
1 of 3, Charlie, and here is how it's going to roll. Andover, New Hampshire, the 71 for Kevin Boucher. To his outside in the 671 out of Claremont, New Hampshire, that is Kyle Templeton.
Inside row number 2, that's going to be Cambridgeport, Vermont's 35X of David Pratt II. To his outside out of Farmington, Maine, that's going to be the D88 of Donnie Fletcher.
Scheduled to go next was the 42X of Ricky Austin, but it's going to be instead, it looks like, the 32 of John Foltz. Next, scattered on the grid, is going to be the 88 of Donnie Fletcher and the 90 of a longtime competitor in this division, that is Desmond Skilling.
6 cars on tap here for heat race number 1 of our mini stock division. Kevin Boucher, Kyle Templeton, your front row here. 71 and a 671. We got a black car and a white car.
Should be easy to figure
Should
this
be
one
easy
out.
to figure out. Side by side down through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out and we are racing. Templeton in the 671 going to take the outside pole to the point. Down the backstretch, already a 5-car length lead over the 71 of Kevin Boucher now, who is now falling back to the 35X of David Pratt II.
We are working the wheel. This is mini stock action here at the Lee USA Speedway. Kyle Templeton setting the pace. Boucher stay right with him in the 71. But the 35, David Pratt saying, oh, Skillings off the mark. Gonna scoot it down to the infield to get the 90 off the track. Something has gone awry.
Yeah, something amiss on the 90 camp for sure, as Skillings there going through the big old water puddle down the backstretch here. Again, a lot of rain happening here at Lee USA Speedway yesterday, thus canceling the Friday portion of Oktoberfest, which is now scattered throughout today and tomorrow. So all sorts of automobile racing on tap here for the next 2 days here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, as the 671 of Kyle Templeton out of Claremont, New Hampshire, brings his talents down to Lee now. Going to take halfway to go this time by.
Whatever was going on with Skillings, he's figured it out. Maybe he had a heat-up issue or something going awry, but the 90, Desmond, is back in competition. But your leader is Kyle Templeton in the 671. But look at what's coming. That 22 is hot, ready to go.
John Foltz in that 32. Hanging on to the third spot right now. 5 laps in the book, 6 laps this time by. Things are calming down here. We're single file throughout the racetrack here. Templeton again up front, trying to walk away with this one.
Kyle Templeton doing a great job in the 671, wheeling the daylights out of that. Kevin Boucher, and then Foltz in the 32. John Foltz, a great competitor. I watched that thing rocket towards the front in a race earlier this season at the Monadnock Speedway. We got 1 lap to get it done.
One more time around for the 671 of Kyle Templeton now. Again, Claremont, New Hampshire's own is going to wrap it down through turns 3 and 4 for the final time here of heat race number 1 of the mini stocks. Black and white squares in the air to the 671, followed by the 71 of Kevin Boucher, and the 32 of John Foltz will round out our top 3. And that is not all of our mini stocks, Randy.
Not even close. We have a stroke lead. There are 20 entries in the mini stock open today here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. This is something that a lot of folks have put a lot of effort in, but none other than the Bob Stocker of Bob Williams, which you'll see in the 41 out here shortly. He has given this division heart and soul with a lot of help from a lot of his fellow mini stockers, and we're looking to put on one heck of a 25-lap feature event to end our night here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed.
Heat race number 2 rolling up off of turn number 4 now. On the pole for this one, that's going to be New Vineyard, Maine's number 7 of Shane Weber.
His outside, the man that's done the homework, willing to put up the cash. That is Hudson, New Hampshire's Bob Williams.
Inside row number 2 out of Greenfield, Massachusetts, that will be the 01 of James Zellman.
In the one end, we're supposed to find ourselves a one end. This will be none other than Orange Mass Cole Littlewood.
Inside row number 3 with an incredible name out of Milford, New Hampshire, driving the number 71. That's going to be good for Skeeter Beers.
Next on the starting grid in the 35, you can see Northbrook Rick of Massachusetts, Christopher Foltz.
And rounding out the field in this one, out of Manchester, New Hampshire, in that black and white number 63, that's going to be good for Nick Maniitis.
Maniitis just coming out of a late model, ready to jumpsuit and go in. Make that 63 work to the top. That's a beautiful looking ride. I got a chance to check it out in the pit area earlier. Dave Tibbetts ready to get our mini stocks, open mini stocks, ready to roll.
6 cars set the field here for heat race number 2. We're going to cross them up this time by. Going to go green flag racing here in just 1 lap. A lot of beautiful looking mini stocks out there. That 41 71, 63, top-notch equipment here. Pretty stacked heat race here as the 7 going to have his hands full. Shane Weber out of New Vineyard, Maine, again, starting on the front row for this one. Going to see what he can do here in that black and green number 7.
Both front-wheel drive and some rear-wheel drive competition. So we'll see how the mini stockers roll. Weber's going to lead. Williams to the stripe. Dave Tibbetts says, let's go racing.
The 41 with a big jump on the outside here is going to clear the race leader. Robert Williams out of Hudson, New Hampshire already has a pretty healthy lead down the backstretch here. He's going to fire it down into turn 3. Here comes Skeeter Beers to the outside, though. The 71 trying to high side hustle that Ford Mustang. Now he is going to go to second on lap number 1.
And Miniaeus right there with him in the 63. Skeeter Beers in the 71. But your leader is the Bob Stocker. Bob Williams in the 41. Here comes Miniaeus looking to the inside. Takes the second spot away from Beers.
Nick Maniatis with seemingly 100 extra horsepower compared to everybody else. Now in that 63, just kind of scooting around. Skeeter Beers is going to have some work to do, about a half straightaway to the race leader. Robert Williams in the 41 now, going to try and walk away with this one. 3 laps in the books this time by.
Bob Williams looking to put the cash up. Had an engine failure at the Monadnock Speedway during Championship Saturday. Williams put a replacement engine in it. I'll tell you the story sometime along the way, Charlie, because it's interesting. But whatever it is, it has definitely got that thing fired up on all 4 cylinders.
Bob Williams up front, just kind of walking away with this one right now. Nick Maniatis, after scooting around Skeeter Beers, has kind of stalled in the second spot, maybe slowly chipping away at the race lead. He is about a 10th faster than the race leader, but is probably going to run out of time here. 5 laps in the books. Maniatis now on the mission to try and take home heat race number 2.
Trying to close the gap. Maniatis to the 41 of Williams. 2 laps to go this time by. Here we roll. Here comes Bob Williams to the point.
Bob Williams with all sorts of win stickers on that side window for a reason. He's going to take that red, white, and black number 41 for the final time down the backstretch here, as he is going to take the white flag this time by. Nick Maniatis one more time around to see what he can do, as we got one slow down through turns 1 and 2.
Jimmy Selman in the 01 slowed down for some reason. Looks like something went awry with the 01. He's trying to work the bottom, but here comes Bob Williams in the 41, looking to take the checker. He rocks through and will finish a winner in that heat race.
Nick Maniatis is going to round out the second spot, followed by Skeeter Pierce in the 3rd. 4th is going to go to the 35 machine of Christopher Fultz, and it looks like the 7 machine, the 7 is going to round out your top 5, Shane Weber. As we're going to get them pit side. Heat race number 3 already ready to go up off of turn number 4. We're going to get these guys and girls off the racetrack right now and see what we have for the third of the mini stock lineup here for the feature event later on tonight.
All right, here we go. Heat race number 3 for our mini stocks. In the 07, that is Adam Bousquet. To his outside in the 44, that is Manchester, New Hampshire's Dylan Quinn. And following up tail, we only have 3. Unfortunately, guys, we've had some dropouts that could not come to competition, but it's the former track champion for the Hudson International Speedway in this division. That is Ricky Frissett.
3 cars going to take the green here. It seems as though the second half of the field failed to, or they missed the call here to line up or whatever happened. So we're going to take 3 cars to green here. Drivers were warned in the drivers meeting we're not waiting for you. We got 2 days worth of racing to pack into one, and we do have a time limit here at the USA Speedway. So if you can't make the call, that's on you. So we're going to send 3 cars to the green here. 07, 44, your front row. Dylan Quinn, Adam Bousquet going to take the green up off of turn number 4 here.
What is Forsett doing? He looks like he's just laying in wait on the 03. Here we come. Joe Braggy says, let's go.
07 with a little bit of a slow start. Here comes the 44, Dylan Quinn to the outside. He's going to scoot around and get to the race lead already down the backstretch. 5-length lead already down through turns 3 and 4.
Quinn hit the right pedal and never stop looking back. Here comes your battle. It's Bousquet on the inside, Forsett to the outside. Bousquet working the wheel on the 07, but Forsett's right there with him side by side. Now going to try to cross him over, drop down to the inside, down the backstretch.
Ricky Forsett couldn't make the top side work, cross him over, now to the bottom side, almost in the grass in turn 3. Goes to 0-3 around Adam Bousquet. He is now up into second. Leader starting to break away here. Dylan Quinn out of Manchester, New Hampshire, kind of on cruise control right now on this brisk Saturday evening here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. Forsett in the 0-3 now. Gonna have some digging to do. We're gonna check our lap times here as Forsett is a little bit quicker than your race leader.
Let's see if he can get to him. They're going to work their way to. It's coming to halfway this time by 2. Where do you do? 4 done, 4 to go.
Halfway down this time by for your race leader, Dylan Quinn. Now starting to put some more time on him to second place, about a 10th quicker back to the Forsett machine on the 0-3. Laps are going to click off here quicker and quicker every time. Going to wrap this one up here. 5 laps in the books this time by. 2 to go next time by.
Quinn still airing out the 44, way ahead of the 03 of Forsett, and Bousquet taking up the last spot. Excuse me. Quinn is going to see 2 laps to go.
Tough break for those that missed the call here for heat race number 3. All these drivers now getting almost a free practice in. Worst you can do is third, so see what you can do, see what adjustments you're going to have to make here. As up front, Dylan Quinn going to have one more time around this time by. Can Ricky Forsett get there? I don't know that he can. He's got about a half straightaway to make up.
After this event, as Quinn gets the weight, work to the checker, we're going to go Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. It'll be our first featured Charlie of the night. Checkers are going to fly for Manchester, New Hampshire's Dylan Quinn.
Ricky Forsett's going to bring home second, and then the third spot will officially go to the 07 Adam Bousquet. As you mentioned, Randy, first feature event on the schedule next for the Saturday portion here of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest, your newest division, really, to Lee USA Speedway and the Nastra racetracks all together. The Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners lined up, ready to go here on the infield as we get our mini stocks back pit side. Getting some people off the racetrack here. Not sure why they would be on the racetrack, but not in a hurry either. Just a nice casual stroll. As we're going to get the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners again ready to go here down the backstretch.
Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners and RC Kong Pure Stocks working their team together. We've got a great solid car count for these folks tonight. You've seen just a touch of what we've got. Feature event time here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway. Been an awesome run. We're going feature racing. Charlie, here they roll out onto the Speedway.
First feature event already coming out on the racetrack here, scooting along the program to get you fine folks home at a reasonable hour. On the pole for this one, that's going to be the number 1 of Derek McKean. To his outside in that blue and green number 14 machine out of Scarborough, Maine. That's going to be good for Josh Hodgson.
And Richardson machine goes next, the 7 of Kyle Richardson. To his outside is going to be the 88. 88M, that's Jacoby Maines.
Next in line, inside row number 3. You just saw him on the racetrack a little bit ago in that red, white, and blue, number 53. That's going to be good for Nick Wilson out of Oxford, Maine.
We saw him win the first of multiple times. In the 43, he was able to hang off the hard charge. That is Justin Gale.
Next in line, fast on the top side already out of Seabrook, New Hampshire. That's going to be the number 23 of Dwight Souther Jr.
Followed up by the 02. This is the Green Reaper when it comes to the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. That is the dastardly one of David Cameron.
Just behind him, that's going to be the black and the yellow number. Oh no, that's going to be good for Donnie McCaffrey.
The 99 sits to his outside. That is the second year of the science experiment. After 30 years of racing back in the seat, that is Kyle Gagnon. Carl Gagnon in the 99.
Next in line, Amherst, New Hampshire's own in the number 59. That's going to be good for Callie Osborne. Just behind her in the 51. That is going to be good. I believe that's a Doobie.
That is Mike Doobie.
Mike Doobie, that's right. Just behind him in the black and orange, number 06X. That's going to be Auburn, New Hampshire's Chrissy Rizzuto. And then starting shotgun on the field out of Saco, Maine in that blue and black, number 39. That's going to be good for Brad Weissman. All sorts of race cars on the racetrack right now, and I think we have a correction here in the 14. That's going to be good for Tyler Lerman up front out of Scarborough. So Lerman, McKean.
Maniac invasion, my friend.
Yes, all sorts of Maine drivers out here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. A lot of former Mad Bomber drivers at various other racetracks. McKean, Lerman up front, pseudo teammates, if you will. We're going to cross them up this side by Black Flag Podcast. Ridge Runners ready to go. Feature racing on tap here in just one lap. McKean in the 1, Lerman in the 14. We're going to go door to door. It's 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 all the way down the backstretch. A whole gaggle of race cars, if you will.
25 laps is the distance. McKean's going to work his way down to the start zone. Here we go. He'll set the pace, and we're underway feature event number 1.
14 cars take the green here and rifle him down into turn 1. Tyler Lerman gonna try and hang tough on the top side. Big drive out of the 14. Bigger drive from the 1 of Derek McKean. Bringing along Kyle Richardson now as Richardson fills the hole to the bottom side. Side by side up off of turn number 4. Lerman now falls back to 3rd. Nick Wilson now looks to fill the hole. Wilson getting a little bit sideways. Can Lerman get the drive up off? He does. He is now going to file it down to the bottom side. Lerman officially in 3rd. Jacoby Maines now up to the top side, trying to get around Souther Jr. as Dwight Souther Jr. now goes to the inside of Nick Wilson.
Souther's looked solid all the event today. Souther working the bottom line, pushes Wilson up high. A little squirrely from Gagnon in the 99, but right now McKean, Richardson are your top 2.
Never count out the two-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion, Dave Cameron now. Slowly and methodically making his way up into the top 5 in the Graphics Coupe Malibu. The Blue Deuce now has some fending off to do as Justin Gayu, who won a heat race earlier on ahead of Dave Cameron, now looks to the inside of the 2 car.
Setting his sights, seeing if he can make it up further than Cameron. But Cameron's going to have Souther's going to have a back window full of the Blue Deuce of Dave Cameron.
Cameron now looking to the inside of Tyler Lerman as Lerman now kind of hung out to dry on the top side. The C4 communications machine hanging tough, but now Justin Gayu fires it to the bottom side as we got one Kyle Richardson getting squirrely up into the 2nd spot.
Souther looked like he was going to go to the top side of Richardson, but he thought twice because Cameron was right there. Now he and Cameron are side by side. Oh, heavy contact.
3 wide for a minute there. Souther Jr. with a left rear tire down. A stout red, black, and yellow number 23 machine's going to have to bring it pit side for a left rear tire. Aggressive driving point going to go to the champion, Dave Cameron. As it seems as though Souther Jr. is going to bring out the yellow flag. Yellow is out officially. for the 23 of Dwight Souther Jr.
Heavy contact, Charlie, between he and Dave Cameron fighting for position. Souther had it. He come down. Next thing you know, Cameron's there. He came up. And on lap 7, we're under caution.
And Souther Jr. bringing out the yellow is going to try and bring it to the infield here. It looks as though team is already ready here. Just almost directly across from us here at the start-finish line. Souther Jr., number 23 team, has a tire ready to go. You can see Mike the Brick Ramsey already with a impact wrench ready to go. Jack is ready. Can Souther Jr. make it back out there before he goes a lap down? Timing and scoring, getting everything squared away already. Derek McKean up front. Dave Cameron up into the second spot already after starting out back, involved in that wreck with Dwight Souther Jr. now as he is pit side.
Jack goes under the car. They're going to wheel that in. This is not a NASCAR pit stop by any means. It's not that easy. Let's see how quick they can get Souther off the jack. Back out into competition, but Justin Gayu is stopped up in the 43 in the center of turn 1 and 2.
That's exactly what Dwight Souther Jr. needed in that 23 machine, is another car to kind of stall it here just a little bit. Looks like they got the tire off already. Souther Jr. kind of throwing his hands up, a little bit frustrated probably with Dave Cameron. You hear the tire going on the left rear there. They drop the car. Dwight Souther Jr. going to be back out on the racetrack here to take the green. Involved in a big contact there with Dave Cameron, as he is now going to have some work to do, as a fast number 23 machine has made the top side work all night, is going to have a lot of cars to pass here. Again, 14 cars took the green here, as it looks like Justin Gayu is going to have to bring it pit side here, unfortunately, to have some mechanical troubles. Now, Dwight Souther, though, going to tag back onto the tail end of the field here. Again, a lot of work to do for the 23 camp. Dave Cameron, though, settling into the second spot. So now, as Gayu brings it pit side, all sorts of crew members down there, even competitors trying to get the 43 back running. Potentially giving some courtesy laps here to the 43 to see if he can get back out on the racetrack. Again, Derek McKean, though, 7 laps in the books, has led everyone so far in that blue and yellow and white number 1 machine. But he is going to have, like you called him, the Grim Reaper of the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners, Dave Cameron, to his outside. He's won all sorts of races, all sorts of championships across different divisions, different kinds of race cars. It doesn't matter what it is. You're also going to see him pilot the number 32 Archie St. Hilaire owned super late model tomorrow night in the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series 150 for $8,500 to win. If you think he puts on a show here for the Ridge Runners, see what he does tomorrow night in his super late model debut. 1 is in the 1 spot, 2 is in the 2 spot. Up off of turn number 4, green flag is out, and we are racing.
Underway, we rock it down the front stretch. It's Cameron with the advantage as they enter into turns 1 and 2, but McKean is going to stay on the wheel.
Oh, big troubles for Dave Cameron in the 2 car. Crazy loose as he's 3 wide, hung out to dry on the top side.
Oh, Cameron's got a tire going down. A tire going down after the contact, I bet earlier. Something is really going to miss on the deuce.
Dave Cameron with, I think the rear end is broken in that one. It's moving all around. Track bar probably broken on the 2 machine. The Lloyd's Auto Sales Graphics Coupe, number 2, going to bring it pit side. Dave Cameron. As Derek McKean goes down the backstretch, if he passes the 2 car, he will be done. If a yellow doesn't come out, yellow does come out.
Oh, what a lucky break, but smoke coming from the 23.
So, folks, what you're seeing right now, the yellow flag came out. We're going to go back a lap. Dave Cameron was never passed by the race leader. If they can get the blue deuce fixed, he will be on the lead lap still to tag back onto the tail end of the field. Just ahead of him would be the 23 of Dwight Souther Jr. So drama potentially coming into play here for the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners as Cameron now on the jack. crew members. I believe that's Bobby Bodwell now trying to get the right rear tire off. Seeing if the track bar is broken. That then locates the rear end of this race car. Maybe the tire was going down. We're going to change the right rear tire, see what happens.
They're going to look at that rear differential. Something is offset bad. I don't think it's just the tire, Charlie. Something has really pushed that. They had pretty hard contact, him and South.
Very, very hard contact as Dave Cameron, Dwight Souther Jr. getting into it in turn one there, which brought Souther Jr. pit side with a tire flat. Now Dave Cameron, again, going to bring it back out of the raceway. Still on the lead lap, according to timing and scoring here. In the 2 machine, he is going to tag back onto the tail end of the field here. Your current defending and reigning Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion is going to make it back on the raceway. And here comes the 23 again, pit side.
Got a rub or something going on. It was smoking pretty solid when it came here down the front stretch and went into turns 1. It did not look good for Souther. He was doing a great job. That car has been super fast all day. Let's see what they're looking. They're under the hood of that thing right now.
And Dave Cameron, I don't know that car is fixed. He even just under pace laps here, that rear end is moving all around. Souther Jr., however, pit side, visibly frustrated, throwing the steering wheel. They've got the hood off of the 23. Track officials down there trying to see if they're going to make it back out on the raceway. As timing and scoring has an absolute mess on their hands right now, trying to get everybody squared away. As of right now, Derek McKean still up front, has led every lap so far. 8 laps in the books. Kyle Richardson hot on his heels in that Camaro.
What an interesting chain of events, Charlie.
Well, whether it's the Black Flag Podcast itself or the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners, never short of any drama. That is for sure. Dwight Souther Jr., I think, is still in the race car there. He's going to back it up. Is he going to come back out on the racetrack here?
Justin Gayu looks like he's got it refired. Whatever's going on with the 43 is he's going to give it another roll because that car was super fast.
So it looks like Souther Jr. is going to park it for the rest of the evening here, unfortunately. As we're going to cross him up this time by Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. 8 laps in the books.
To try to get to 25 if we can, Charlie.
Yeah, we're only about a third of the way there so far, but we're going to go 2 by 2 this time by. Souther Jr. out of the car, has officially retired from this one. Can Dave Cameron do it again from the back of the pack? He's done it before. He knows how to make the top side work.
Yeah, he was going to be a couple of laps down, but he's in the back. Here we go. They're looking him over, ready to send him to green.
Derek McKean misses the start just a bit. Kyle Richardson now to the outside, and McKean has a right front flat.
A right front flat on the start for McKean.
McKean from troubles from the pole position is going to have to stop it up off of turn number 2 there. Yellow flag is out yet again. McKean intentionally bringing a yellow out there, and honestly at this point I don't blame him. He's going to stay on the lead lap here, bring it pit side. Now we're going to see another pit stop, folks. We got the Jackson, the tire ready already. Again, pseudo teammates to Tyler Lerman, Josh Hodgson, and that whole crew. You see him down there. Again, just ahead of the start-finish line. He's going to bring it pit side. Can Derek McKean get that right front tire changed up as we're going to try and again get the timing and scoring right now as Kyle Richardson is going to inherit the race lead. Scarborough Maine's Tyler Lerman is now going to find his way back up to the second spot. Initially started up into the second spot, fell back early on, getting hung out to dry on the top side there, and is now going to find his way back up into the second as race officials over to Derek McKean in the 1.
I don't think they like the idea of where he's parked, Charlie. I think that's the problem. They were hoping he would duck it towards his trailer more, leave that pathway open, and be okay. But they've got the tire changed. I think he's just going to take off and thank you, thanks for the advice, appreciate it, won't do it, don't want to be back.
Derek McKean now with the right front tire change. He's going to tag back onto the tail end of the field here. However, we've already crossed him up. He's not a lap down, but he is going to have to go back to the tail end of the racetrack here. So, to recap, early on in this one, Dave Cameron fires it 3 wide on the bottom, makes contact with Dwight Souther Jr. He gets a left rear tire down. Souther Jr. then brings it pit side. He changes a left rear tire, comes back out on the racetrack. Dave Cameron seemingly has a broken rear end. Yellow comes out again. Dave Cameron comes pit side. He also changes a right rear tire. He then starts out to the tail end of the field. Derek McKean, on that last restart, gets a right front tire down. He brings it pit side, and he changes a tire. So, to my calculation, 2 of the 3 fastest race cars on the racetrack have to pass all the race cars on the racetrack.
That is correct. Your calculation is just
so
on money.
I think we are about to see one heck of a Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature event. We are only a third of the way through this one. All sorts of drama and controversy already in the books in this one. And we're now just trying to get the lineup right.
Joe Breggy onto the track says enough, guys. Race control says we need to get going here. Going to put these guys back in the spot, get them ready to go, and get this back underway.
All right, so officially, I think it's going to be the 7, Kyle Richardson, followed by Nick Wilson in the 53. Tyler Lerman is going to go to the inside of row number 2. Carl Gagnon will go to his outside, followed by the 51 of Mike Doobie. Donnie McCaffrey, Jacoby Maines. It's like a go-kart race. We got to stop him on the track to get the lineup right. What are we doing?
Everybody get into position.
That's all right. Sometimes you just got to get a nice little smack on the back of the wrist and see if we can get mind our P's and Q's for the remaining 2/3 of this one. But again, ones to watch out for. Derek McKean in the 1 has led this one already. The 2 of Dave Cameron is your champion and won multiple times already this year. Those 2 cars are going to start out way back, and they're going to have to pass every single car.
So running in the parking lot, unless you've got an exorbitant amount of fuel left, is New Hampshire 516-8952. 516-8952. That's the New Hampshire plate number. Unless you got an unlimited supply of gas, you're going to run out.
Nice little white BMW out there running with a New Hampshire license plate. But now the stage is set. We're going to cross them up one more time. Richardson, Wilson, your front row. We're going to try this again. Can Tyler Lerman do something from the second row?
He might. Or is this the night that Carl Gagnon's been waiting for since his return? He's sitting there. Donnie McCaffrey gives him the little, hey, just so you know, I'm right here.
All right, we're going to bring it down to a snail's pace. Kyle Richardson going to hit the loud pedal up off at turn number 4. Green flag is out. Dwight Souther Jr. remains on the back end of the field. Souther Jr. still on the lead lap is going to take the green flag down into turns 1 and 2. Can he do something in the 23?
Well, what's going to happen right now is Nick Wilson's going to give Kyle Richardson, all the contact. Out of turn number 3 and 4. He's your new leader going into turn 1.
We got a couple of Camaros fighting off some G-bodies now. Tyler Lerman in the 3rd spot settles into there as Mike Doobie is hot on his heels to break up into the top 3.
Gagnon and McCaffrey as well. All of those cars. We are 7 deep trying to work this way through. And now here comes Mimi in the 88.
And we mentioned it earlier, but now the Souther Jr. machine's going to get black flag, then have to bring it pit side. But we mentioned it earlier. Dave Cameron in the 2, Derek McKean, 2 of the fastest cars on the racetrack, coming from the backside, trying to see what they can do. Cameron mired in traffic behind Callie Osborne and Donnie McCaffrey. Up front, though, it is all Nick Wilson. Has some breathing room now over Kyle Richardson as Tyler Lerman now kind of settles into 3rd spot. Mike Doobie, Carl Gagnon round out your top 5, and here comes Lerman to 2nd.
Oh, Richardson way high out of turn number 4, and Lemon's going to take it into turns 1 and 2. Mike Doobie's right there, and so is Carl Gagnon.
Richardson just missed the corner altogether. They're up off of turn number 4, giving the 2nd spot to Tyler Lerman in the 14, as we got a big one up off of turn number 3.
Cameron's involved, and so is Mainley. Cameron, something is way bad with that blue deuce. It is just not the same as it usually is.
Dave Cameron has hit everything but the lottery so far in this one, but he is going to stay in this one. He's got a broken, beaten, and battered blue deuce. As now Tyler Lerman is up into the second spot. Nick Wilson, your race leader. As Dave Cameron brings it pit side one more time.
Shown the black flag from race control. They apparently have said, okay, whatever's gone awry, get it in there, see what you need to do to get it fixed. But you're not going to continue like that.
Well, now we have where it all started. Dave Cameron, Souther Jr. next to each other in the pit area.
I was just thinking the same thing.
If there were a drama llama, there would be a whole field of them just kind of coming through the racetrack here. Everybody seems to be minding their P's and Q's, though, in the pit area. As again, just trying to get lineup right here. Derek McKean, Callie Osborne fighting over, it seems as though the sixth position. $12 laps in the books now. Almost halfway down in the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature event. Nothing short of what we thought would happen. Drama and controversy all over the place here. That's why we love the Ridge Runners. We now have two of the fastest cars that were in the field pit side.
Dave Cameron looks like he's doing a pretty good survey of that car himself. If he could get back out there, he'd certainly make every try. But we're going to go green as they go down. Creeping into turn number 3, it is Wilson with Lerman on his outside. Here they go. We're under green again.
Nick Wilson trying to fend off Tyler Lerman as Lerman now is going to try and be high, wide, and handsome in that blue and green number 14. Loud pedal down the backstretch. He's got a big run. They're still side by side. Top 4 under a blanket down through turns 3. Halfway down, halfway to go this time by Nick Wilson. Tyler Lerman still door handle to door handle as they cross the line.
Working the wheel is Wilson. Lerman looking to go inside. Dives it down with a 14. Tries to drop the hammer. Wilson says, that avenue's closed.
Tyler Lerman attempting the crossover move there. Got slammed in the door by the Nick Wilson there, who just shut that inside line off altogether. Lerman now with some breathing room can try to get creative here on the offense behind your race leader. Mike Doobie now has some catching up to do to get up into the top 2. 10 to go this time by for your race leader, Nick Wilson.
Nick Wilson has got the go pedal fastened. But right now, Lerman is looking to lurk. He's got to the back bumper again. Here he goes, looking to make a mistake. Oh, he's looking in the, gotta be looking in the mirror. He's pedaling the 53 as Wilson. Here we go. Challenge going to be accepted one more time.
Nick Wilson all over the racetrack there, just trying to hang on to the race lead. Tyler Lerman now trying to take that 14 from the second spot. Also loose up off at turn number 2, loses drive. Here comes Mike Doobie now to break up into the top 2. Lerman.
Mike Doobie doing a great job wheeling the daylights out of that 51. We know why he's a champion. He runs hard every time he's here. Looking to get off the podium, get up further in the field. But it's all been Nick Wilson. Not sure that Lerman hasn't used his stuff up.
Everybody now trying to catch their breath. We're going to go single file here for the later stages of this race. Nick Wilson driving the wheels off that 53 machine, trying to fend off Tyler Lerman as Lerman now just eats him up in and through the center of the corner, loses a little bit of drive, bringing along Mike Doobie now to his back bumper.
Wilson working the wheel on the 53, exits turn number 4. Whoa, Richardson way high again. Carl Gagnon takes over that spot. He's in the 4th spot looking for more.
Top 3 kind of breaking away from the rest of the field with Carl Gagnon burning the right rear off. Doobie now looking to the inside of Tyler Lerman. Can't quite make it stick, slides back. 5 phalanges in the air for 5 more laps to go for your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. Tyler Lerman hanging on to the second spot to see what he can do for your race leader, Nick Wilson now, but he is on the defense from Mike Doobie on the 51.
Rolling through is Wilson. Doobie looking for the challenge of Lerman on the 14. Working to the inside, working to the outside. Can he get it as laps wind down? Nick Wilson taking the 53 and just working it for everything she's worth. The battle ensues for the second and third spot. Lerman currently has it. Doobie wants it. We've got a car around. It's McKean. Lighting the tires up. Gonna get back under motion. Race leaders are coming. Doobie working the inside of the 14 of Lerman. Oh, they make a little bit of contact. Lerman able to gather it up. Coming to two to go. White flag's gonna fly. Wilson, Nick Wilson, Tyler Lerman, Mike Doobie. Carl Gagnon. Gagnon looking to get to victory lane on the podium. And here comes the 59 of Callie Osborne. Here you come, victory number one. This is Nick Wilson. Wilson is your victor here tonight. Tyler Lerman in for second. Mike Doobie, Carl Gagnon, Callie Osborne. What an awesome job by that girl in the 59. Lots of excitement. That is feature number one for the Black Flag Podcast, Ridge Runners. And their feature for tonight. We're going to take it trackside to Charlie Osborne and Company to present the first trophy of the night.
Now, folks, I might be a little bit biased, but what a show we just saw from the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. We had all sorts of drama throughout the race, but here is your race winner, the 53 of, Nick Wilson. Got choked up a little bit there. What a run we just saw there from the red, white, and blue number 53. He's got the trophy in hand already. He's going to bring it around to the front side of the race car here. Nick Wilson. What a show you guys all just put on there. What do you have to say about that one?
It was a great show. Fun to be here. Thanks for the 14. It was a great race there. Got inside me a couple times, but run me clean.
So what do you have to say here? Obviously, you don't do it by yourself. I don't think you brought this back all on your own, right? So who do you have to thank?
No, huge thanks to my dad, working on it all the time with me, my grandpa, Ashley, Tom, Cam, my mom, Nana and Papa, and Kenny, everyone who else helps out on this thing every week.
So there you have it, folks. The winner of your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners, the 53 of Nick Wilson.
Congratulations to Nick Wilson. He is your victor tonight, taking down the Black Flag Podcast checkered flag. Next on the racetrack to hit the New Hampshire Center of Speed, our Lee USA Speedway, this will be the Nastra Outlaws. 25-lap feature event for our Nastra Outlaws tonight. We saw some fast Nastra Outlaws here earlier today, and you're going to see them really wind the wick up. Starting on the pole is the 12. That is Barrington, New Hampshire's Dan Sweeney. To his outside, the recognized name and top-notch player at the Claremont Motorsports Park. This is Windsor, Vermont's Stephen Bly. Inside, row number 2, that is the Predator of Guy Karen. To his outside is going to be the 15. That is Claremont, New Hampshire's Tyler Lescord. And the young gun coming up, working the wheel of an outlaw in the 60. That is Thomas Smithers. Only got to go to victory lane at the Claremont Motorsports Park and have his car up on the sandbank. He went to take his podium trophy that night. It was a night to remember for sure.
All right, folks, 5 cars set the field here for the 25-lap feature. You will see Austin Erickson out back in the Nastra the Nastra late model getting some laps in. If you remember, he had some rear end troubles in his feature event. But now, up front, the 5 Nastra Outlaws on the racetrack right now. The 12, Dan Sweeney. To his outside of the 10 of Steve Bly. Green flag is out, and we are racing. Stephen Bly trying to make the top side work. Can't quite make it stick. The 12 machine of Dan Sweeney is going to put the power down, bringing along the 8 car. Top 3 now starting to break away just a bit from the remaining 2 as the 8 of Guy Karen now trying to break up into the top 2. Karen wrapping those left side tires right around the yellow line of turns 1 and 2 now, already to the inside. Can't quite make it work. Falls back in line to the 12 of Dan Sweeney. As Sweeney now trying to lead this one. He's going to hang on to it for lap number 2. Guy Karen, though, muscles him out of the way. New race leader Guy Karen in the 8 car. Nastra Outlaws with the radical wedge body looking race cars coming up off of turn number 4 now. Guy Karen's going to officially lead lap number 3. Dan Sweeney hanging tough in second, shows the bottom, however, to the 10 of Stephen Bly. Bly now trying to cross him up. Dan Sweeney hanging on for dear life now, gives the bottom to Stephen Bly. Is Bly now gonna do just as Guy Karen did a few laps ago, wrap those left side tires right around the yellow line. He doesn't seem to be able to make heads or tails so far, though, of Dan Sweeney and the 12 as they're still side by side up off of 4. They make contact.
Rubbing elbows is right, Charlie. They are. And here comes Stephen Bly going into the second spot. Dan Sweeney still in pursuit with the 12. Guy Karen looking to set the stage. Been to victory lane multiple times. Finished second to Ben Poland in the Outlaw division at the Claremont Motorsports Park. Guy Karen wheeling that 8 car. Bly trying to reel him in. Stephen Bly. Dan Sweeney. Smithers, the rookie this year, the 16-year-old in the 60, and the veteran of Tyler Lescord.
Right now, it is all Guy Karen up front, just in an absolutely different world from the rest of the field. That beautiful number 8 machine just continuing to click the laps off right now as the 10 of Stephen Bly is going to have quite a bit of work to do as the 8 is consistently almost half a second faster every single lap. Guy Karen this time by is going to run a 16.043. The 10 of Stephen Bly is going to run a 16.589. So again, just over a half second faster to the 8 machine advantage going to them as Stephen Bly now is going to try and hang on to the second spot as Dan Sweeney now is kind of getting into a groove in that red, white, and black number 12. Sweeney now making more gains on Stephen Bly as Bly, again, almost half a second slower that last time by than your race leader, Guy Karen. Just has the afterburners on right now, already about a half a lap ahead.
Joe Breggy says we're halfway in this feature event for our Nastra Outlaws. Guy Karen has been the predator and looks to just take home the trophy here at Oktoberfest. Day number 2 after an event rain out for last night. We're ready to go. We've got lots of racing still to come tonight. This is only our second feature of the evening.
Now, folks, if there's one thing to notice of this race is the speed of these Nastra Outlaws. The cars and vehicles not too dissimilar to what you will see tomorrow night for the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series, just with some different looking bodies on them. That 8 machine of Guy Karen just absolutely walking away with this one. 10 laps to go this last time by. Stephen Bly now slowly but surely falling back to the nose of Dan Sweeney in the 12 of Sweeney. Consistently faster than the second place race car, trying to chip away up into second. Seems as though Karen is going to walk away with this one up front, though. Passing flag out for the 15 of Tyler Lescourt.
Guy Karen now catches the back of the pack, coming up on Tyler Lescourt in the 15. Gonna look to put him a lap down. Lescourt works the bottom. Guy Karen gonna swing to his outside.
Lap traffic coming into play here just a bit. Guy Karen navigating it easily around the top side of Lescourt in the 15. Almost exactly half a lap back is your second place driver to the 10. Stephen Bly. Bly gets tight through turns 1 and 2. Now only a car length separates him to third of Dan Sweeney, as Sweeney now is on attack to get up into second. 5 phalanges in the air for 5 laps to go this time by. Guy Karen in the 8 machine. Seemingly no contest from behind in a completely different other planet of his own. Is now over a half a lap ahead of second place Stephen Bly. The battle is for second still. Dan Sweeney ever getting closer to second now. The 12 and the 10 gonna duke it out for second here. Sweeney now eases it into the corner, tries to get a good cut through the center. Stephen Bly getting squarely up off the corner, losing more ground to Dan Sweeney. Sweeney now has arrived. Sweeney almost to the back bumper of Stephen Bly for second. That is the battle on the racetrack. Coming up off of turn number 4, Stephen Bly now is just going to try and hang on to second. Popsicle sticks in the air this time by for your race leader, the 8 of Guy Karen. As Karen goes through turns 1 and 2, the second place driver is going to come up off of turn number 4. He is officially under attack and has his hands full of Dan Sweeney. Sweeney now is going to get there. He's to the back bumper. Can he make it work? Stephen Bly getting squirrely up off the corner now. He's going to have his hands full of Dan Sweeney. Sweeney trying to cut the bottom side one more time around. Up off of turn number 4, double checkers in the air. Your race winner is going to be the 8 of Guy Karen. The battle for second still rages, though. Down through turns 3 and 4, Stephen Bly. He's going to make it work. Up off of number 4, second is going to go to Bly. Third to Dan Sweeney. The 4th spot will go to the 60 of Thomas Smithers, the 6th. And your top 5 will be rounded out by Tyler Lescourt. But now bringing that beautiful yellow, green, orange, black number 8 machine, the Sunapee Street Auto Works, number 8. Your race winner is going to be good for Guy Karen. Down to you, Randy, in victory lane.
Thank you, Charlie Sanborn. We'll let Guy get unstrapped, get the wheel off. We'll get him up out of the car because he's going to be excited for his victory here at Oktoberfest. Checkered flag being held by Joe Breggy. You get some photos done, victory lane side, ready to go. Here he is, folks, up and out of the car. This is the Predator, Guy Karen. Gets his hardware. Guy, come on around to the front. Handshakes from Dave Tibbetts. Work the wheel daylights. Put on the show, my friend. You did it all. You were out there out in front. You were looking to lap, I think, the whole field if you had a chance.
It's not much of a field right now. I was kind of hoping the car count would pick up, but this car's been phenomenal all year at Claremont. I can't thank these guys enough. Mike, JJ, Jeff saved me with the radios, American Tire and Brake, Sunapee Street Auto Works, Smith Auto Parts, Auto Show Place. And this car has been great ever since we got it, and we wish there was more of these.
Wishes there were more. What's in store? Running the same division next year, doing something different?
We're going to run this car while we can. We have an AT car too. We're going to put that together and go to Loudon, and probably still run the modified for Larry at Monadnock.
Awesome job. Guy Karen victorious today at Oktoberfest, day number 2.
And certainly a heck of a job there out of Guy Karen in the 8 car. Seemingly had the entire field covered there, almost putting 3rd and 2nd places a lap down there. Heck of a job again out of that team. Thank you again, Randy, for getting that interview under wraps as we continue to chug along our Saturday program of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Again, all sorts of racing still on tap here. We did just watch our what did we see here? That was the original Wheelman, or excuse me, the Nastra Outlaws. As still on tap, we still have the Nema Lights, the Nema cars, the New England Dwarf cars, Pro 4 Modifieds, MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks. Another round of our original Wheelman late models. I believe we have a Ridge Runner and Seekonk Pure Stock event, also double features for the Ridge Runners, followed by an open mini stock race, the Bob Stock Challenge. So still a ton of racing on tap here for the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest again, but tomorrow another day to look forward to. We've mentioned it time and time again, but $8,500 on the line for the Granite State Pro Stock Series here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway, to round out tomorrow's evening. All sorts of storylines on tap for there, 2 points battles on the line. Travis Benjamin leading the points coming into that race there. Going to see what he can do here at the 3/8 mile. And again, that's going to be one heck of a show, folks. $600 merely just to take the green. I believe 32 cars are pre-registered after SOS Towing, chipping in some money. We're only going to take 28 of those. So I would seemingly expect over 40 cars in the pit area to try and start the field for that one. So we will be sending cars home. It's going to be a heck of a show for heat races and time trials. Again, single car qualifying from the Granite State Pro Stock Series. So going to be again one heck of a show to close out the races for tomorrow. Also, we're going to have the 350 Super Modifieds on tap. The Flappy Birds, if you will, is what we call them over at the Black Flag Podcast. So again, just a heck of a job here as we now see the Winged Warriors coming up off of turn number 4. These are your Nema Lights from the Northeast Midget Association. And again, folks, these are the Nema Lights. So what you see here are Ford Focus powered machines, self-starting vehicles coming up out of the pit area here. A little bit smaller, a little bit less horsepower than what you will see later on with the actual Nema midgets. But right now, we're going to get them all out of the pit area here. A ton of Winged Warriors coming out onto the racetrack here. As we are going to try and get the lineup right. As it looks like they get things squared away here. We're going to go single file here down the backstretch. On the pole for the Nema Lights, it's going to be the driver out of Carver, Massachusetts, the number 44 of Trent Goodrow. To his outside is going to be the Groversville, New York Hawk chassis Ford Focus powered number 3 of Chris Vose.
Next on the grid is the 10. That is Avery Storr. Next to him on the outside in the 59, that is Braden Egan.
Starting in the number 20 car, that's going to be the driver who has won a ton of races here, whether it be an Offender car or an open wheel car or even an Enduro car. That's going to be Raymond, New Hampshire's Albie Ovitt in the Parker Brothers number 20.
In the 6th position, starting in the 21, that is Joey that is the 94 of Tiana Kibbe.
You mentioned Avery Storer in the 10. The 21 is going to be good for Monroe Township, New Jersey's Joey Bailey in the Hawk chassis Ford Focus powered Boyd Speed Shop J&M towing machine. Next in line is going to be the orange number 16. That's going to be Marshfield, Massachusetts, Dan Cugini. Just behind them I believe that's the red, white, and blue number 17. That's Monument Beach, Massachusetts, Hawk chassis Ford Focus powered Kyle Valeri. The 47 machine is going to be good for, I believe, that's Randy Cabral. Next in line is the 53. That's going to be Griswold, Connecticut's First American Home Loans Griswold Eye Care powered machine. That's going to be good for Dylan Kutu. Just behind them is going to be the number 48 machine. Suffield, Connecticut's Guaranteed Rate Ruth Mihalski JRC trucking machine. That's going to be good for Todd Bertram. The 1 is going to be Chester, New Hampshire Seymour Performance Products machine of Chase Locke. Just behind Chase in the number 55 machine is going to be out of New Chelmsford, Massachusetts. That's going to be the Beast chassis Ford Focus Power Eldridge and Sons trucking machine. That's good for Drew Eldridge. Next in line is going to be the number 59. That's Braden Egan out of Ashford, Connecticut. The green number 61, that's going to be Ryan Locke out of Chesterfield, New Hampshire. The 35. Going to look for a name on the 35 machine, but rounding out the field is going to be the 28 of Mike Perniciglio, the 29 of Jake Trainer. I believe that's the 99 Kyle Ferrucci out of Woodbury, Connecticut, and starting shotgun is going to be the 26, looking for a name out of that one.
Looking to go green this time by. It's our Nema Light Division ready to go. Ready to send them off. Here we go. We're under green.
All sorts of wing warriors fire it down into turn 1 there.
Charlie, they're 3 and 4 wide into turn 1.
Race cars all over the racetrack here because they're so little with so much downforce and so much power. They're able to kind of plan it wherever they want or need to on the racetrack here. Trent Goodrow up front already has a little bit of a lead over Albie Over and teammate Avery Storer in the 10. The 21 machine gets tagged by the 53. Dylan Kutu getting into the left rear of Joey Bailey as Bailey hangs onto it and hangs onto the 4 spot.
Tiana Kibbe trying to work her way. She's got shuffled to the mid-back right now, trying to work the 94 back up to the front.
Cugini and Randy Cabral now going to round out the rest of our top 5. As further on back, Christopher Vose in the 3 settles back in. Now is Chase Locke in the 1 car. Going to look to the inside of the 48 machine. Todd Bertrand now seemingly going to try and hang on to it as we are now starting to settle down a little bit. Single file throughout the field. Chase Locke now to the inside of the 48, down the backstretch. Down through turns 3 and 4. Locke is going to wrap it around the yellow line now as the 48 of Bertrand is going to try to get back around him.
In the 3rd spot is Avery Storr. He is looking to solidify a championship for his car owner tonight. Working his way up through the field, trying to get where he needs to be. He needs to be ahead of Paul, the Dangerous One Scally, in order to take that championship away. Working the wheel though from the top spot. It is Trent Goodnow in the 44, the 20 of Albie Ovitt, and then the 3rd place car of Avery Storr.
Trent Goodrow up front in that number 44 machine out of Carver, Massachusetts. Wants the laps to click by because if he knew who was behind him, he'd be in a heck of a hurry. Albie Ovitt has won countless street stock races between here, down south, Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. He's a former champion. He's won countless enduro races. He now finds himself behind the wheel of the number 20 Parker Brothers machine there, as he now just slowly but surely chipping away at the race lead Trent Goodrow has put on him. Goodrow this time by is going to run a 14.681. Ovitt with a 6.48. Just a couple hundredths quicker, but he is slowly but surely chipping away at that race lead as they come up on lap traffic.
And you never can count out the 21. He's been a winner in victory lane here before of Joey Bailey, but Dylan Kudo is right there in the 53 as well. Looking to get fast lap times. We're almost to halfway. We are at halfway this time.
One thing to keep in mind, folks, too, with these big wings on top, you need clean air. Once you get into lap traffic, it takes all the air off the nose of these race cars. Lap traffic, 99, Kyle Ferrucci graciously getting out of the way of our race leaders. But now, Trent Goodrow under attack from Albie Ovitt. Ovitt now to the inside. He can't quite make it stick. Gets the air taken off the nose again from Trent Goodrow in the 44.
He's going to have his hands full right now. Trent Goodrow being pursued by the 20 of Albie Ovitt. He's coming out of turn 3 and 4. He's still able to hold the lead. Goodrow trying to hold him off, but Storr's right there. Ovitt is right there, ready to pounce.
Trent Goodrow has led it wire to wire so far, but Albie Ovitt wants to try and lead the second half of this one now. Looking to the inside of Trent Goodrow. He is there. Nerf bar to nerf bar. They're going to bang down through turns 1 and 2. Trent Goodrow now going to use the lap car, the 26, as a pick. Ovitt now has to settle back into the top side and settle into second. He gets loose now. Goodrow with some breathing room.
Lap traffic, we've seen it play into more than one victory hands. Here he comes. They're coming up on the 28 of Mike Verstaglio. Verstaglio doing a great job trying to wheel that 28 car. But it has been Trent Goodrow since the inception of this one, looking to take that 44 to victory lane. But here comes Ovitt, dives to the inside.
One thing to keep in mind, folks, too, these drivers, no radios, no mirrors in these cars. It's all feel and sight and sound. So Goodrow might not know how close Ovitt is now as Ovitt shows a wheel to the inside. Albie Ovitt has arrived. They're going to go side by side down through turns 3 and 4 for the race lead. Ovitt now going to take command. Ovitt's going to lead lap number 19.
Leader change. It is Albie Ovitt in the 20. The 44 of Goodrow goes to second. But here comes Storr trying to close up that gap in the 10 car for the third spot.
Trent Goodrow fighting a loose handling condition in that 44 machine late on in this race.
Working their way through. Here we are coming to close of the Nema lights. Albie Ovitt is still leading. Worked his way through the traffic, working his way up into lap traffic. The 44 of Trent Goodrow. Avery Storr is in your third spot. Joey Bailey sits in fourth. Danny Cagini sits in the fifth spot. 2 laps to go this time by. Albie Ovitt showing the way in the 20. The 44 is your second place runner, Trent Goodrow. And now the 53 on the inside of Joey Bailey. Coming to the white linen. It's going to be Ovitt with the win. "25 laps was the distance. Albie Ovitt is your winner tonight here at day number 2 of Oktoberfest, Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Hopefully we're making him extremely proud with what the show we've been able to put on. Thanks to everyone involved. Always good to see the Nema lights. Nema midgets will be up soon. And we're going to take it trackside for Charlie Sanborn to talk to our winner tonight.
Well, thank you, Randy, and what a show those Nema lights just put on. That goes to show you just how quick they're getting around here, the New Hampshire Center of Speed. This is a driver who it doesn't seem to matter whether there's fenders on the car, what racetrack, if it's an enduro, a late model, a street stock. Here he finds himself in victory lane on the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. He's getting the helmet unstrapped. He's getting some congratulations. He is now collecting his thoughts, getting unbuckled here. A former champion of the Beech Ridge Motor Speedway in the Wildcat division. Puts the hat on. He's going to climb out here. Round of applause for your Nema Light winner, Albie Ovitt, folks. Getting all sorts of hugs and congratulations here on the backside of Victory Lane. It's going to take a moment here. I might have to come grab him. Albie, let's bring it over to the front side here. I mentioned it before. It doesn't seem to matter the type of race car, if there's fenders on it, if it's a late model, a street stock, you're a champion through and through. You now find yourself in Victory Lane at Oktoberfest Saturday at Lee USA Speedway. What does this mean to you?
Oh, it means a ton. We've been on a rough run, 3 or 4 DNFs in a row, and these guys have stuck behind me, and it's been a rough road the last couple of weeks, but we knew we had a really good piece today, and they worked their asses off. I got to thank Jackie, Jimmy, Jap, Paul, Carol, Keith, my dad, everybody that's a part of this, the American Racer. I'm just, man, this is awesome.
Yeah, and, a heck of a show you just put on there. Trent was in front of you there. He was seemingly getting squirrely and squirrely. Were you just waiting? Did you know you had that good of a car? Because it seemed like you kind of put the afterburners on afterwards.
Yeah, we knew we were better. The Hoosiers kind of fall off quicker than the American Racers. We're the only ones on them. And I knew the pace he was setting, he was trying to take off, and he was going to use that right rear up, and that's exactly what happened, and we were lucky to get him in traffic. So, like I said, I can't thank these guys right here enough. They're the reason I'm standing here, and I wanted it more for them than myself.
Well, there you have it, folks, a former champion, and today he is a winner of the Nema Light Race, the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Albie Ovitt in the 20 machine, folks. Back up to you, Randy.
Thank you, Charlie Sanborn. Congratulations to Albie Ovitt, the Nema Light winner this evening at Oktoberfest. Day number 2. We're getting ready to go Pro 4 Modified Racing feature event. 25 laps will be their distance tonight, followed by the New England Dwarf Car Series. The Nema Midgets will be in the house then. After them, it will be the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks, the original Wheelman Late Models, the challenge between the Ridge Runners and the Seekonk Pure Stocks, and we'll end the night with our open mini stock Bob Stock Challenge. So just as an added kudo to our event with the Pro 4 Modifieds tonight, the Pro 4 Modifieds will be going 31 laps in honor of Norm Wren III. 31 laps will be the distance for the Pro 4 Modifieds. It warms our heart to know that Norm Wren III is still watching over us here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. He will always be remembered as a very special person to many people, but he was a Pro 4 Modified runner and a great competitor. The Pro 4 Modifieds are in staging. We are waiting. Going to push Albie Ovitt off. Give him a little push to go. Congratulations to him and his team, the Parker Brothers sponsored 20 of Albie Ovitt. And here they come, folks, in the 57. That is Kurt Lester, starting on a pole. Doing double duty tonight in the MLM Diagnostic Pro Stock and his Pro 4 is Justin Fofford in the 04. In the 821, that is Robert Matheson. In the 30, a young gun gone Pro 4 modified racing. In the 30, that is Fast Eddie. In the 25, that is Jack Dumas. Dumas in the 25. In the 007, that is Harv Thibodeau. Next on the grid, in the 0, the Everhard Charger, that is Rob Ricciardi. In the 1A, that will be Doug Meservey. In the 15, that is Mo Denner. To his outside in the 26, that is Jeff Moffitt. Inside, the next row is the 44. That is Dave Wetter. In the 50, on the outside, that is Anthony Taforo. Got it. In the 37, that is Sonny Reiser. To his outside is the 67. That'll be Brandon Lavoie. In the 00, that is Bradley Osgood. Taking tail on the field is Jeff Heath in the 36. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Norm Wren III, the field is doubled up. Please stand and rise. Give them a send-off like we would always want to see. Norm's watching over us. Wave them on, folks. Wave them on. Give them a warm USA Speedway send-off for our Pro 4 Modifieds. In the Norm Wren III Memorial 31-lap feature event tonight.
All sorts of beautiful race cars out there right now for our Pro 4 Modified event. 31 laps on tap. 57, Kurt Lester, Justin Fafford to his outside, your front row. All sorts of beautiful race cars out on the track right now. 16 cars going to take the green. Green is out, and we are racing.
Jumping out to the front, Lester looking to take the lead. The 821 coming right in behind him, and that's Robert Matheson, Justin Fofford. The 25 of Dumas. Here comes the Rocket. That is Rob Ricciardi, but Eddie, Fast Eddie up on the top, working the way through. Dumas to the inside.
The 57 of Kurt Lester is going to hang on to it for the race lead. We got one slow here on the front stretch here, the 00. Going to have some mechanical troubles here on the front stretch. Yellow flag out already, lap number 1.
Bradley Osgood. Something has gone awry with the Osgood welding. It's 00 here on the front stretch. We did complete one single lap, Charlie. We've got one in the books. Something is definitely right. It looks like the 00 is just shut off completely.
And again, folks, we talked about it a little bit when they were running their heat races. These Pro 4 Modifieds, a great entry-level division if you're trying to go open-wheel racing and not spend, the 60, 70, 80, 90, even $100,000 that you would on a tour-type modified. A lot of these look very, very similar. A lot of the same geometry setup as well, too. But we're running 4-cylinder engines, a little bit smaller tires. Again, entry-level on the budget and driving. So, again, if you're looking to bust into the motorsports world and go open-wheel racing, this Pro 4 Modified division is ever growing. They're doing something pretty special here with these types of cars and bringing them all over New England and doing all sorts of cool things. Like I said, up front, still Kurt Lester taking the green here. And the 821 sneaking up into the second spot.
Matheson at 821 looks really solid. He's been working his way through the field. He may have saved some equipment from the heat race to transfer over here to the feature. But Justin Fofford in that 04 has got many, many laps here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. And he's always a front runner no matter what he's got his hands on the wheel of.
Again, Justin Fafford now going to find himself back into the third spot. That might be all right. With the little bit lesser horsepower that these cars have, it might be the shortest way around is the fastest way around. So we'll see what the top side brings here to the 821 of Robert Matheson. Just behind him in the fourth spot is going to be Jack Dumas in the 25, bringing home a heat race win earlier on today. Going to see what he can do from the second row.
Restacking them up, ready to go, ready to send them off in the 31-lap Memorial Norm ran the third event here for the Promo 4 Modifieds. Lester is going to set the pace. Matheson to his outside. Here they come. They'll roll into turn 3. They're going to exit, hitting the stripe. Right at the yellow. Green's going to fly.
Green flag is out. We are racing. The 57 of Kurt Lester. Going to go from the pole to the point down the backstretch here yet again. He's got something figured out here in that 57 machine. Fafford now going to take it up into the second spot as Robert Matheson falls back to third. Dumas now in the 25 is going to round out your top 4 as we're 3 wide for 5th. All sorts of action side by side down through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch.
The hard charger of Robert Shardy dives to the inside of Dumas as they go into 3 and 4. Looking to work the wheel, Robert Shardy right there. Matheson still being held up. It looks like Fafford. Dumas is going to work the outside into 25.
Dumas calling me a liar, making that top side work, bringing along the zero machine as well too. Dumas now, power move on the top side, 25 up to second.
But that's just giving the advantage to Lester to stretch out his lead. But Robert Shardy, Doug Meservy, going to work their way up to the front. But Jack Dumas in the 25 is trying to catch Lester now.
Robert Shardy also making that top side work, falling into the third spot here. Top 3 breaking away from the rest of the pack is Doug Meservy in the 1A. Gonna breast up into the top 4 now as he breaks that 1A down the front stretch here, black and white machine. As we got a battle shaping up here. Kurt Lester in the 57s led them all so far. He won earlier on in his heat race. Now is going to have his hands full of Jack Dumas and Robert Shardy in the zero machine. As the 1A now getting a pointed flag.
Rashadi has reached the back bumper of the 25 of Dumas. He's going to swing to the inside now. Puts the hammer pedal down. Works the wheel coming out of turn number 4. And looks to be second spot.
It is now a 3-way battle for the race lead. Kurt Lester now onto the front bumper of the zero machine of Robert Shardy as Rashadi with a bit of a bottom shot to the inside of Kurt Lester now, bringing along Jack Dumas. Dumas now up into second as Lester now falls back to third.
Robert Shardy jets out to the lead in that zero car, taking Dumas to the second spot. Now, battle ensues for the third spot. It's Meservy on the bumper of the 57 of Kurt Lester.
Lester getting squirrely. He's in the grass. Lester leading early on, almost every lap so far. Now falls all the way back to the tail end of the field after he gets squirrely and goes through the grass. Has lost every bit of track position that he had now. Is up front, it is all Robert Shardy in the zero.
Robert Shardy coming up on the 44 and the 50. Lap traffic. Shardy's going to have to back out. He's got cars racing side by side at the back of the pack. He threads his way through.
Navigating lap traffic like a pro. Robert Shardy now threads the needle between the 50 and the silver and red number 15 machine. Ricciardi now has a bunch of breathing room. Back to second place, Jack Dumas, as the yellow flag is out. For, I believe that's the, is that the 37? Can't see, he's just behind the wall.
That is the 37 of Randy Clark, it looks like. Spun on the back stretch. Appears to have spun all by himself. Looking at the replay now. But this has been the Rob Ricciardi show for sure. Rob has been a multi-time winner here at the New Hampshire Center of Speedway, USA Speedway, and he's never forgotten how to get around here.
Certainly a lot of talent behind the wheel of that zero car. Do not count out Jack Dumas, though. That red and yellow number 25 machine has, again, something figured out here tonight. dominated his heat race early on. Now finds himself up into the second position here. Kind of matching pace with Rob Ricciardi, running similar lap times to your race leader. So Dumas now going to have something to say here on the outside, but Doug Meserve also now up into third, also a very, very fast number 1A. As we're going to get timing and scoring squared away here as top three, certainly I think the three fastest cars on the racetrack.
Ricciardi and Meserve have done many of their fair share of battles in the Pro 4 Modifieds. This could run down, but Dumas is no slouch. He's right there. That car has looked solid all day. Jack Dumas is a great competitor. And Justin Fafford, maybe this is the opportunity he's been waiting for.
Fafford pulling double duty here tonight. He ran the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stock race earlier on this evening when the 104 red, white, and blue machine now in the 4 spot in the 04 green car. I was going to see what he can do from outside row number 2. As again, timing, scoring, getting everything squared away on their end of things. Make sure everybody is where they're supposed to be.
We've got 12 laps done in our 31-lap memorial to Norm Wren III. What a great, great competitor. A huge loss to racing, and he'll never be forgotten for sure. But Rob Ricciardi raced with him. Doug Meserve raced with him. A lot of these folks have raced side by side. They've rubbed Nerf bars. They've made contact. But they've also made a friendship of family that'll never change. Phil giving a signal to double up. We're going to try to put this one in the books and get ready to finish our 31-lap feature event.
We're going to cross them up this time by 0:25, your front row of your Pro 4 Modified feature event. 12 laps in the books. 16 to go. No, excuse me. I didn't math right there. 19 to go. 2 by 2, we're going to go Nerf bar to Nerf bar. Open wheel competition on the racetrack right now. Down through turns 3 and 4. They hit the restart box. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts looks them over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Race control says they're going to give him that start. Rob Ricciardi out to the front. Doug Meserve in the 1A. Jack Dumas on the outside. Coming back through the field is the 26 of Jeff Moffitt. Moffitt looking really solid as he works his way up through the field.
Jack Dumas trying to make the top side work here. He's hanging tough, hanging on the quarter panel of Doug Meserve in the 1A. No pressure from behind, so he's going to see if he can make it work again. Fires it down through turns 3 and 4. Big separation now as Meserve wraps it on the bottom. Dumas now breathing room up ahead. Tries the crossover. Gets big gains down the backstretch here. Second and third place under a blanket right now. Big lead up to the 0 of Rob Ricciardi now. About a half straightaway ahead. Another half straightaway back to fourth is the 26 machine. Jeff Moffitt, the leader of the second pack here, as we are halfway down, halfway to go. This time by Rob Ricciardi in the Navy, number 0. Takes him down through turns 1 and 2.
1, 2, 3 have run away from the rest, but the competition still is hot back further. The 26th of Moffitt, the 04. And look at Brandon Lavoie in the 67. Had some trouble in his his heat race here. He was just saving the cars, Charlie, for later on.
Up front, top 3. A lot of separations. We got one slow in the front stretch here. The blue and yellow number 50 machine. Anthony Tufano having some troubles here, mechanical troubles. Down to snail's pace, up off at turn number 2. Is that going to bring the yellow flag out? Stacking some race cars up down the backstretch here. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts looks it over. Is he going to throw the yellow? Not yet. Tufano going to try and just limp it back to pit road here.
Charlie, I think if he can get on the pit road and get into pit road, there's no class that's currently running. He's not going to interfere. They're not going to throw the caution.
He is out of harm's way on the infield there. I don't believe the yellow flag will fly, and it does actually, making a liar out of me yet again here on the Pro 4 Modified race. Again, Tufano in the 50, just dead in the water there on the backstretch. Which now that shakes up a lot of things here for your top 3. The 3 fastest cars on the racetrack now re-scrambled one more time. The 0 of Rob Ricciardi, Doug Meserve in the 1A, and Jack Dumas Easily the 3 fastest race cars on the racetrack now for your Pro 4 modified event. We're going to re-rack them one more time. Dumas couldn't make the top work last time by. Is the same going to happen to Doug Meservey?
Only time's going to tell Charlie for sure. We're 19 laps complete right now. We're looking to go 31 as our third distance. Ricciardi and Meservey will go head-to-head. There's no doubt about it. These are two great competitors, and they know each other very well. Going to be interesting to see. Does Jack Dumas just hang back and let these cats do whatever they need to do? Does he come out victorious? Or is it the 26 of Moffitt, who's worked his way up through the field? Here we go. Field giving a signal double up.
Nice little quickie yellow we're going to have there. We're going to cross them up this time by Ricciardi, Meservey, now your new front row. Dumas and Moffitt going to be row number 2. 3 fastest race cars are the top 3 right now. Where they will finish, who knows? Dumas couldn't make the top side work last time. He now is to the inside of row number 2. Can Meservey make it work? We know Rob Ricciardi's fast in the Navy number 0, down through turns 3 and 4. Tibbetts looks him over. Green is out, and we are racing. Much like Jack Dumas, Meservey couldn't make the topside work to get around the race leader, but he does file it back out into second. Slow car up top of turns 3 and 4 here. The 30 car is going to make the right-hand corner off the racetrack. So long as they can make a pit side, we are going to stay green. 10 laps to go this time by for Rob Ricciardi as he's got a mirror full of Doug Meservey. The cream certainly has risen to the top here. The top 3 are the fastest, but now we have the top 2 in the top 2 positions. 2 fastest race cars are first and second right now. Meservey seemingly trying to just click away at that race lead that Ricciardi has gained on him so far. 23 laps in the books, 8 to go. That last time by Ricciardi now. Big drive up off of turn number 2. Bunch of breathing room back to Meservey now.
And even more back to the third place car of Jack Dumas. Our battle ensues for 5th. Holy cow, are they all stacked up side by side? Fawford and then the 821 of Matthew. Oh, shuffle and jiggle, but whatever was wrong with your pole leader, Ian Gibson has now, in the 57, worked his way back up.
We had a whole hornet's nest of cars there going into turn 1. They seem to settle it out. Fafford now leads the second pack here in the 5th spot. Just behind him is the 821 of Robert Matheson in the 6th spot. Now looking to the inside of Fafford. He is going to make it to the quarter panel. He's going to be wheel to wheel, nerf bar to nerf bar. They're even. 5 laps to go this time by. Rob Ricciardi now has started to put the end of this race in the books. He's only got 4 laps to go this time by. About a half straightaway lead back to second place, Doug Meservey. Another about 10 lengths back to the third place of Jack Dumas. The 0 car not playing around anymore. Gonna click off the last handful of laps here. He has a commanding lead now over Doug Meservey. Gonna come up onto lap traffic here, up off of turn number 2. Slower cars up ahead. Rob Ricciardi now going to take 2 to go this time by. Popsicle sticks in the air for the Navy, number 0. Doug Meservey, Jack Dumas still rounding out your top 3. Everybody single file. Minding their P's and Q's. Ricciardi now to the outside of some lap traffic. White flag in the air one more time around. For the final time tonight, Rob Ricciardi is going to take the black and blue Navy number 0 down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. He's not going to play with that lap traffic. Black and white squares in the air. Rob Ricciardi is going to be your Pro 4 modified winner, followed by Doug Meservey, and Jack Dumas will round out your top 3. And how about a round of applause to your race winner? He dominated the latter portions of that race. The black and blue Navy number 0, your race winner, Rob Ricciardi. We're going to take it trackside with Randy Wheelock.
Thank you, Charlie Sandmore. We're trackside here. Get Rob to get his hardware off and get ready to come out. Here he is, Rob Ricciardi. Rob, come around front here, partner. It seems like we've done this in other places. We've done this in other places, and buddy, you wheel the daylights out of this Navy car. And I'll tell you what, I think there's somebody special watching down over with you because he's definitely figured you out, and he's figured this track out.
Yeah, he sure has, and to win this for Norm, I've known the kid a long time. It really means a lot. We've won it before, and it really means a lot to do it again, to him and the whole Wren family, for everything they've done for us, for the club, and just everybody in general, and for the racing community themselves. They really have done a lot, and they deserve all the thanks in the world.
Such a class act. Victory Lane belongs to Rob Ricciardi.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my parents, my car owner Tim, Dave, Zach, everybody that helps out on this thing. My buddy Sam, who can't be here today, and man, we had a hell of a hot rod.
A heck of a hot rod you had, buddy. Congratulations.
All right, heck of a job there for Rob Ricciardi in the Zero car. Thank you, Randy, for that one. Now, as we progress through the tonight's festivities, you see them lined up on the backstretch there. Those are the New England Dwarf cars. As we send it over to our counterparts right over here in the announcer's booth.
Well, thank you, Charlie. Nick Adams back up here in the booth, ready for 25 laps of hard-hitting New England Dwarf car action. 600cc motorcycle engines on a chassis that weighs 1,200 pounds, driver included, ready to do 25 laps around New Hampshire's center of speed. As we get ready to roll off in the heat, just to catch everybody up, remember Kenny Scott Jr., the caveman. Big crash on the backstretch. The 72 will not be out there tonight, but as I said earlier, when you're a part of the New England Dwarf Car Series, you're a part of a family, not just a touring series. And in the 04 now, Kenny Scott will take over and he will drive the feature, replacing Stu McCormick. Drivers coming together to make sure a man who's in the competition for Rookie of the Year gets to drive in the big one, the feature here tonight. Now we have a couple of our friends out there, our sponsors, to thank for everything they've done for the New England Dwarf Cars this weekend. BMP Consultants out of Chester, New Hampshire stepped up, paid for some of the drivers' entry fees tonight. Big shout out to BMP Consultants. If you have full construction, road work, or drainage that needs to be done, give BMP Consultants out of Chester, New Hampshire a call. SOS Towing and Recovery from Windham, Maine. They also jumped on board, down a little bit of money to the Dwarf Car Purse tonight. As well did Rice Handyman Service out of Windham, Maine as well. As we get ready for the New England Dwarf Cars to roll off for 25 laps, here is your feature lineup. Starting on pole from Center Barnstead, New Hampshire, number 12, the Cupcake, Sarah Hodgdon. On her outside from Ware, New Hampshire, the number 13, Javon Welcome. Starting in third out of Farmington, New Hampshire, the 08X, Caden Roberts. In fourth out of Nashua, New Hampshire, the number 10X of Max Chaput. In fifth, coming out of Rochester, New Hampshire, the number 14, pulling triple duty here tonight, Andrew Harmon. Starting in sixth, the number 08 from Manchester, New Hampshire, that's Ryan Carmen. In seventh, a man who's found a lot of speed over the last 6 weeks, New England Dwarf Car Series, looking to come to Lee and get his second New England Dwarf Car Series win. That's out of Farmington, New Hampshire, the 31H of Jason Hodgdon. In eighth, out of Barrington, New Hampshire, it's the Chris Sullivan. In ninth, out of Concord, New Hampshire, the number 67 of Alan Robidas will be joined in that fifth row. Out of Derry, New Hampshire, the number 29 of Tom Harwood. Back in 11th, the man who got his first heat race victory here tonight at Lee USA Speedway, the number 92Z out of Canterbury, New Hampshire, Zeke Gino. Back in 12th, out of Lawrence, Massachusetts, the number 19 of Chris Waits. In 13th, he is your championship leader, the number 29 NH out of Northwood, New Hampshire, the Skull Bandit, Justin Harris. In 14th, out of Athol, Massachusetts, the number 25, Tim Griffith. In 16th, out of Orange, Massachusetts, the 73, Cole Littlewood. In 17th, jumping in the 04, in place of Stu McCormick, out of Salem, New Hampshire, that is the Caveman Kenny Scott. And starting shotgun on the field, the defending New England Dwarf Car Series champion out of Pittsfield, New Hampshire, the number 31 of Cody Hodgson. The field is racked and stacked. They're ready to rumble. We look at Joe Breggy. When he gives the signal, they'll go racing. Green flag is out for 25 laps around the center of speed. Lee USA. Off into 1 and 2. They're side by side. Javon Welcome gets a jump on Sarah the Cupcake Hodgson. Behind her, it's going to be, looks like Andrew Harmon stuck on the inside behind Caden Roberts. Max Chaput on the outside. Here comes Ryan Carmen. He gives the bumper to Chaput. They're double file from third on back throughout the field. Chaput and Roberts side by side. Carmen, Harmon side by side. Here comes the oh no, Chris Sullivan down to the inside as well. Behind him, Jason Hodgson. The battle for third seems to have gone in the way of the number 08X of Caden Roberts as we go through 1 and 2. We got one car around. It's Jason Hodgson. The field scatters. The yellow flag is out. And we'll get going on this once more. I'm not really sure what happened there. I looked up into turns 1 and 2, and Jason Hodgson was around, spinning in a circle. We're going to take a look here at the replay. Just taking a look here, folks, the replay to see what happened to Jason Hodgson. He was on the inside going into 1 and 2 under the oh no, Chris Sullivan. Jason just got a tank slapper going down the front stretch. He spun around, ended up doing a 360. He's going to start back at the tail of the field. Looked like just a racing incident. I didn't see any contact on anybody's edges there. It just was a little bit of a, you get loose coming down the front stretch, do a little spin-a-rooney. Hey, you get back going. You still got, 23 laps to drive from the back to the front. Folks, that's where my eyes are going to be for the rest of this race, watching Jason Hodgson. Like I said, he's found a ton of speed. I can't think of a better word for it than that right now. But an absolute ton of speed has Jason Hodgson found over the last 6 weeks in the New England Dwarf Car Series. Finished 1 and 2 with his son just 4 weeks ago, I believe it was. We were up at Wiscasset getting his first career New England Dwarf Car Series win. That car's been fast. Tom Harwood, who currently sits in 11th position, has been undefeated at the Lee USA Speedway since returning from injury. Swept it 2 weeks ago when we were here. Looks to continue that dominance at Lee. Going to try to drive his way back to the front. Chief starter Joe Breggy gives him the signal. Ladies and gentlemen, they're racked and stacked in 1 and 2. 2 by 2 as far as the eye can see. The New England Dwarf Cars, you may buy a seat for the show. At the start of their event, you're on the edge. By the end, you're standing. The Dwarf Cars put on a fantastic show, and we're back green. Just listen to those 600cc engines scream. Sarah Cupcake Hodgson did not get a good restart, falling all the way back to 5th, now 6th on the racetrack. One car in the wall. It's the oh no, Chris Sullivan. Sullivan's going to continue to go as he comes down the front stretch. We'll look at the commentary booth, see if there's any damage on the oh no. I apologize. That was the 67 of Alan Robidas. From over here, under the lights here, 67 in the oh no. When the lights hit him, it makes him look a little bit the same. But yeah, that was Alan Robidas. Doesn't look like the damage on the front of the car is too bad. Not sure if he had a little bit of contact or what happened there. Taking a look at the replay on the exit of turns 1 and 2 there. It looks like he just came down the racetrack, got into the 29 NH of Justin Harris, the championship leader, spun around, made a little bit of contact on the left front of the outside wall, but not a bunch there. So it looks like the 67 should be able to continue this evening. Not too much damage on his machine. He's going to pull down pit road, take a look at his car with his crew, see what's going on. Race control, getting a little bit of information out to the drivers and timing, getting everybody in the right spots. Right now, the top 5 sits. Javon Welcome looking for his first career New England Dwarf Car Series win. Sarah Cupcake Hodgson currently sitting in 6th on the racetrack, was put in at 2nd the last time we went around in the green flag. Currently in 2nd, though, is the 08X Caden Roberts. 3rd, that's going to be the 14 Andrew Harmon. 5th, that looks like the 08 of Ryan Carmen. And 6th is the 92Z. Sorry, that's 5th, the 92Z Zig Gino. 6th will be the 12 of the Cupcake, Sarah Hodgson. Once again, Joe Breggy gives them the signal. Rack 'em and stack 'em, boys and girls. Let's go a little bit of Dwarf car racing. Traveling series throughout the New England region. You find them at all sorts of different tracks around New England. Check them out at New England Dwarf Car. It's nedwarfcarseries.com. As we go back racing, Javon Welcome didn't get a good start either there. He is going to do enough to stay in the lead currently, but the battle for 2nd down the backstretch rages on. Harmon looks to the inside. Can't get the front tire in there on Javon Welcome, but this time on the exit of 4, Welcome slides up. Here comes Zig Gino looking at Andrew Harmon, not able to do it this time. Andrew Harmon has the 13, Javon Welcome in his sights. That number 14 has done 4,000 miles since he bought it. It took like 1,500 or 1,600 miles to get it here, traveling to and from the track, and now Harmon's got the issues with the 14 figured out. He's to the lead, but here comes Zig Gino to the inside. Gino side by side with Welcome for a moment. Welcome slides up the track. Zig Gino's going to set his sights on the lead off into 1 and 2. A slide job by Zig Gino puts him in the lead down the backstretch. Just 5 laps complete here at the Lee USA Speedway. Through 3 and 4, single file, the top 7 or 8. We come back to this battle between Tim Griffith and Sarah Hodgson for 10th. That was side by side for a moment. We see the oh no, Chris Sullivan. He's looking under Tom Harwood. Tom Harwood almost hits the wall trying to go around, looks like Caden Roberts there. Wasn't able to get him on the exit of 2. Here they come side by side down the front. Harwood and Ryan and Sullivan. It's the oh no, Chris Sullivan right there. Points leader Justin Harris behind him. So you have 1 and 2 in points right there between each other. Currently sitting 7th and 8th on the racetrack. Justin Harris is 1st in points. Chris Sullivan is 2nd in points. Harris needs to finish 9 spots ahead of him tonight to be able to mathematically clinch the championship. So any positions he fits in front of him helps him look to clinch in a couple of weeks. He gets by Sullivan. Now he's got Jason Hodgson from Spinnerton in the back all the way up to 10th position here. The battle for the lead. Single file right now as we look up front. Zig Gino back to Andrew Harmon. Then Ryan Carmen in 3rd. It's the battle for 2nd that's beginning to heat up. Ryan Carmen all over Andrew Harmon. Off into 1 and 2. Carmen giving him all of that pressure. But we look back here. The battle for 7th, Harris and Hodgson. They have Caden Roberts in front of them. Here comes Hodgson on the outside, down the front stretch, side by side. Jason Hodgson in 1 and 2 got a 2 for 1. Crossed flags in the air. We're halfway home, halfway to go. Spinner in 3. The 08X keeps it straight, slides back forward, keeps it going. We stay green. Caden Roberts now battling with Sarah Cupcake Hodgson for 11th position on the racetrack after that spin. Joe Breggy's going to raise the roof. There's 10 to go here at the Lee USA Speedway. Your leader, Zig Gino, has about maybe 3-4 car lengths on a set of 3 cars that are coming. Andrew Harmon, Ryan Carmen, Tom Harwood. Tom Harwood, like I said, we have a spinner on the backstretch. That is the Oh Noah Chris Sullivan. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to have to do math as we get closer to the end of this race. Oh boy. Folks, for those of you who don't know me very well, I did graduate high school. I did. But the class that I struggled in the most was basic math. I can do 1 + 1, but when you add 1 + 2 and you get a 3 somehow, I don't really understand that. So now I got to sit here and do math as we get closer to the end of this race. Where we look at, well, Justin Harris sits 6th. And now I got to find Chris Sullivan is all going to be all the way back in the back. So that's going to put him in 15th. Maybe 16th. I got to find out. It looks like 15th on the racetrack currently. Depends on lapped cars. What I'm telling you is don't expect me to give you an answer on if this helps Justin Harris win the championship tonight. That's going to take me longer than we have. But we have 15 laps complete. 10 laps to go and we get the green flag. So Joe Breggy, chief starter with the yellow flag in his hand right now, will raise the roof again when we go back green. Give him 10 laps to go. Currently Zig Gino, who didn't want to see this caution, must be pounding that steering wheel in his car. You see Andrew Harmon sitting 2nd, Ryan Carmen sitting 3rd. But then you look behind him in 4th, the man who's undefeated at Lee USA since coming back from injury, Tom Harwood. Tom has had so much speed in that 29 since coming back from injury, it's not even funny. But Jason Hodgson sitting in 6th right now behind him with Justin Harris, the Skull Bandit, in 5th to the inside of them. Man, folks, I told you, you bought the whole seat. You only needed the edge. Now you're not even going to need that at this point. It's going to be a standing room only event as we come down to the last 10 laps. The Dwarf cars always put on a great show, and it's only about to get better. They come into 3 and 4. They get the green flag, and away we go. Zig Gino with a good jump. Andrew Harmon battling hard on the outside. Here he comes. He's not able to keep it out there. Tried to go the long way around, couldn't do it. Ryan Carmen to his inside. Harmon drives it off deep. Tom Harwood looking for a way to get through the middle. Justin Harris, Jason Hodgson, they're just stuck. It's one thing to catch Andrew Harmon. It's another thing to pass him. One of the most talented guys out there running triple duty tonight. This is going to be a fantastic finish. The battle for the win is going to be 6 cars deep. Into 1 and 2, Zig Gino, Andrew Harmon, Tom Harwood completes the pass for 3rd. Now he's looking to the outside. Watch that 29. Here he comes, side by side, with now Ryan Carmen again. Tom Harwood slipped up in 3 and 4, slid up the track, back to 4th. Here comes Jason Hodgson in 5th, looking for that 4th position down the backstretch. It's a drag race into 3 and 4. Hodgson would like to drive it deeper. He's going to get past Harwood. Harwood back to 5th. Hodgson up to 4th. Now Hodgson's got Carmen in his sights, and Carmen's got Harmon in his sights. We got 2 cars in the wall in turn 2. It's Sarah Cupcake Hodgson And I want to get this right because that looks big. Let's see if I can see who that is. That's going to be Caden Roberts and Sarah Cupcake. Hodgson, hard contact into the outside wall in the middle of turns 1 and 2. For all you watching on Nastra Vision and Racing America, we'll get you a replay here momentarily. So what it looks like, from what we can see here, folks, by the time we get a view on this, we're in the middle of the incident, but it looks like they went into 1 and 2. Caden Roberts was on the outside. The 12 of Sarah Cupcake Hodgson was down the inside. And there might have been a little bit of, there was definitely some push on the 12. She definitely rode at the track a little bit, got into the left rear of the 08X, and then the 08X is sideways, he's out of control, the 12 can't stop. And they just both go into the outside of retaining wall. Both drivers have exited their vehicles, it looks like. All right, we're taking a look over there in turns 1 and 2. The field will come to a stop around this circle here at Lee USA Speedway. We have some of the cars down in 3 and 4, some of the cars in the backstretch. Red flag situation here. What we wait for is we wait for a thumbs up from our safety crew in 1 and 2 to tell us that Sarah Cupcake Hodgson and Caden Roberts are all right. It's a hard hit when you go into the driver's side door. Once again, folks, told you earlier, 1,200-pound race car, driver included, 600cc motorcycle engine, custom built to fit these drivers. But the safety equipment on another level in this New England Dwarf Car Series. These guys do everything they can to keep everybody safe. We've had some pretty big incidents in the Dwarf cars in the past, and everybody's walked away from them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we let safety crews do their work, we'll do a little bit of a recap here, talk about our friends that have helped us kind of do what we do here in the New England Dwarf Car Series. Once again, we want to thank BMP Consultants for jumping on here tonight to assist with some of the entry fees for some of our drivers. They're out of Chester, New Hampshire. Full construction road work and drainage needs. Give them a call. They're in Chester, New Hampshire once again. SOS Towing and Recovery jumped in at the last moment, threw some extra money in the purse for all of our drivers out there. As well did Rice Handyman Service. They're both out of Windham, Maine. If you've seen SOS Towing and Recovery, if you've been here this weekend, you know them. They're the ones driving the kid tram around the racetrack. It's been an absolute blast to watch the kids have all the fun in the world. They get to drive around this racetrack, go around the pits. They've just had a blast. I've seen some of these kids ringing the bell, telling the driver to punch it. It's just some future race car drivers riding that thing around the racetrack this weekend. And the beautiful trophies you're going to see later tonight for the Dwarf cars. Bumpy's Auto Service, Salem, New Hampshire. We love them. They help us a ton. This is, the Bumpy's Auto Service in Salem, New Hampshire. They absolutely love racing. They love the New England Dwarf cars, and we love them for everything they do for us. Everything they can do for you as well. Currently under red flag conditions here at Lee USA Speedway. We are 19 laps complete, 6 to go. Zig Gino currently your leader. Andrew Harmon in second. Ryan Carmen third. Jason Hodgson fourth. Tom Harwood in fifth. So I talked about it a little bit about Tom Harwood. It's been amazing to see the return of Tom Harwood, what he's been able to do since he's come back from injury. The man, like I said, undefeated at Lee USA Speedway since he came back. Went to Star, drove a fantastic race. Tom has been just a beacon of light throughout everything, and it's been great to see. We get rolling back under yellow flag conditions here. We'll get the field racked back up, get them ready to go again. Driver's going to get a little bit of heat in these tires. Folks, I said it was going to be a fantastic finish when there was 10 laps to go and there was a 5-car battle. Now we got 6 laps to go and a 7-car battle. I don't know about you, but if I had a seat, I wouldn't be sitting in it. I can't wait. I mean, Zig Gino in first, Andrew Harmon second, there in third, Ryan Carmen. Then you look at Jason Hodgson, spinner on lap 2, all the way to the back of the pack, from spinning to fourth with 6 to go. He's found something in these last 6 weeks, and it's fantastic to see. Tom Harwood in fifth, the Skull Bandit, the championship leader, Justin Harris in sixth. That man, next year, going to be driving a 350 Super. I can't wait to see that. He was at Star 2 weeks ago. Absolute blast to watch him. Currently, I did say I would do some math. My math, just looking at it, with Justin Harris in sixth and Ryan and Chris Sullivan in what? 7th and 9th, wouldn't be enough for the Skull Bandit to clinch the championship here tonight. But we did rack them and stack them. We're coming to green through turns 3 and 4. They come out of the darkness into the sunlight. Here they go. Green flag is a-waving. Zig Gino, Andrew Harmon, side by side. We look in third and fourth. That battle. Ryan Carmen, Jason Hodgson. Jason Hodgson, the third. Jason Hodgson looking hard on the outside. He's looking for Andrew Harmon to make a mistake. He's going to ride the bumper of the 14 into 1 and 2. Here he comes. Here comes the 31H. Jason Hodgson on a rail, taking the long way around, all the way up on the high side here at Lee. Into 1 and 2. Hodgson has a quarter. A little bit of that tire. He's side by side. Zig Gino. Big issue for the 92Z. Jason Hodgson to the lead in 3 and 4. Heartbreaking issue for Zig Gino. But we're coming to 3 laps to go. Jason Hodgson into the lead. Andrew Harmon second. Ryan Carmen third. And the caution will wave. Zig Gino's car dead in the water on the bottom of 3 and 4, rolling almost completely to a stop. Obviously a major mechanical issue on the exit of turn 2. Man, is that heartbreaking for Zig Gino. I can't tell as he goes by. The 92Z does sound like it's running. The 92Z is running, so it's not an engine issue, it's a propulsion problem. So it could be anything in the driveline, in the rear end. Could be absolutely anything. Could be a 30-second fix. Most times in racing, the parts that break are 50, 60 cents, $1.20. Those are the things that get you. But we're going to have me and Steve Grant have a saying. 3-lap shootouts are the best type of shootouts. And I can't wait for this. They're going to give him the sign. Side by side. Oh, no, I apologize. I misread that. Giving him the sign to close the field up a little bit. Joe Braggy making it. That's not Joe. Get everybody to single file it up, get a little bit closer. Coming into 3 and 4, a single file restart for the last restart, maybe. Tim Griffith didn't go. They slide all over the racetrack back there in the middle of the pack. The battle for third. Here comes Tom Harwood. He's on a rail. Now Tom Harwood's on the outside. Popsicle sticks in the air, folks. 2 to go at Lee, USA. Harwood to the outside. Harmon to the inside. Here comes Tom Harwood. Tom Harwood, Andrew Harmon, quarter panel to quarter panel. Out of turn 4, white flag in the air for Jason Hodgson. The battle for second continues to go on. Through 1 and 2, they're wheel to wheel, lug nut to lug nut. It's a drag race for second into 3 and 4. Tom Harwood, Andrew Harmon out of turn 4. Jason Hodgson will win it, Lee. Harmon second, Carmen in third. Jason Hodgson from Wreckers to victory here tonight. You hear the excitement in Jason Hodgson's voice. Jason Hodgson from back to front in 23 laps, spinning out on the second lap, ending up starting in the rear. A couple weeks ago, that 31H didn't have a motor in it. He wasn't sure he was going to be able to finish the season. His sponsors stepped up, got him the funding and a new motor, and have continued his dream to race the New England Dwarf Car Series. As I make my way down here to Victory Lane, very slow as I normally walk. You can ask GM John Espernette. I saunter everywhere. Well, Jason Hodgson here getting his picture taken, getting this beautiful trophy. Presented by Bumpy's Auto Service out of Salem, New Hampshire. Fantastic partner to the Dwarf Car Series, but Lee USA, give it up for Jason Hodgson. Jason, I feel like I just talked to you a couple weeks ago. At Wiscasset, you were crying, you were excited, you couldn't believe that you had this in you. And then you come here, and you don't just beat anybody. You beat Tom Harwood.
I don't know, spinning myself out over there, getting on the brakes too hard. I was pretty mad at myself. Had to go to the back. Pretty much passed everybody on the outside. I can't believe this. This car is freaking amazing. Nick Pogge built an amazing car. For a guy like me that's like, nothing good here. To have a second, a third, and a first. I've never won here. This is absolutely awesome.
Well, you know what you can't say after tonight? That you've never won here, because you get to take that big trophy home. Jason, I know you don't do this by yourself, and I know the emotional connection you have personally with your sponsors. So who do you want to thank?
I got to thank Nick Pogge of Bovada Industries, Arnie's Auto Repair, Power Sports Junction, Schofield Builders, Pella Air, Bumpy's Auto Salvage, American Razor, SOS Towing for Carberry for throwing up some money today, Rice Handyman Services, and B&B Consultants. Well, no, I was thanking the sponsors first, but of course, can't do it without Sarah, my buddy Chris. We busted ass on this car for 2 weeks, and you know, I got Cody, I got Jevin, I got a lot of people that helped me not suck, really.
Well, Jason, it's been an honor to see what you've done this season. I know there's more in store for you. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, Jason Hodgson.
I do have to thank American Racer, too. These tires are spanked, and they're still good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending it back up to my broadcast partners, Randy Wheelock and Charlie.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you to the New England Dwarf Car Series. What an awesome, awesome show they put on. We're going to get ready to go. Nema Midget Racing here at the Lee USA Speedway. Folks, thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us for Russ Conway's Oktoberfest day number 2. Thank you to all the staff here at the Lee USA Speedway. Now, Mr. Hodgson's just a little excited about that victory. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get the Nemas out here and ready to go, they're going to run 25 laps for their feature event tonight here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. After they run, we have the MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks for feature number 2. Been a long day, Charlie. For some reason, I'm trying to catch up now.
That it has. When you have a day and a half worth of racing and stuff into one day, it all the hours kind of blend into each other. Time becomes a flat circle. It's kind of a problem. But incredible showing we have here for the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. What you see rolling out on the raceway right now are the Northeast Midget Association Midgets. And this is part of the marquee event of what you were coming here to see tonight. These are going to be some of the fastest wing cars in the region of what you see here. Open wheel action coming to you right now is on tap. They have their feature event coming up for you. 25 laps on tap again for the Nema Midgets here tonight as we're going to start rolling them off again.
They're direct drive vehicles. They do not have starters. It's a magneto-type system that they use, so they have no clutch, no nothing, no ready to go, but the go pedal, Charlie.
That is true, yes. Unlike the Nema Lights, what we saw earlier, that run Ford Focus engines, they have a starter. These do not. So just bear with us here as we get the lineup fired off on the racetrack here.
The Nemas will crown their champion tonight. The Nema Lights will race at the Thompson Speedway, and they will prepare for their championship event. Tonight, though, we will crown the 2023 Nema champion. Charlie Sanborn will join him in victory lane, be able to put together what an awesome season that these guys and gals have had. They've had multiple races with only a couple of rainouts, thank goodness. And right now, your points look like this. It's Randy Cabral on top, Avery Storr in second, the dangerous one, Paul Scally in third, Dylan Rock in the fourth spot, and fifth will round out Ryan Tidman.
And to add on to what you were just saying there with the points, Randy, the top three between Randy Cabral, Avery Storr, and Paul Scally, the top three are separated by 14 points, only 7 back to second place Avery Storr. So more or less, we're looking at those three drivers seeing who finishes ahead of the other. I believe Randy Cabral has to have it basically at least 2 cars between he and second place. If that happens there, and we're going to be basically trying to update you throughout this race who will be the champion. As right now on the racetrack, we're going to go down through our starting lineup. On the pole for this one, that's going to be the number 16 of Matt O'Brien.
Second, in the second spot to the outside is Avery Storr.
Next in line out in the 49 machine, that's going to be Dylan Rock. And again, timing and scoring, getting everything squared away here. So we're just running down through a list of names.
Next on the grid looks to be starting in the fourth spot. That's John Zick. Starting in the fifth spot is Dylan Kuchu in the 53. Next on the grid is the fifth points runner in the 35. That's Ryan Tidman. won his race after many years of not being able to get there, starting in 7th. That is Doug Cleveland in the 87. Next on the starting grid in the A1, that is Derek Roby. In the 93 is Mike Horn. In the 61L is Ryan Locke. Mike Perstiglio will go next in the 50. Randy Cabral in the 47. And the dangerous one, Paul Scally, will take tail on the field. Special shout out. It is Russ Store's birthday today. What a great way to tag along and make sure, see if Avery can get it done and take that car to the championship.
All right, now timing and scoring seeming to have the lineup correct here. On the front row will be the 50 machine of Mike Pernissiglio. Just behind him was going to be the 87 of Doug Cleveland. Cleveland, as you mentioned earlier, breaking a nearly 40-year winless streak right here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway, in that 87 machine. He is going to start to the outside pole. So he knows how to find victory lane here. A bunch of stout-looking race cars, a lot of top-notch equipment out there right now. We're just, again, letting these cars warm up here just a bit, get some heat in the engine, get the oils flowing before we cross them up and let them loose here. As you're going to see some warm-up laps here coming out as Mike Pernissiglio is going to pick up the pace here just a little bit. Doug Cleveland in the 16 of Matt O'Brien's going to lead the way just behind him as well, too. Again, warm-up laps underway here for the Northeast Midget Association Midgets. Putting on a little bit of an exhibition right now to show off some of their speed of what you will see later on here in just a few moments. As Pernissiglio in that 50 is going to try and squirt away. Once they take the green, Doug Cleveland just behind him, going to try and go to victory lane for the second time here in the 2023 season. Again, incredible speed out of these winged warriors here. Yellow flag out. Yellow flag out as we are now going to rack the field up here. Wingboard to wingboard. They're going to go, folks. Pick a driver. Get up, wave your hat, wave your hand, whatever it is you want to do. Send them off as we're going to go green flag racing here in just one lap. The Nema Midgets out on the racetrack. We're going to have one more lap under yellow here, folks, as we got one dead in the water in turns 3 and 4. So I want to hear you. I want to see you standing. I want to hear who your favorite driver is. Pick them out, point them out. I don't care if it's a family member. You just like the paint job. I want to see you up. I want to see you standing. I want to see you pick a driver as you're going to wave them off in just this one more time around.
Come on, Leo Safe Speedway, on your feet, stretch it out. Let's let them send them off, the Nema Midgets, folks. Let them know that why we're here is why we came. We came to have fun and race.
Everybody down at the bar, I want to see those lights shaking. Everybody down through turns 3 and 4, pick a driver. Turn 4, pick a driver. Front stretch, pick a driver. Lights are out this time by Winged Warriors. Down through turns 1 and 2. Nema Midgets on tap here. 25 laps of some of the fastest racing you are going to see here tonight. Mike Pernissiglio, Doug Cleveland, your front row. Matt O'Brien, Randy Cabral just behind them. Wingboard to wingboard up off of turn number 4 in the restart box. Green flag is out and we are racing.
Wow, what a jump by O'Brien. Cleveland also, what a day. Look at Matt O'Brien rock that thing to the front.
Matt O'Brien from 3rd to 1st in just one set of corners. He's going to lead lap number 1 in that Tiger Stripe number 16. He's going to bring along the number 9 of John Zink now, or Zitch, excuse me, as the top 2 break away. Cleveland now 3 wide down the backstretch for 3rd. He's going to get it to the bottom side. He's going to make it work. Doug Cleveland stays onto the 3rd spot.
Zick had a bead on O'Brien, working the top line. Charlie, whatever myth you had about that line didn't work. It's worked all weekend here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Here comes Zick.
High side hustling is the 9 of John Zitch. He's going to get the loud pedal down. He's going to make it work. 9, the new race leader over Matt O'Brien. O'Brien hanging on to second now as the top two are in their own area code. Up front, a straightaway ahead of Doug Cleveland, now to the 49. Dylan Rock is going to take over the third spot here as Cleveland now hung out to dry in the middle. Now to the bottom side. He is going to go get passed by a couple more cars. To his outside is the 47. Randy Cabral now up into the top 5.
Working their way through. Going to come up into lap traffic shortly here. But right now it has been John Zick. John doing a great job in that 9 car, pedaling that Nema midget.
Zick up front in the 9 machine. Picking him up and putting him down here. 19 laps to go this time by.
Fast times for fast wing modifieds ready to go through. These Nema midgets are tooling the show. Zick coming up on the back of the field as they round out of turns 1 and 2. Down the backstretch, up to the high side, just like he made the pass for the lead. Zick got that car hooked up on the top shelf. Working his way through, digging real hard is John Zick. Matt O'Brien, he is walking away from O'Brien in the second spot. Dylan Rock in third. Avery Storr right now sits in fourth.
All right, a couple things to keep on track here, folks. 15 laps to go this time by. Between the 30 machine of Paul Scally and the 39 of Avery Storr. Whoever finishes ahead of the other will take home the owner's championship. So the 30 and the 39, keep an eye out for them on the racetrack. As of right now, Avery Storr and team would bring home the owner's championship. We are halfway down, halfway to go this time by. Now, if we're talking driver's championship, folks, where all the guts and glory goes to, Randy Cabral just needs to finish ahead of the 39 and the 30 to retain his points lead and be crowned the champion. As of right now, Cabral is in the 5th spot. Up ahead of him is Avery Storr. Storr and the 30, however, actually, yeah, the 39 right now is ahead of Randy Cabral.
That's a battle for 4th and 5th sitting right now between Storr and Cabral. Working their way through. We've got 10 more laps after this time. John Zick in that 9 has done a slingshot to the outside and taken the lead early on in this feature event tonight. Working their way through right now. Matt O'Brien is on the hustle. Dylan Rock looking to get to O'Brien to see if he can top that 2nd spot. Avery Storr sits in 4th, Randy Cabral in 5th. Working their magic through. Such a fast set of wing modifieds that we've seen in a long time. The midgets here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed.
Now, folks, right now, keep an eye on the battle between 4th and 5th, the 39 of Avery Storr and the 47 of Randy Cabral. Whoever finishes ahead of the other one is your 2023 Nema champion. We have them going down through turns 1 and 2 right now. Cabral all over the back bumper of the 39 of Avery Storr. Again, that is your driver's championship for the 2023 season. Storr hanging tough. Also, as of right now, Storr would be the owner's champion as well. Over the 30 of Paul Scally. Scally having mechanical troubles out back, not faring so hot tonight. Again, the driver's championship. As up front, John Zick continues to walk away with this one. 4 laps to go this last time by. The driver's championship now goes into turns 1 and 2. Cabral all over the back bumper of Avery Storr. They go down the backstretch and battling for the 4th spot, but also the guts and glory to be your 2023 champion. Randy Cabral now to the inside. There's your championship on the line. Down the backstretch as up front, the 9 of John Zick takes the 2 to go signal this time by.
Side by side, they're Nerf bar to Nerf bar, working their way through. Someone to take the hardware home. They're still working. It's Cabral behind Storr. Storr just ahead of him, mired in lap traffic. Here they go. The hustle moves on. 1 more lap to get it done.
So the 47 and the 39 still duking out for the championship. Down the backstretch, they're going to go for the final time. The 39 retains it down through turns 3 and 4. The win is going to go to John Zick, but the 2023 champion will be the 39 of Avery Store.
Nice job. What a hustle show that was, folks. Avery Store will come out your 2023 Nema Midgets champion. As Charlie makes his way down to victory lane, we want to make sure that you're aware we still have MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks are open, original Wheelman, late models, Ridge Runners, and the Seekonk Pure Stocks Challenge. And we'll end our night with mini stocks in the Bob Stocker Open. We'll send it trackside for Charlie Sanborn.
Now, folks, what a battle we just saw there, not only for the 2023 championship, but we also just crowned a winner here for the Nema Midget Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. He's getting out of the car already, still with his helmet on. Round of applause for the 9 of John Zitch. Let's see a wing dance. Things you love to see here down in victory lane. Now he's going to take the helmet off. Get the head and neck restraint system off his neck there. Get the helmet off, put it back in the seat. We're going to bring him around to the shiny side, the show side of the car, right? Here is your Nema Midget winner, Johnny Zitch. How goes it, man?
Oh, so good, so good. We've been here so many times, and this is like the one track we haven't won at, and so I was just driving as hard as I possibly could without spinning the tires, but man, it feels so good to check this one off. And just want to thank my dad for all the work he puts in. This isn't possible without him. He works on the car throughout the week, and so this is certainly an awesome win and a great way to end the year for us.
Certainly you put on a show there for all the folks here on the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest. Not only talk to me a little bit about how that race went. You had a good battle going on between you, the 49, and the 39. Matt O'Brien was kind of mixing it up with you guys as well, too. But what does this mean to win on Oktoberfest here at Lee?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, it's great to come to Oktoberfest here at Lee. Thank Lee for having us. But, yeah, just trying to clear lap cars as quickly and as best I could, knowing those guys were coming. So, like I said, I was just trying to run every lap like a qualifying lap.
Well, there you have it, folks. Your Nema Midget winner, the number 9 of Johnny Zitch. And, again, all of you over on Nastra, that's NHSTRAvision.com. Also, all of you over on Racing America, thank you for tuning in. Thank you to everybody out in the grandstands right now for spending your hard-earned dollars, your hard-earned off time to spend it here right at New Hampshire Center of Speed. But we're going to roll right into the program again, and back up to you, Randy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed Oktoberfest day number 2, you have to stay and come back with us. Go home, get some rest, bring yourself back to day number 3 tomorrow. We have currently 38 Granite State Pro Stocks that are going to battle for 28 positions starting field to win $8,500 here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. So if you like full fender racing, you're going to be in store for a rockin' good time tomorrow. Also coming up will be the 350 Super Modifieds. Avery Insurance 6, let's try this again. O'Reilly Auto Parts 6-shooters will be in the house doing a double feature 60-lap event in memory of George Yetton. And we will crown tomorrow the Nastra Quest for the Cup for our modified division. If you haven't seen this gorgeous cup, take a look down in the VIP section, take a peek at it, because someone's going to take home a beautiful piece of hardware that's going to be front row in any showcase that you'll ever see. 28 positions, 38 pro stocks, biting for that $8,500. And Charlie, I don't know about you, but this is just the beginning. This is the tip of the iceberg for here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Wait till day 3 of Oktoberfest.
Yeah, again, folks, we still have a good portion of tonight's festivities on tap as you're going to see the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks coming up off of turn number 4 here for the second time tonight. We're going to go into the second round of feature events that we have for you here. Also, all day tomorrow, same time, same place. You're going to find us right back here at Lee USA Speedway for the third and final day of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. As I'm sure you've mentioned and you've heard us time and time again already, we have the 350 Super Modifieds on tap. We have the Granite State Pro Stock Series on tap. All sorts of racing on the card for tomorrow. As right now, you are going to see your MLM Diagnostic Pure Stocks.
Your champion this season is out there. However, this now just becomes fun for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MLM Diagnostics Pure Stock feature event. Starting on the pole in the 14. That is none other than Josh Hodgson out of Scarborough, Maine. No, wait a minute.
The 14, I think that one's going to be good for, according to timing and scoring, that's going to be Derek Cook in the 14, or no, excuse me, Andrew Harmon in the 14H. Plenty of 14s out there,
Dwarf
apparently.
car driver going back to the Pure Stock.
Just to his outside is going to be the 11NH of David Smith. And then inside row number 2, that's going to be the 7 machine of I know we've called the car before.
It's Weber, but
Shane Weber? Yeah. Sorry, folks, had some mic troubles there. That's going to be the 7 of Shane Weber to his outsides, the 21K.
Next on the inside, that's the Ricky Frisetta, the 03. This outside, that's Carlos Grenier. The 88 is Donnie Fletcher. Sorry, folks, we're trying to read from scoring here. Got a first runner in competition in the 8Z of Owen Zielinski. We'll get to the rest of the lineup, but we're going to go green this time, right now. Dave Tibbetts looks him over. Flags are up, ready to send them flying. MLL Diagnostic size.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing, and we are already 3 wide for the race lead. Shane Weber looking to the inside, can't quite make it work, falls to second as the 11 New Hampshire of David Smith is going to fall back on the backside. We got one around up off of turn 2, one hard in the wall. That's the 42.
Ricky doing a smack job on the wall. Also looks like the 4 of Colton Martin may have just stopped on the inside. Mackenzie Belial is involved.
Ricky Austin in that 42 machine taking a hard hit up off of turn number 2 into the backstretch wall. Looks as though the window net is down, though, so that driver is okay. That is the universal signal to just let everyone know that you are all right before anybody gets to you.
5X has got some nose damage, Charlie, on the backstretch as he comes along. There may have been some contact with him and Austin.
Yeah, there was I looked up, and there was just a whole gaggle of race cars going into one direction, and it wasn't the band, but it was the concrete wall down the backstretch there, just next to the Mainly Motorsports sign. So a hard hit there for Austin in the 42, unfortunately. But now that we got timing and scoring going up, and our mics are working just right.
So we left off with the 8Z up there. We unfortunately missed one in the middle. Just ahead of the 8Z is the 14M of Derek Cook. Donnie Fletcher, the 5X of Cooper Bolio. brother of Owen Zielinski, in the 7Z, that is Zachary Zielinski. Jimmy Zellman driving the 01. Colton Martin in the 4. The 54 of Turcotte. And at the scratch point at this point is the 21 of Mackenzie Belisle.
Want to watch out for out back is that silver and orange number 4 machine, Colton Martin. The me-sponsored Nissan already found victory lane here once early on today in the very opening event here for the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest. So keep an eye out on that silver number 4 machine from Outback. Going to have some work to do go back-to-back here at Lee USA Speedway. But again, timing and scoring going to get everything squared away here, get everybody lined up. As Andrew Harmon again up front in that 14H. Going to try and lead him down to green here. No laps officially in the books. 25 on tap for your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. For all of your electrical diagnostics and computer programming, give a call to 603-305-9938. Again, MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks on the racetrack right now. Great sponsored partnership with that service right there. As again, we're also trying to get the 42 car off the racetrack. All right, seems as though we're going to finally get the 42 car off the racetrack here. We're going to cross them up. This time by lights are out for your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks already. We're trying to rush them along. They're going to figure it out eventually. We don't have time to wait for the 12th place cars to figure out where they got to go. We're 2 by 2 down through turns 3 and 4.
Harmon with Smith on the outside, ready to fire. Here they come. Come to the restart zone. Green's going to fly, and we're underway.
Green is out. We are racing, and we are 3 wide for the race lead. Shane Weber to the inside, gets into the left rear of Andrew Harmon. Front wheel drive racing there as he just hits the loud pedal, gets it straightened out right away.
The 8Z of Owen Zielinski spun off coming out of turn number 2. He's got it refired. He's got that thing ready to go. Gonna take a shot. No! The 5X hard into the back of the 7. And we've got carnage over here coming out of turn number 4. Mackenzie Belial's involved. She's up here against the fence just as we come into the front stretch circuit. Owen Zielinski had spun on the back stretch, got into the grass. He's regained himself. That's the 88 of Fletcher. He's going to go to the pit, see if he can get some assistance. Belial able to refire on her own. She's going to get that hot rod turned around, get it pointed in the right direction. It's been Andrew Harmon out in front, Weber right there in the second spot. The 14 of Derek Cook hanging right in as well, sitting there in the third spot. Ricky Frissette always does an amazing job with his pure stocks. He is sitting in position number 4. Carlos Grenier in the 5th spot. David Smith in the 11. Zach Zielinski in the 7. Your champion for 2023, Colton Martin, sits there in the silver 4. Got some grass and dirt coming out of the exit of turn number 2. Cleanup crew's going to dust that off so they don't have a problem getting out of the second turn chute. Looks like we got some debris over just coming out of the exit of turn number 4. So what a great man. Met him once at the Hudson Speedway. He is truly a racer's provider for sure.
I was fortunate enough to sit next to him at the banquet last year for the 2022 season, as we were fortunate enough to be invited by Ben Basowski and team to host the event there. And Mike, again, great guy. Like you said, a racer's racer, a true dude when it comes to racing, that's for sure. Certainly investing back in the sport, which is something that we love to see. And all of you out here too. I mean, if you have the means and it's something that you want to do, let's try to figure out how to get you into one of these types of race cars, or maybe even something a little bit higher than that. I mean, always looking to get new cars out on the field here, whether it's here at Lee USA Speedway or any of the Nastra tracks, really Hudson, Claremont. It doesn't matter. We'd love to have you. We love you to be a part of it, not only as a fan, but maybe even as a competitor as well too. One point we all started just sitting out in the stands here, and a good handful of us have made a name for ourselves. And whether it's at the local level or you're regional or even national, it's certainly a dream that it is attainable. It is something that is feasible, and there's a lot of help, a lot of resources out there to help you get pointed in that direction. Mike Marshall, the MLM Diagnostic Services team, is one of those resources. Us at the Black Flag Podcast, we'd love to get you pointed in the right direction as well too. And again, we want to see the sport thrive. We want to see it flourish. We want to see it grow. And that's exactly what Ben Basowski and Basowski Properties, his whole team, is doing here by owning and operating these racetracks at such a high level and making sure that we put on a great show for you folks. And hopefully we get the names out there of all these youngsters and all these upstarts and all these drivers out here that have even been doing it forever. I mean, we've got the likes of Dave Cameron, who's now got the opportunity to run a super late model tomorrow for the Granite State Pro Stock Series. We've got people like Tyler Lerm and Josh Hodgson down there in the infield sharing a ride in that 14 Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner. We've got drivers coming from all over racetracks and all over the place to participate here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. And just because you're in the stands doesn't mean that you couldn't do it too. As we're going to cross them up here one more time again for your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. As up front, it's going to be Andrew Harmon, and to his outside is the other 14, I believe, of Derek Cook.
Maine versus New Hampshire, we're ready to go. Here we come, down to the stripe. We're going to work our way out of turn number 3, down to the stripe that exits turn number 4. Dave Tippett's got green in. We're underway.
Green flag is out. We are racing, and 14s are wild as we go down through turns 1 and 2, the 7 machine. Or excuse me, the
box
4.
Sandwich, Facette almost stuck the 0-3 right in there to make it 3 wide.
Calamity Corner down through turns 3 and 4. 5 cars under a blanket up off of turn number 4. Andrew Harmon is going to take the yellow flag one more time as we have debris up off of turn number 2. It looks like a bumper cover just leading up into the backstretch there, as we're going to have to get that piece of debris off the racetrack before that inevitably goes through the windshield of one of the cars out there. As annoying as that may be, that is certainly a safety precaution we're going to have to take there to get that bumper off the racetrack.
All right, bumpers off the racetrack. Let's get them doubled up, Charlie, see if we can get them back in.
Let's make it a quickie yellow, cross them up this time by. Hey, they're listening to us, folks. We're going to cross them up.
Here we go. Working the inside is Harmon. On the outside is Weber. Cook to the inside. Facette. Grenier. Zach Zielinski, your champion in Colton Martin, and the crafty veteran in Dave Smith in the 11. Here they go. They're going to work their way down the backstretch into turn 3, exiting turn number 4. We're back underway. Green is out.
Green flag is out. We're already 3 wide, going down to turns 1 and 2. The 14H of Andrew Harmon now is going to go from the pole to point down the backstretch, bring along the extra 14 just behind him of Derek Cook.
I don't know if Facette got bottled up or bottlenecked, but he got pinched off and sent backward. Ricky Facette doing a good job trying to backpedal back up to the lead.
Excuse me, the 7 car is actually in second. No transponder coming up on the Shane Weber machine. Shane Weber now relegated back to the second spot in a 14 sandwich between Andrew Harmon and Derek Cook now. As Derek Cook now is going to have some work to do to bust up into the top 2. Only 3 laps are completed here in our 25-lap feature event for the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. We're going to calm down here just a little bit, single file throughout the field. We are going to go. Andrew Harmon continues to lead this one.
7 of Stephen Weber doing a great job holding off the 14 Maine. Excuse me, Shane Weber doing a great job holding off Cook. Trying to work his way to the top, trying to work his way to the bottom. Here they come down the front stretch.
One thing to watch out for, too, the 1 New Hampshire Carlos Grenier looking to have some mechanical troubles underneath that car. Flames shooting out, sparks all over the place. Potentially dragging something or a massive backfire there under the 1 New Hampshire. Carlos Grenier running in the 4th spot right now. As Shane Weber now under attack from Derek Cook in the 14. Looking at his outside. The 14M of Derek Cook now to the back bumper. He's going to look topside. Can he make it stick? He fires it in there.
Derek Cook trying to work the top line, trying to work the bottom line. Weber not giving him any inch of room. He comes, looks high this time by, tries to dive in. Maybe he'll try to cross him over as they exit turn number 2. No, he's going to stick to the top line.
Derek Cook with the momentum now in that white and blue number 14 machine. Maybe getting the roll on the top side to cut it low and get the crossover down the backstretch. He's going to try it one more time. He's going to enter high. Can he get the run? No, he does not. He's going to settle in third now as Carlos Grenier is falling back to the front bumper of the 0-3 of Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin now rounding out our top 5, but here comes Colton Martin. He's already won once today in that 4Me car. Colton Martin now riding just outside the top 5. He started way out back in this one. Only 9 laps in the books. He's still going to have plenty of time to get up there. Colton Martin, one to watch out for in the 6th spot.
The 03 still shows a Ricky Frissette. Now, here comes your battle for a second. The 14 main to the top. Weber to the bottom. Still not going to happen. Weber able to shut the door on Cook as they work their way. Here they come out of 3 and 4.
And again, no transponder on that 7 car. Shane Weber hanging tough in the 2nd spot with the 14M of Derek Cook all over his back bumper. The leader, Andrew Harmon, has checked out just a bit, coming up on lap traffic, a gaggle of about 4 cars in his way before some clear sailing to the end of this one. He's going to thread the needle down high. He goes low now. He's going to pick off another one. He's going to have 2 more to go before he's about a straightaway, a clean racetrack. He's going to stuff it 3 wide, it looks. No, he doesn't. Up off at number 4, the 14H of Andrew Harmon now is going to take halfway to go this time by. He is clear of lap traffic. Now it's up to Shane Weber and Derek Cook in the 14M to do the same.
88 of Fletcher slowing, gone to the top side, coming out of turn number 2. Harmon able to negotiate lap traffic. He now sets sail. He's in a different zip code as we speak over your leader. Working the pedals. Here comes the second. Oh, contact. Oh, Frissette's around. Backs it up into the turn 2 wall. Caution's going to fly on the speedway. Ricky Frissette in the 03. Slide of life out of turn number 2. Backs it into the turn 2 wall on the backstretch. He was working the daylights out of that car. This is not what Andrew Harmon wanted to see. He was running away. He says, you guys battle it out behind me. I got through lap traffic. I'm just going to push myself that much further ahead. Harmon got to the point early. He stayed out in front. Now, does Weber or Cook have what it is to reel him in? But here is the closer sitting in 4th spot in Colton Martin, your championship winner this season at the Lee USA Speedway, at the Claremont Motorsports Park, and the Hudson International Speedway. Colton Martin is the closer for a reason. He's worked his way up methodically, sits there in the 5th spot. He's just going to wait for others to make a mistake and see if he can be the spoiler to get the victory lane.
Again, folks, Andrew Harmon in that 14H has led every lap so far here tonight for the 2nd portion of the MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stock race. Ricky Frissette on the backstretch going to get pushed potentially pit side here, having mechanical troubles there in the 0-3 camp as a couple of 14s and a 7 putting on a heck of a show up front. Shane Weber in a bit of a 14 sandwich there in the 2nd position, having to deal with Andrew Harmon and Derek Cook in the 14M. We're going to cross them up one more time here. 14 laps in the books, 11 to go. Lights are out on the racetrack. We're going to go green flag racing here in just 1 lap. Andrew Harmon, Shane Weber, your front row.
Keep your eyes on Shane Weber. Can he jump the high side and work it to the top, work it to the front? Who's going to know? But here it's going to come.
2 by 2 by 2 down through turns 3 and 4. They hit the restart box here in 3, 2, 1. Green is out and we are racing. Side by side, they continue down through turns 1 and 2. Down the backstretch they go. Shane Weber hanging tough on the high side. He's going to try and hustle it now as they're going to get 10 to go. This time by top 3 under a blanket as they make contact.
Contact between Weber and the 14 of Cook. But look who's sitting right there, ready to make the capitalization on that. Colton Martin sits in fourth.
Colton Martin has already won the first MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stock race. He wants to go 2 for 2 on the night. Colton Martin in the 4-car finds himself in the 4th position. He is now tracking down our top 3. Shane Weber is his next victim to get up into the top 3.
Harmon working his way through 3 and 4. Comes exit of turn number 4. Weber and Cook trying to drag him in. Colton Martin working his way up to the top. Weber's going to try the inside coming out of turn number 2.
Shane Weber trying to bust back up into the top 2 all over the back bumper of Derek Cook there. Hanging tough. 214s lead this one now. Shane Weber looking to go back to the inside. Gets a little bit loose. That's going to check them both up as Colton Martin now is going to try and capitalize on that opportunity. Shane Weber now looks to the inside one more time. Doesn't quite have the momentum. Derek Cook with the loud pedal down. He's going to stay on a second.
Shane Weber trying to cross him over. Looks to the inside. Slides in turn number 1 entry and loses his momentum.
5 phalanges in the air for 5 laps to go for your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. Andrew Harmon trying to lead him wire to wire down the backstretch, bringing along the other 14 of Derek Cook. Things are calming down up front now as Shane Weber relegates himself back to the 3rd spot as Colton Martin kind of running out of steam in the 4ME car. Leading the 2nd pack further on back, Carlos Grenier in the 1 New Hampshire hangs on to the 5th spot. Just behind him is Mackenzie Belisle. The 7Z, is Zachary Zielinski. David Smith, James Zellman, Owen Zielinski, Jeff Turcott, Mackenzie Belisle going to round out your top 10. Now, popsicle sticks in the air for the final time tonight for your Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks. Andrew Harmon taking lap 23 under the belt, just like every other lap so far. Top 2 now. Shane Weber to the inside of Derek Cook. Cook showing him the bottom side. Shane Weber trying to capitalize. White flag in the air for the final time of the 2023 season. Andrew Harmon has led every single lap here tonight in the 2nd feature event. Down through turns 3 and 4. He's going to wrap those left side tires around the yellow line. Up off of turn number 4. Your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stock winner is going to be Andrew Harmon. Side by side for 2nd. It's going to go to the 2nd 14 of Derek Cook, and Shane Weber will bring home the 3rd spot. What an incredible show those MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stocks just put on for us for the 2nd time tonight. Mike Marshall and team bringing us this incredible division. But now as he brings it down to victory lane, here is your race winner, Andrew Harmon. Down to victory lane, that's going to send you down to Randy Wheelock.
Thank you, Charlie Sanborn. We're going to get Andrew up and out of this hot rod. Wheel is off. Safety equipment coming off. Gets a handshake and congratulations from flagman Dave Tibbetts. Here he comes, folks. He can hear you. Andrew Harmon. Andrew, come around here, my man. You jumped out to that early lead and said, no, guys, I'm gone. Not going to take any chances. You wheeled the heck out of it. Great run tonight.
Yeah, I thought about going to the back in the beginning, but I'm glad I didn't. It seemed like it was a mess back there. But, yeah, I want to thank everybody that helps me. Hairspray Foam, the Harwoods, my family, all the track crew, and everyone for coming out tonight.
Such a class act. We're going to join Andrew Harmon in victory lane tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Randy. And the show goes on, folks. We still got a handful of feature events on tap here. We still have 1, 2, 3 more 25-lap features to go here for the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. As Andrew Harmon gets his pictures taken and gets all the accolades for the second feature event, you're going to direct your attention up off of turn number 4. Just behind that pit wall, you will see the original Wheelman Late Models Division. For the second time tonight, they're going to put on one heck of a show for us. One driver pulling double duty there. That's the 63 of Nick Maniatis. One more round of applause for Andrew Harmon, your MLM Diagnostic Services Pure Stock winner. And once he is off the racetrack here, we will go down through our starting lineup. Now coming up off of turn number 4. Here is the second feature event for our original Wheelman Late Model Division. On the pole for this one, that's going to be the black and blue number 57 of Justin Beecher. To his outside, pulling double duty here tonight. That's the 63. You saw him earlier in the mini stocks. He'll be out again in the mini stocks. That's the Nick Maniatis machine. Inside row number 3, pulled off the victory earlier on today. That's the number 30 of Andrew Morin. To his outside, former Beechridge Motor Speedway competitor. That's the blue and yellow machine. That's the 79 of Patrick Tangway. Starting inside row number 3 in the fifth spot. That's going to be Londonderry, New Hampshire's number 08 of Milton Duran. To his outside in the sixth spot, it's going to be the 37 out of Buxton, Maine. That's good for Wade Jelinas. Inside row number 4, that's the 01, has a heat race win under his belt so far tonight. Out of Litchfield, New Hampshire, give a round of applause to Billy LOL. Just behind him in the 66K. That's going to be Haverhill, Massachusetts, Chris Schroeder. Next in line, that's going to be that white and orange number 85. That's going to be good for Tom Harton, and just behind him, out of Richmond, New Hampshire, that's going to be the 7L of Leighton Lutz. Next in line is going to be the black and orange. Beautiful number 23 machine. That's going to be Nashua, New Hampshire, Sean Dion. Behind him is going to be the number 22. You saw him have some troubles earlier in the rear end department. Had to get pushed off into the pit area. Seems to have it fixed. That's going to be Ashland, Massachusetts, Austin Erickson. Then starting shotgun on the field in that beautiful number 7 machine out of Merrimack, New Hampshire. Round of applause for Donnie Belisle.
Ready to go 25 laps. Original Wheelman. Thank you, Kevin Brown, for sponsoring us this season here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. The Cabana Boy is going to lead us from the point. Maniatis on the outside. He'll be back to run his mini stock shortly. Andrew Morin, the 79 of Patrick Tangway. They are your 2 front rows. Joe Breggy, green in end, ready to rock it, ready to send the original Wheelman late models into competition.
Green flag is out. We are racing. The Cabana Boy fires it down into turns 1 and 2 with Nick Maniatis hanging tough on the outside. He washes up just a bit. Maniatis with the drive up top. The 63 on fire on the outside.
Whoa.
Beecher with troubles as now Wade Jelinas also has troubles.
Something. Oh, he's got a flat left front on the 37 of Jelinas.
Wade Jelinas with a left front tire down, throwing sparks already. Gonna wait for the yellow here. Gonna bring out a yellow, bring it pit side here for the Tim's Taxidermy Chevy Camaro number 37. Got to be careful there. If you drag too much, you're going to wear out a lot of key important suspension components there, as he's already throwing smoke. You don't want to dig into the frame either there. Wade Jelena is going to bring it pit side. Interesting to see how much damage there is on the 37 machine, as again, Nick Maniatis up front. I do believe we officially have one lap in the book, so he should remain our race leader just behind him. Already finding victory lane once tonight. Andrew Morin in the 30. Going to see if he can go batting 1,000 here tonight.
Morin would rather go back to victory lane. He's done it in feature number 1 tonight. He's also been a solid competitor all season here at the Lee USA Speedway. Something happened, went a little squishy on the 57, the Cabana boy of Justin Beecher. He got out there, tires did not get enough heat in him or something, but he was really struggling to keep a handle on that car.
Now, I can attest just from the experience that I have, if you don't have those brakes hot enough, you go try to fire it into turns 3 and 4 just a little bit harder than maybe you had planned on. Those brakes aren't going to grab, and you might wash up just like Beecher did. Unfortunately, Wade Jelena is getting collected in that as well, too. Further on back, Jelena is now relegated pit side to see if he can fix that left front damage. Again, had that left front tire get cut down there. Giving some courtesy laps here to the 37 machine of Wade Jelena. As again up front, Nick Maniatis pulling double duty here tonight. You've already seen him once here tonight for this original Wheelman late model division. You've already seen him for the mini stocks as well, too. He's going to be back out here in just a couple feature events. But again, Andrew Morin trying to do something unprecedented here. Go back-to-back, bat 1,000 for the original Wheelman late model division. See if he can win 2 races in one night in that 30 car.
And Milton Duran, the 08, the Dynamite Kid, we call him. Here he comes. Here's Jelena's returning for battle.
Apparently didn't drag too much important stuff off that 37 car, as he's going to tag back onto the tail end of the field.
Field giving a signal to double up. We're ready to get this one back underway. The original Wheelman late model competition. Joe Breggy says, let's go, guys. Get side by side.
We're going to cross him up here one more time again. Nick Maniatis, Andrew Morin, your front row. Justin Beecher, Milton Duran just behind them.
The Milton Duran show has been all season at all the Nastra tracks. He went into 2 tracks he'd never been to before and came out the Battle of the Belt winner. That belt will be presented to him at the banquet this season. But now, Maniatis is going to take us to green.
13 cars still on the racetrack right now. Up off of turn number 4. They're going to hit the restart box. Joe Breggy waves the green, and we are racing.
Looking to that high side, but Beecher sticks his nose in low. Andrew Harmon in second, working their way out through. Here comes Halliwell along with, Checkup City.
Justin Beecher with the same issue going into turn 3. Hits the brakes, and it just snaps right. Seems to get through turns 1 and 2 okay. Is it going to happen again in turn 3?
Whatever was going awry with the pork chop, Austin Erickson, the 22, is gone now. He's going to work his way up through the field. He's on the back bumper of the 66 of Chris Schroeder right now.
Nick Maniatis up front trying to take control here. He's got about a 3-car length lead over former winner here tonight, Andrew Morin in the 30. He remains in front of Bill Halliwell in the 0-1 now, as the top 3 are going to try and dig and get to the second half of this race. Justin Beecher now kind of collecting his thoughts, taking a deep breath. He's going to stay in the 4 spot here. Seems to have that brake trouble under control right now, as he's got a mirror full of Chris Schroeder in the 66K.
Schroeder trying to set Beecher up. He's working the high line, works the low line, looks to see where the weak spot in Beecher is. Here he comes, but Halliwell in the 0-1 doing a commanding job in that podium spot.
Andrew Morin has kind of clicked away at some of the lead that Nick Maniatis had there. He's put a gap now between he and third Bill Halliwell. He wants the race lead. He wants to go back-to-back here tonight. He wants to bat 1,000. Andrew Morin now with a little bit better lineup off of 4. He chips away at the race lead even more.
Maniatis working through it. Andrew Morin now closes the gap. Gets to the back bumper with the 30 of the 63. Halliwell looking to work his way up through the field. seems to be settled into that third spot. Now Morin got a challenge to the inside.
Nick Maniitis now has got to switch to a defensive mode. He's showing the bottom to the 30 car as Andrew Morin now has a little bit better entry and center corner speed as he gets right to the back bumper. He now has the big drive. He's to the quarter panel. Maniitis playing nice, giving him the lane. Maniitis now shuts the door down the backstretch as Morin with the big drive up off.
Andrew Morin gonna drop the hammer this time. He gets to the bumper, looks to the inside, works the top line. Maniitis has got a mirror full of Andrew Morin. Morin pouring the coals to the 30, working his way down the back stretch. He seems to be better in 3 and 4. Let's see if he can play catch up right now.
Nick Maniitis in full defensive mode, squaring off the exit of the corners here. Not giving Andrew Morin any opportunity to get the big drive up off. Morin, however, eats him up in and through the center of the corner. He's gotten to the quarter panel a couple times, but can't quite make it stick coming up off the corner. Maniitis still hanging on the race lead as Chris Schroeder out back is going to pull it pit side.
Schroeder taking the 66 to pit lane. Something gone awry on the 66K. Now Andrew Morin looking to the inside as they enter 3 and 4. Maniitis cannot make a mistake. Nick is pedaling that 33 for everything she's worth. And Morin's right there to have him make a mistake.
We are halfway down, halfway to go. That last time by Nick Maniitis, a true veteran out there leading this one. He knows how to win, especially here at Lee USA Speedway. Again, squares the corner off, trying to protect the bottom. Andrew Morin. Nick Maniitis playing nice up front. We haven't had full contact race cars just yet, but if Morin keeps getting shut down like that, he might feel pretty all right using that front bumper. 10 to go this time by for the 63 and 30 as we're almost side by side again. Morin is there.
Morin cannot wait any longer, puts it hard in the third one. Maniitis slides up, but he can't capitalize. He was still trying to catch it.
Andrew Morin obviously has a fast race car. He's found victory lane once already tonight. He is playing awful nice there in the second spot as Nick Maniitis is in full defense mode. Top two in their own little world down the backstretch here. Who is going to win this one? Is your driver Nick Maniitis up front? Or is it the driver just behind him, Andrew Morin? We're going to have about 7 laps to figure this one out.
Maniitis looking to just jet to the lead. He's opened up a little bit, but Morin's been working the wheel of the 30, trying to catch him. Now the battle ensues further back for the podium spot, because here comes Milton Duran all over the Owana Heliwell.
Battle right now also for third, like you said. Bill Hellwell now has a mirror full of Milton Duran. Duran might not play as nice as Andrew Morin. As the yellow flag is out, we got a couple around in turns 1 and 2.
Oh, Belial's involved. Leighton Lutz is involved. Looks like Justin Beecher, the Cabana Boys involved on the grass. That is not where you want to be here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Everybody looks to be able to move under their own power. Donnie's trying to get that 7 refired. Working it around.
Now, one thing here, folks, this yellow, this changes everything. Nick Maniitis knew what he was dealing with there with the 30 of Andrew Morin right on his bumper there. He was squaring the exit of the corner off, trying to protect the bottom side. Morin now, who has made the top side work once already tonight, will restart right to his outside. A new competitor right on his bumper will be Bill Hellwell in the 0-1 as well, too. That is not something Nick Maniitis has had to deal with yet today.
Not yet today for sure, Charlie, but he was trying to escape Andrew Morin and having a tough time fending him off. Morin tried him on the high side, worked him to the low side, waiting for him to make a mistake of some type somewhere. Maniitis did a great job holding his line, working his line, got a little loose, and so did Morin. Morin able to catch it and come back. Now, caution on the speedway. When restart, we are going to be side by side.
And a couple things to take into account here, folks, too. Maniitis and Morin both are going to take this opportunity to kind of cool their race cars down, let the tires kind of come back to a normal operating temperature. You'll notice those top two, they're not kind of scrubbing it back and forth as you see further on back in the pack. If you go straight, you let those tires cool down a little bit. That's the veteran experience out of Nick Maniatis in the 63, and Andrew Morin obviously knows how to find victory lane, doing the same thing. Again, you let those tires cool down, you might hit the optimum operating temperature where you know where it's going to stick, especially later on in the latter stages of this race. 18 laps in the books, folks. I mean, only 7 to go once we take the green. Maniatis, Morin up front have put on one heck of a show here already. So let's hear it, folks. I want to know, is it going to be the 63 of Nick Maniatis? Or is it going to be the driver behind him going 2 for 2 on the night? Is your driver Andrew Morin? We are going to have a 7-lap shootout once we get the track cleaned up. 63-30, putting on one heck of a show here so far.
And Charlie, just look. Wade Jelinas, the problem out of the back, works his way back up through, sets in 6th spot. The pork chop, Austin Erickson in a 22. Nothing but, all day. But look where he sits right now. Or is it Bill Halliwell's race to win? He gets the two of them hard charging out front. Maybe he becomes the dominator.
Still all sorts of things that can happen when you go around 3/8 of a mile 7 times.
Lutz ducked into the pits after being involved in that skirmish in turn number 1. He looks to be okay, coming back out, ready to go.
So again, folks, to put it into perspective here, 7 laps, just under 3 miles remain in this race. So if we were at a Daytona or a Talladega, we're talking like a lap and a little bit. So not all that much racing, and it happens quick when you're ripping off 17-second laps. Justin Beecher, again, with some troubles up off of turn number 4, maybe getting spoken to by a track worker.
Beecher usually super fast wherever he shows up, having the struggles with the 57 tonight.
And now we're going to work in some of the speedy dry here on the front stretch. Certainly probably going to play into the factor here of the inside line. You see that. That's why Nick Maniatis is trying to work it in, and you see Andrew Morin kind of pretending on the top side. Morin knows that if Maniatis has to go through all that speedy dry, then he is going to lose all sorts of traction. We've also seen it here a handful of times tonight already. The top side has prevailed for whoever was restarting or starting on the top side. You get the big drive on that big arc. Sometimes if you're on the bottom, you kind of square it off. You lose drive up off the corner. Maniatis, again, a veteran there in that 63. He knows he needs all the traction he can get. He's going to work that in as best he can, hoping that everybody behind him does the same. Andrew Morin kind of leaves it alone. All sorts of tricks of the trade that you can see there.
No, there's no tricks of the trade.
Oh, there's plenty of tricks, I can promise, and I've done them all.
Charlie knows from personal experience.
Yes, if there is any sort of advantage, you got to capitalize on it. As now we're going to get the Lee USA Speedway Ford Ranger trying to work it in a little bit as well, too. Now, again, let's take a look down through turns 1 and 2. Maniatis going to try and work it in. Knows he's got to work through it. Oh, no, they're going to send him around the Ranger here. And probably not what Nick Maniatis wants to see. They're going to lay down even more speedy dry on the inside line.
Which, as we have noticed, almost the high side seems to be preferred line tonight here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Folks, we thank you for joining us today. Russ Conway's Oktoberfest day number 2. We have packed all kinds of action-packed racing in, and we still got 2 more to go. The Ridge Runner Seekonk Pure Stocks will be next, and then we will conclude day number 2 with the Open Mini Stock. The Bob Stockers are in the house. Lots of money on tap. But tomorrow, you got to come back and join us because we crown the Quest for the Cup Modified Champion. The 350 Modifieds will be in the house. And as Charlie said, you got some debuters, but there are 38 current entries for the Granite State Pro Stock race. The Bazowski Properties 150 is going to pay $8,500 large to win and take home all the marbles tomorrow. And we have an open street stock event right in the middle of all the action with 60 laps.
And again, that Granite State Pro Stock Series $8,500 to win show tomorrow night. You will see the fastest fendered cards of the region. Some of the top talent of our region. We are not talking Maine. We are not talking New Hampshire. We're not talking Massachusetts. We are talking New England. We are talking some national talent as well, too. A lot of champions of either the Pro All-Star Series, the American Canadian Tour, former Granite State Pro Stock Series champions. We even have Oxford 250 champions coming here to New Hampshire Center of Speed tomorrow night for $8,500 to win, $600 to merely take the green flag if you make the show tomorrow night. If you're not here, you're going to be missing out. And if for some reason, whether you live in Antarctica or you just simply, for whatever reason, are on your deathbed and cannot make it here, head on over to Nastra Vision. That's NHSTRAvision.com. Get a subscription for all the content for not only here at Lee USA Speedway, but also the Monadnock Speedway, Claremont Speedway, and, of course, Hudson Speedway as well, too. For, again, merely the price of a handful of pit passes, which you're going to get way more worth content of that throughout that subscription. Also, shout out to our friends over on Racing America putting on a dual broadcast here today and tomorrow for Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. So we greatly appreciate everything that everybody does over on the streaming service side of things, and we love to see it bringing a national flair to our local superstars here. As again up front in this one, the original Wheelman late models, Nick Maniitis has led a good chunk of this one so far. He wants to lead the remaining 7 laps of this one. Andrew Morin just behind him wants to go back to back here on the Saturday portion. Bill Hellowell, though, maybe a sneaky good pick there in the 3rd spot in the 0-1 machine. Milton Duran, a champion here at Lee USA Speedway for the late model, street stock, whatever you want to call them, division. Yeah, the street models. Justin Beecher also knows how to find victory lane, especially down at the Hudson Speedway. So all sorts of talent here. Wade Jelinas, him and I actually tied for the Triple Crown Championship at Oxford just 1 year ago for the 250 weekend. So a lot of good talent, a lot of good race cars up front here in this one. Again, is Austin Erickson now going to get pulled down by a track official here one more time?
He's had rear differential problems all day. I hope it's not him that's actually spilling rear gear fluid onto the track. That would be a mess, and that's not going to clean up anytime quick. You have 38 entries in the Granite State Pro Stock event tomorrow. 28 will take the green flag for the feature event, the Bazowski Properties 150. How are those 10 going to feel it don't make it?
It's I don't think anybody's going to show up to try and make that race just to watch it, that's for sure. So the way that the Granite State Pro Stock Series does their thing is they show up, they do single car qualifying. Some of the most exciting portion of the evening will be single car qualifying, seeing who's going to go on top. They then will run heat races throughout the entire field. I would assume we're at probably four or five heat races now with as many cars are signed up. And then they will go feature racing for 150 laps for $8,500 to win. But now we're going to cross them up here one more time for the original Wheelmen late models. Maniitis and Morin, your front row, 63 and 30. 7 laps to go to determine who's going to win the second half of the original Wheelman late model feature events. Side by side down through turns 3 and 4. They hit the restart box. Green flag is out and we are racing.
Joe Breggy sends him into turn number 1. It's Maniitis on the inside. Morin to the outside. Halliwell feeling the pressure from the pork chop. The 22. Oh, no. Something has gone awry again with Erickson's 22.
Austin Erickson going to pull the 22 pit side here. Not the day he was hoping for. Up front, however, Nick Maniitis seems to get away of the hold in the grasp of Andrew Morin now. 5 phalanges in the air, this time by for 5 laps to go out of the 63 of Nick Maniitis.
Maniitis just got to hang on for 5 more circuits. Andrew Morin seems to have faded off just a tad. Maybe he's just trying to get some heat back in the tires. Bill Helliwell working the wheel on the 01 and Milton Duran. Your battle of the belt for the late model division right on the bumper of Helliwell as they exit turn number 2. Nick Maniitis working the wheel, gonna come down. Gonna take lap 22, coming to 23. He'll get 2 to go this time by Nick Maniitis. Setting sail in the 63. Andrew Morin, Bill Helliwell, Milton Duran, the cabana boy of Justin Beecher, Wade Jelinas working the wheel on the 37. Gonna go air in the laundry, this time by Joe Briggy's got whites in hand. Nick Maniitis looking for the checkered. Rolls into turn 3. Exits turn number 4. Double checkers are gonna fly. It is Nick Maniitis. Andrew Morin, Bill Helliwell, Milton Duran, Justin Beecher, the 37 of Jelinas, the 23 of Sean Dion did a good job to finish in a solid spot. Johnny Belisle, Tom Hardman, and Layden Lutz round out your original Wheelman late model feature event. And we're going to set it trackside at Charlie Sanborn.
Well, thank you, Randy. We are down trackside here at Lee USA Speedway. As we come down here to the Chevy Camaro, number 63. This driver and myself, about 2014, hit the turn 1 wall for this event as hard as you could possibly imagine. All these years later, he's had a little bit better of a Saturday. He's going to get the helmet off. Putting the glasses on here as well, too. Taking his congratulations, and here is the winner of the original Wheelman late models, Nick Maniitis. And we're going to get him around here to the shiny side of the race car. Nick, I mentioned it as you were taking your stuff off. I think it was 2015 or 14. You and I hit that turn 1 wall as hard as I have ever imagined, and right here as well, too. It's about 8 years later. Seems as though you're having a better Saturday, huh?
It's definitely better. That was by far the hardest hit I've ever taken from your door shot, which you had nothing to do with. You got completely caught up with. So it didn't work out good that day, but it worked out good today. I mean, the car was good, pretty good all day. I don't know if something's burning up in the car right now, or whatever. My eyes were burning in there right now. So, but we hung on. I don't know. Somebody got a run on the inside there. I maybe chopped him a little bit. I feel bad. I don't even know who it was. But in the end, we're here. I'm happy to be here. About to go get another car and try again.
Well, there you have it, folks. The winner of your original Wheelman late models, the number 63 of Nick Maniitis. So I was going to ask you there, on the stat sheet, it looked like you dominated that one. But I'm sure you knew you had a mirror full. You said you didn't know who it was, but it was Andrew Morin all over your back bumper, that one. He already won one race tonight. What were you thinking as that battle was going on?
Yeah, I saw somebody was there, and they kept peeking. The car was kind of stumbling a little bit, especially off of 3 and 4. I kept seeing he was getting the run there. And then into 1, right as I cut down, I saw he was there. We made some contact. Hopefully it didn't mess him up too much. I saw it looks like he still got second, so I probably owe him an apology, and we'll go from there.
So can you do it again here in just a couple laps?
We'll see. There's been a lot of trash talk going on between Bob Williams and I, so we'll see if it's one of us or somebody else comes flying out of nowhere, but I think it'll be fun either way.
Well, there you have it, folks. The winner of the second original Wheelman late model event here tonight, the number 63 of Nick Maniitis. Back up to you, Randy.
Thank you, Charlie, and congratulations to Nick and his family. It's an awesome job to see him there. Worked his way out to the front, jetted to the front, takes to the victory in the original Wheelman late model division tonight. But we're getting ready to go. Ridge Runners, the Black Flag Podcast. Ridge Runners feature event, 25 laps is the distance. Also in the mix is cars from the Seekonk Pure Stock class. Love to have these folks join us here every season at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. This is day number 2, and you've heard us build the excitement coming up to a conclusion, day number 3 tomorrow, when we will see all these other cars in action here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, headlined by the Granite State Pro Stock Bazowski Properties 150 with $8,500 on the line. Going to be a lot of hot shoes here. Again, you've heard us talk. It's 38 strong entries to that event. Only 28 will take the green for the 150. Should be interesting to see what's going to transpire. We thank you folks for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you folks at Nastra Vision for hanging with us tonight as well. We tried, as Charlie said, we took 2 days of racing and did a compress. And we put them all together just to put on one of the greatest shows here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee, USA.
Yeah, Randy, just a couple more races to go here for the Saturday portion of Oktoberfest. What incredible action we have seen so far. Nick Maniani is putting on a heck of a show there with Andrew Morin for the original Wheelman late models. Second race that they had still on tap for tonight. We are going to have our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners combined with our Seekonk Pure Stocks, followed by our Open Mini Stock, the Bob Stock Challenge. So again, still 50 laps of racing on tap here, folks. So everybody at the bar, grab another one. Make sure that you're ready to go here. Anybody who's camping, I'm sure we're having a good time as we're already wrecking under yellow. Brad Weissman having some trouble.
Here we go, Black Flag Podcast, Ridge Runners, along with the Seekonk folks, ready to roll. Got to get the lineup all squared away, ready to seat in. We click off timing and scoring, making sure we know where everybody is. Dave Cameron is back. Souther is back. Is that a challenge or what? Those two cats are going to start right behind each other, right in the same heirloom.
Well, I mean, all sorts of drama happened here in the first time that the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners were on the racetrack. Cameron in the 2 and Dwight Souther in the 23 got into it a couple times there, both making pit stops to get some tires and rear ends fixed up. But now we are going to go down through your starting lineup. On the pole for this one is going to be Saco Maine's Brad Weissman. To his outside now is going to be brother of what was Tyler Lerman. This is now going to be Scarborough, Maine's Josh Hodgson.
Next on the inside row, in the oh no, that is Donnie McCaffrey. To his outside in the 53 is Nick Wilson.
Inside row number 3, that's going to be the Lloyd Auto Sales Graphics Coupe Malibu. The two-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion out of Alfred, Maine, Dave Cameron.
Sitting next on the grid, we saw them go toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel. That is Dwight Souther in the 23. Next on the grid is the 43. That is Justin Gehu in the 99. What a great man this guy is to talk. Took a hiatus for 30 years. That is Carl Gagnon in the 99.
Mike Doobie's going to pilot the number 51 machine, followed by the 88. That is going to be good for... or the 88X, excuse me. Looking for a name on that one. That's going to be Benjamin Castro. Next in line, that's going to be the number 7 of Kyle Richardson, and just behind him is going to be the 1 out of Hiram, Maine, Derek McKean.
Next on the grid is the 58.
Looking for a name on the 58, but next in line is going to be the number 59, Callie Osborne. And rounding out the field in this one is going to be the number 88X of Jacoby Maines.
Here we go, folks. It's going to be point to point. McCaffrey giving a shove to the 39. Here they go. Green flag's going to fly.
Brad Weissman and Josh Hodgson with the loud pedal down. Hodgson trying to make the top side work. He is going to get the drive up off the corner. Can he clear Weissman? He does down the backstretch.
Hodgman, holy moly, they just made a sandwich, did Dave Cameron and Souther out of Donnie McCaffrey, working their way up through. Dave Cameron, disappointed with his turnout, I'm sure, of the last feature. Now going to rocket to the front, works to the inside on the 39.
The 2-car, Dave Cameron, we call him the Grim Reaper because all he does is saw down the competition here for the Ridge Runners. He is now already attacking your race leader, Josh Hodgson, in the 14. Hodgson now making the top side work. Cameron now settles back in second. Weissman relegated to third.
Hodgman looking to set sail. Something wrong with Osborne's 59. Slowed here on the front. Leaders are coming. Working the top line.
Hodgson, I think, sees the...
Get around. Kelly out to the outside.
I think Hodgson saw the slow car of the 59. Going to go high there. Bring along Dave Cameron now. Top two. Trying to walk away a little bit. Breathing room now as we got one around. Brad Weissman gets tagged in turns 3 and 4.
Oh.
Gets hit really hard.
Carl, no. That's the 88X of Castro. He just went for the jump over the top of the 58 and the 39.
Brad Weissman, after starting on the pole, I don't think envisioned himself having the entire right side or left side of his car tuna canned. On lap number 3, Weissman now out of Saco, Maine, going to bring it down pit side here to see what he can do, see if he can get back out on the racetrack. Back up front, though, Josh Hodgson in the 14. He is running the second race here. Bigger brother Tyler Lerman already finished second in the first Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner event earlier on today. Now Hodgson, former race winner at Star Speedway, competed at Oxford Plains Speedway this year in their limited sportsman division in the 73 yellow and orange car. He is now driving Big Brother's Mad Bomber or Ridge Runner or Slingshot or whatever you want to call it into the race lead. He is, however, going to have the Grim Reaper himself, Dave Cameron, hot on his heels. And again, Cameron, we've talked about it before. We've talked about it a bunch tonight. The Granite State Pro Stock Series $8,500 to win show will have the driver of the 2-car in it, driving the number 32 Archie St. Hilaire prepared machine as he makes his super late model debut. And after he won, I believe it was just a week or so ago at the Star Speedway, that was career win number 60 between Wildcats and Ridge Runners and Mad Bombers and all sorts of stuff. Dave Cameron has put in a lot of years, a lot of decades behind the wheel, getting his big shot tomorrow night here at New Hampshire Center of Speed for the Basowski Properties 150. He is now, before he does that, going to see if he can take home the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner race as Callie Osborne is pit side still. Seems as though she's going to get back out there, tag back onto the tail end of the field here in the 59 car.
Tough break for Callie. She had a great run roll in that 59 towards the front earlier. She'll get back into competition as she exits pit road coming out of turn number 3, but we're getting a single to double up. Lorman's going to be on the inside, Cameron to the outside, and look who sits there in third. None other than Justin Gayu. Gayu did such a great job in his heat race earlier. He's found some speed in that 43. Would love to put that thing in victory lane.
Couple of fast cars out back. Derek McKean and Dwight Souther Jr. in the 1 and 23. Ones to watch out for. Up front, though, Josh Hodgson and Dave Cameron going to hit the loud pedal. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Working the high line. Whoa, we're back under caution.
I think race control is going to call back that start there. Josh Hodgson getting a little bit of a jump there early on in turn 3. I don't think they like that, so they're going to give the front row a warning here. Between the 14 and the 2, we're looking for a nice, clean, even restart. Once they hit the restart box, Josh Hodgson does control it. but he cannot fire off until he gets into that box up off of turn number 4 there between the white line and the yellow line.
Hodgson not looking to make any mistake. Needs a clean restart because Cameron will capitalize if he doesn't. Gayu and Wilson sit there in the second row. Hodgson's going to lead him down the back stretch. Working through turn number 3. Going to start to pick up the pace. Pace is going to go. He's got the shot. Cameron's going to be out to the quick jump.
Dave Cameron from the outside pole to the point, down through turns 1 and 2. Hodgson falling asleep just a little bit there on the inside. He's going to fall back to second. Dave Cameron now with already about a 5-length lead down through turns 3 and 4. Has no pressure from behind. Down the front stretch, he is going to lead lap number 4.
And here comes the 51 of Doobie. Doobie working the wheel on that car. Gets to the back bumper of Gayu. Sets him in sight. And here comes Carl Gagnon in the 99. Gagnon really is coming to life. Whatever was going on with the car earlier, he's got the bugs worked out of it. And look at him pushing up to the front.
Dave Cameron on cruise control here on a Saturday night in Lee, New Hampshire. The Alfred, Maine native is just out front commanding this one. Further on back, Josh Hodgson has his hands full of Justin Gayu for the second spot. That blue and green number 14 has already got a second place trophy in the pit area. He's trying to bring home another one, but he wants the race lead as he gets sideways up off of turn number 2. Justin Gayu under attack to the inside.
Drops to the inside. Justin Gayu works his way through, comes out of turn number 4. He'll take the second spot.
Mike Doobie looking to fill the hole on the inside there. He wants to bust up into the top 3. Josh Hodgson hung out to dry on the top side. Dave Cameron continues to stink up the show up front as right now we got a side-by-side battle for third. Doobie, Hodgson, still door handle. Insert Carl Gagnon to the conversation now.
Oh, Johnny McCaffrey slowed in turn number 4. He's come to a stop. Caution's going to fly.
The yellow flag is out. We got one stopped up off of turn number 4 here. As we have officially 8 laps in the books, we're going to have about 17 to go. 25 laps on tap for your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. Which now gives us a moment to talk about the Black Flag Podcast, where I am actually 1/3 of the hosts of that show. Another third is going to be Bradley Saucier. Another third is Bobby Timmons, who will be in action tomorrow night right here at Lee USA Speedway in the Little Webb's 350 Super Modified race. But together, we put out some content talking about all of the local racing and happenings that happens through everywhere here in New England and wherever we travel to, even a little bit of NASCAR sprinkled in. Hopefully, trying to make your drive to work suck a little bit less on a Tuesday morning, as all of that stuff comes out Monday nights. Spotify, Apple, iTunes, iHeartRadio, wherever it is that you fancy to listen to your podcast. But right now, Black Flag Podcast, Ridge Runners 2x2 down the backstretch. We're going to go Dave Cameron to the inside. Justin Gayu now to his outside.
Mike Doobie sits there in third, been working his way methodically up to the front. Who gets the better jump? We're going to know right now.
Dave Cameron, a little bit of a hip check to the 43 of Justin Gayu, as Gayu now loses drive up off the corner. Not going to get hung out to dry, though. He's going to stuff it back to the bottom side. Gayu hangs on to second, bringing along Mike Doobie. Josh Hodgson now relegated back to the 4th position. He's going to hang tough in his own little world sideways up off the corner.
Dave Cameron looking to get away from the rest of them. Justin Gayu looking to get involved back again. Mike Doobie, your former champion in this division at the Star Speedway. Here comes the crafty veteran of the 99 and Carl Gagnon. Works his way through the middle of the pack, looks for Lerman, trying to get to the inside. But here comes Souther in that 23, looking to get to the front. He'd be the only challenge right now if he could get to Dave Cameron.
The 23 of Dwight Souther Jr. has made the topside work all night. He still has quite a bit of work to do as we are coming up on halfway here of our Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner event number 2 is the 7 now blows it right in front of us here on the front stretch. Kyle Richardson having troubles now down through turns 1 and 2, going to try and keep it going. Race leader Dave Cameron going to come up on him quick.
Richardson making his way to pit road, blew that tire right out here in front of us. We're going to weigh halfway this time by. The Rocket Man comes out of turn number 4. It is Dave Cameron.
And again, keep an eye on that 23 machine further on back. Hanging just outside the top 5. Dwight Souther Jr. in that 23 machine. Now trying to get up to the back bumper of Carl Gagnon in the 99. He wants to get up into the top 5. Next in line after that is going to be the 14 car of Josh Hodgson. Big brother Tyler Lerman brought home a second place trophy earlier on when the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners were racing. Back up front though, Dave Cameron gonna take 10 to go this time on.
10 remaining laps for Dave Cameron. Looking to put that to the Blue Deuce in victory lane. He's no stranger to that effect. KU running out of time in second to get to him. Mike Doobie, your third place winner, podium shot right now, is in third. Lerman now going to see the 99 of Gagnon get up on top of him. But here comes Dwight Souther Jr. in the 23, looking to get to Gagnon.
Everybody kind of calming down here throughout the entire racetrack. Right now, battle is for the 4 spot. 3 cars under a blanket down through turns 3 and 4. Josh Hodgson, Carl Gagnon, and Dwight Souther Jr. putting on an absolute show here to round out our top 5. Gagnon now under attack from Souther Jr. to the inside, the 23, trying to make it stick. He wraps the yellow line. Big drive up off. He still stays in the 6th spot.
Gagnon not going to give any inch, not going to give up any race position. Gets to the back of Lerman. If Souther's going to get by, he's going to have to work for it. Working him on the back bumper as they dive into turns 1 and 2. Your leader, Cameron, still sets sail. Coming up into lap traffic, heavy lap traffic. Weissman in the 39's got a flap running on that car. Here they come. Works his way through. Dave Cameron gets to the back bumper of the oh no of Donnie McCaffrey. McCaffrey and Weissman just ahead of your leader. 5 fingers salute, says Donnie Tibbetts. Passing flag being shown to McCaffrey and Weissman. Your leader, Dave Cameron, works to the inside of McCaffrey as they go into turns 3 and 4. Coming up on the 88X in the 58 is your leader, Dave Cameron. Passing flag being shown. 2 laps to get it done. Dave Cameron still outstretched as your leader. Has more than a half a track lead over Justin Gayu in the 43. And then Mike Doobie in the 51 is your third place. Dave Cameron takes the white flag. 1 more lap. 1 more lap for Dave Cameron to go to victory lane. He is your champion in 2023 for the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner. Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. Sorry, it's been a late night, folks. Dave Cameron is victorious. Oh, 58 on the backstretch, hits his brakes hard. But we're going to go to victory lane and have a conversation between 2 Mainers. R. Charlie Sanborn and Alfred Main's Dave Cameron.
Well, thank you, Randy. We are trackside here as he pulls into victory lane. This is your two-time Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion. And in just one night's time, tomorrow evening, right here at Lee USA Speedway, he is going to make his super late model debut for the Granite State Pro Stock Series. He takes congratulations from track officials. He's getting the helmet off, putting the glasses back on. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner winner, the number 2, Dave Cameron. There you have it, folks. The driver of the Graphics Coupe Chevrolet. Gonna bring him over to the show side here. Dave Cameron. We talked a little bit last night out in the camping area. You just won the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature event here tonight. Let's talk about that a little bit. You didn't even give him a chance.
We didn't have the greatest race earlier in the night. It was some of it my fault, some of it just other competitors just racing. And then the race director up there says, you guys had the longest race of the night, so I tried to shorten it up the best I could. So the car was pretty good. I got to give my fiance over there because she's putting up with a lot. My son's here in Victoria. My mother, the crew. I got my old crew chief back tonight, Christopher. That was great help. I had Rick and Robbie in the pit area to help me out today. My son's at the races tonight. My nephew over there. Thank you, Ben and John, for keeping Oktoberfest going and giving us an awesome place to race. This racetrack is just awesome. I hope you all come back tomorrow and see if I try to not make a fool of myself in a super late model. So we'll see the best I can do. I got a big shout out to Archie St. Hilaire and the whole Go Fast Racing team for giving me that opportunity. It's greatly appreciated. My sponsors, Lloyd's Auto Sales, On the Level Construction, the Graphics Coupe. They're big supporters. They're at every single race. They don't miss a one. So if you're out there and you need graphics, T-shirts, or anything like that, support the folks at Sport Auto Racing. Find folks like them. DC Concrete, Kind Guy, Derek Nealon Racing. I'm forgetting a few of them. I'm a little winded. It's been a long day. Oh, we got to thank Regina. She sponsored the car, and that's why we carry Papa Smurf on there. So thank you. Oh, and the Black Flag Podcast, guys, for 2 years in a row now, they've been the sponsor of this awesome class, and it's a great class. I think I'm moving out of it after this season. We'll see what's happened. But thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bobby, for putting on being a huge support of auto racing and bringing in a different avenue. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Dave, and you earned your spot here on the front stretch. I just got one more question for you. You won here tonight. You're in victory lane. Are you more excited about this right now or making your super late model debut tomorrow night?
Probably making my super late model debut tomorrow night. That's a pretty big deal for a street stock racer, and guys like myself don't always get opportunities like that to get into the kind of equipment that Archie's providing me. So that's a pretty big deal. So I hope you find folks get a chance to come back and at least watch, and it'll be a pretty damn good show tomorrow, and come support the USA Speedway.
Well, there you have it, folks. The winner of the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature event, the Blue Deuce, the Graphics Coupe Chevrolet, Dave Cameron. And tomorrow night, again, right here at New Hampshire Center of Speed at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest, the Sunday portion for $8,500 to win. That man right there is going to make his super late model debut here at the High Bank 3/8 mile racetrack. But right now, we're going to send it back up to you, Randy.
Thank you, Charlie, and we are excited for Dave, and we're excited for him to get that opportunity. We've watched him dig and dig with the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners. Now he's going to have an opportunity in a super late model to win $8,500. He's got to make the show. 38 entries, 28 are going to be in the show. But we're ready to go. Mini Stock Open Class Racing. The Bob Stock Challenge is what we've nicknamed it. Bob Williams has been digging for 20 cars, and we have just that in the field. 20 entries here in the Mini Stock class this evening. This will conclude day 2 of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here at the Lee USA Speedway. We thank you folks for joining us. We thank all you folks watching at home. Whether you're watching on Race America or you're watching through your Nastra Vision link, we're getting ready to go mini stocking. Always so awesome, Charlie, to see all those cars in the infield. Parked in the infield overnight, ready to go racing today, tomorrow, here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway. But here they come, folks. These are your mini stocks. Starting on the pole out of Milford, New Hampshire. A longtime racer, and he'll race anything. You'll see him tomorrow. in the 71 for Skeeter Beers. On the outside in the 32 is John Foltz out of North Billerica, Massachusetts.
Inside row number 2, that's going to be the 07 out of Alton, New Hampshire. That's going to be good for Adam Bousquet. To his outside, you found him in victory lane just a little bit ago in the original Wheelman late models. He is now going to pilot the number 63 mini stock. That's good for Nick Maniitis.
Inside row number 3, the 71 NH, that is Kevin Boucher. To his outside, the man who has organized all this racing, this is Bob Williams in a 41.
Just behind them in the 671, that's going to be the driver out of Claremont, New Hampshire. That's going to be good for Kyle Templeton.
His outside is the 1NH. You just saw him competing with his pure stock, and that is Carlos Grenier.
Next in line is the 35X out of Cambridgeport, Vermont. That's good for David Pratt II. To his outside is going to be the other 35 machine out of North Billerica, Massachusetts, is Christopher Fultz.
And in the 03, inside row number 6, that is Ricky Facette. To his outside is the 88D, that is Donnie Fletcher.
Inside row number 7 out of New Vineyard, Maine, that's going to be the 7 of Shane Weber. To his outside, starting 14th out of J Maine, that's the Maine 14 of Derek Cook.
Inside next row is the interim New Hampshire specialist behind the wheel, that is Desmond Skillings. To his outside is James Zellman in the 01. Next on the grid shows the 14, that is Andrew Harmon. To his outside, it looks like, unfortunately, he was not made to come back out. He took a hard hit earlier. That would have been Ricky Austin. Driving the 1N, that shows is Cole Littlewood. And starting stretch on the field shows the 20th place spot, the 44 of Dylan Quinn.
A healthy car count of mini stocks on the racetrack right now. The final event for the Saturday portion of the 2023 Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. 25 laps on tap for your mini stock event before we get a good night's sleep. And if you're staying here or if you're local, we do have a nice blow-up movie theater in the camping area here. It looks like there was a pig roast going on as well too. So all sort of extracurricular activities going on here right at Lee USA Speedway, right out in the parking lot in the camping area. So if you're not looking to head home right away, make sure you hang out here and help support the local superstars of which race right here at Lee USA Speedway. We're going to cross them up this time by mini stock action.
Down the back stretch is Beers. To his outside is Fultz, Bousquet, and Maniitis looking to go back-to-back, maybe this time in a mini stock. Here we go. Joe Breggy's got green in hand, ready to fire him off. We're underway. 25 green flag laps.
Skeeter Beers in the blue and black number 71 from the pole to point down through turns 1 and 2. Has a comfortable lead already down the backstretch as Nick Maniitis now looking to go 2 for 2. As the yellow is out already, we got one buried in the fence there in turn number 1. We got a hard hit there.
Hard hit. It looks to be the 14.
I believe that's Andrew Harmon.
Moving around inside the car, that's always a good sign. That's a blistering hit. If you look at the track, the path that he took into that wall, that is there. Give him a big round of applause. He's walking out of the car.
Tough hit there for Andrew Harmon, who set a blistering pace earlier on today in the first mini stock event that we saw there. Andrew Harmon from hero to zero, very, very quick. It just shows how humbling this sport of automobile racing can be. And again, it's certainly not anything you want to see, but it does go hand in hand with auto racing. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it's spending a lot of money you don't have to entertain a bunch of people you don't know, to end up sometimes in the fence just like that, to drag it home and do it all over again. That is the heart and soul of what this type of racing is all about. And unfortunately, Andrew Harmon pulling the short straw here tonight as he having a hard hit there in turn number 1.
Pierce will be back. Your current point, your leader at the point right now in the 71 is Skeeter Beers. He'll be back completing with his super late model tomorrow here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest day number 3. Charlie, if you don't know the backstory, I think we've talked about it before. That gentleman currently piloting the 71 just so happens to had some instructional lessons that he gave a guy in a super modified, a big block super modified by the name of John McKennedy.
That's a pretty big name. John McKennedy, certainly one of the top-notch drivers when it comes to pretty much any type of open-wheel driving, especially in the super modified ranks. I think there was like about a 3-year period where every super modified start that he had, he won. He was undefeated for about a 2 or 3 year span there. John McKennedy also driving for Tommy Baldwin in the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour periodically as well too. So John McKennedy, certainly a big name associated with Skeeter Beers there up front here in the mini stock race. And again, Skeeter Beers going to bring a very similar looking super late model, black and blue in nature. Same number and everything. Again, here tomorrow night for $8,500
Built some pretty
to win.
awesome rides, Charlie, this cat does. And he's not afraid to run anything that you can put tires and a steering wheel together with. Beers looking to be victorious tonight. We have not yet got a lap. Harmon would wreck on the attempt to complete lap number 1. We've got 25 laps to still go in our mini stock open event here at the Lee USA Speedway. Giving a double up signal. Let's put them back together. Pierce, Foltz, Bousquet, Maniatis, Nick looking to go be victorious back-to-back here tonight. Boucher and the Bob Stalker getting ready to hit the stripe. They'll come through turn number 3, pick up the pace, hit this up, and we're back running green. 4 wide.
4 wide at one point there for second place as Nick Maniatis now fires his way up into the second spot. He's already got a feature event win under his belt earlier from the original Wheelman late models. Now he is in the second spot, going to run down Skeeter Beers to the 71.
Bob Williams working the wheel out of the 41. Gets to the back bumper of the 671 of Kyle Templeton. Beers now going to be under the pressure of Foltz. Foltz going to swing it to the inside. Maniatis is going to get him.
Nick Maniatis, again, has already found victory lane once tonight. He is now up front and commanding this one. Going to lead lap number 3 this time by 22 to go as we got Carlos Grenier going to pull it pit side here up off of turn number 4.
Like a shot out of a cannon. Maniatis did a great job. He worked the underside of Beers and pedaled that 63 rocket ship to the front of this field. Now the challenge comes for third. Here comes Templeton to the inside of Boucher in the 71.
Kyle Templeton. The 671, Kyle Templeton now trying to get up into the third spot. Kevin Boucher now gonna have to lay victim to the top side. If he can time it right, he might be able to file down to the bottom, but here comes the 41, Robert Williams. Williams now to the inside, gonna hang him out to dry even more.
Bob Williams in a backup engine in the 41, works the inside of Boucher. Now going to try to get to the bumper of the 671 of Templeton. Looking to take the podium spot. He swings it out of turn number 4.
The battle is for third right now. Top 2 in their own zip codes up front. Nick Maniatis in his own world, followed by Skeeter Beers in his own little world. The 671 is under attack from Bob Williams in the 41 for third.
Williams trying to make his way around Templeton. If nothing else, would love to have a podium shot here at the Lee USA Speedway. Said he's never turned a lap except to help dry the track years ago. Caution on the speedway.
We got the 0-1 machine. Dead in the water up off of turn number 3 and 4 there.
Jimmy Zellman up there in the red, white, blue with the yellow numbers. Coming laid to rest just near the entrance to pit road. Looks like it's going to be able to fire under its own power. It's reworked. May need some help getting there, Charlie.
Yeah, Zellman having some troubles there, trying to get the 0-1 pit side. As for a second there, it looked like Nick Maniatis was going to absolutely just walk away with this one, kind of like he did earlier on. Not nearly as much pressure in this one as he had in the late model race earlier on. Skeeter Pierce also very clearly the second place driver here so far. Again, in his own little world, really the battle so far has been for third. Kyle Templeton, Bob Williams, and Kevin Boucher putting on a heck of a show here so far for the last podium position. Templeton hanging tough, though. He's going to be able to restart inside row number 2 here. As timing and scoring gets everything squared away, making sure everybody is in the appropriate positions. Again, 7 laps in the books, 18 to go to cap off the Saturday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here for the 2023 season. Tomorrow, we cap off the first year under the Ben Basowski Properties management team. And we've talked about it a little bit before, but what a heck of a job they have done so far. The place has never looked better. Things are looking bright for the future. 2024 holds a lot of special things. And for all of you over on Nastra Vision, that's NHSTRAvision.com. We thank every one of you for supporting this local short track here in Lee, New Hampshire. Again, all the content from Hudson Speedway, Monadnock Speedway, and Claremont Speedway as well, too. If you're not physically able to make it here to the racetrack, also shout out to our partners over on Racing America for putting on a dual broadcast here tonight. That's how big Oktoberfest is for the Lee USA Speedway. High-banked New Hampshire center of speed. We're going to cross them up here one more time. Again, Nick Maniatis, Skeeter Pierce continue to be our front row, Randy.
See if Pierce can take the jump. He's a crafty veteran behind the wheel. So is Maniatis. He is just coming off, fresh off a victory. Would love to do back-to-backs in the 63. We'll see who's got the finesse and the start power. You got rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive. We'll see how this is going to make out. Down the back stretch is the 63 on the inside. A 71 pitched up to his outside. The 671 of Templeton, and then the Bob Stocker in the 41. Joe Brugge's got the green pointed, saying, gentlemen, let's go racing.
Nick Maniatis with the loud pedal down on the inside, bringing along Skeeter Pierce, but Bob Williams going to go from 4th to 3rd, sneaks up to the inside line.
Jets into turns 1 and 2. Holy moly, Bob Williams in the 41. Look on the pedal, that thing to victory lane. Sits on the podium, now being stalked by the 671 of Kyle Templeton.
The Honda CRX, visibly smaller than the rest of the cars out there, almost looks like a go-kart, but certainly has a lot of power and great handling in that red and black number 41 machine. Bob Williams now up into the 3rd spot. Going to try and bring home a trophy here tonight. Back up front, though, Nick Maniatis now continues to walk away, pulling away from Skeeter Pierce now as Pierce now is under attack for 2nd.
But Pierce able to get away for now. Right now, the 41 getting no pressure on the 671 of Kyle Templeton for 3rd. Working the wheel. Nick Maniatis doing a great job trying to get away, saying, I'll just run out here. You guys fight it out.
They certainly are doing that. They're going to duke it out here for 3rd one more time. Bob Williams now having Kyle Templeton look to the inside in the 671. Coming up on halfway here again, Williams has his hands full and a mirror full of a 671 gray and yellow machine. Battle for 3rd right now, shaping up further on back, the 0-3 of Ricky Facette Also under attack by the 44 of Dylan Quinn. Quinn now wants to come up and play with the big dogs as we are halfway down, halfway to go this time by for the 63.
Nick pedaling the daylights out of the 63. He said he'd love to go back to back. He's got a victory with the original Wheelman late models. Looking to go back to back now. Now, let's see. Does Bierce is he able to hold off the hard charger of the 41 of Bob Williams? But Templeton's just waiting for Williams to make a mistake.
Under 10 laps to go. 10 to go this time by. Nick Maniatis in the 63 with a commanding lead up front. Skeeter Bierce slowly falling back to the graphs of Bob Williams in the 41. Top three continue to be what they have been all race. Kyle Templeton now starting to fade just a little bit in the 4th spot. Lap traffic coming into play here just a little bit. We're going to have the 07 machine just kind of lay over for our leaders. Great sportsmanship there out of the 07. Bob Williams going to navigate that as well. Everybody kind of getting strung out now. Nick Maniatis still up front, wanting to go back to back after he won the original Wheelman late model race. Now wants to go 2 for 2 with the mini stock.
Nick has definitely got that 63 dialed up just as well as he had his late model. That mini stock has been nothing but solid since he got out front. He took the jet stream path there, and he still leads Bierce by at least a 6-car length.
Maniatis now going to come up onto some lap traffic. Navigating around the 14 of Derek Cook beautifully. 35 is next victim to the race leader, Nick Maniatis. Maniatis going to take it high. Has absolutely no pressure from behind from Skeeter Bierce, as Bierce now is about a half straightaway back.
Waving the high five is flagman Joe Brady. 5 laps to go to get this in and close the day number 2 of Oktoberfest here at the Lee USA Speedway.
Just a few moments left here for Saturday. As again, Nick Maniatis putting on an absolute clinic here for his 4-cylinder mini stock. He's already got 1 win under his belt tonight. Barring anything absolutely catastrophic, he is going to try and go back to back. Skeeter Bierce now trying to get around lap traffic, has a mirror full of Bob Williams, as Williams now gets a little bit loose up off of turns 3 and 4. Falls back just a little bit. Skeeter Bierce now gets this squared away. Nick Maniatis again down the backstretch. In his own little world right now. No pressure from behind. Popsicle 6 in the air for the final time tonight on Saturday of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Battle shaping up further on back between the 7 and 671. The 671 of Kyle Templeton now has Shane all over his back bumper. And now, for the final time, on day number 2 of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest, Nick Maniatis looking to go back-to-back here at Lee USA Speedway. The winner of the mini stock race is going to be the number 63 of Nick Maniatis, followed by Skeeter Bierce and Bob Williams. And folks, I'm not sure what the numbers look like, and I'm not sure how many, if any, drivers have done it, but Nick Maniatis has done something unprecedented. He has not only won the original Wheelman late model feature event, but he now finds his way in victory lane for the 2nd time tonight for your open mini stock win. Here is 63 of Nick Maniatis. Back to you, Randy, at trackside.
Thank you, Charlie. Nick's going to be some excited when he pops out of this mini stock. He's ready to go for sure. Back-to-back victories here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Puts the glasses on so he can see. Takes the Hans device off. Here he comes, folks. Nick Maniatis. Oh, buddy, this has got to feel good. Come on around here, talk to your fans, come to the show side. Congratulations, young man. Back-to-back victories. And a couple of young ladies that seem wicked excited.
Yeah, that's what it's all about right there. We don't do a lot of races these days, but when we do, we're glad to have good finishes. And seeing them excited is what makes me happy and what makes me do it.
Who do you got to thank for this rocket ship, buddy? Because, man, you got out in front, and it was jet sail.
Yeah, we've raced this car for a long time, so it's been sitting. I raced it last year, World Series at Thompson. It's sat since then. I love that they put on this show. Bob's done a ton for this division. Glad to see that it's still trying to come back, and hopefully we'll strive in the future. So I'm glad to come out and support it. Just everybody that puts on this whole show, everybody that comes out, the track, everybody that went through the rain yesterday and came back today. So it's just great. I'm glad to be here.
Nick Maniatis, a great class act. We're going to see if we can talk to a couple of people. I know this cat in second. He's going to be super excited. Skeeter Beers. Buddy, he rocketed by you. You tried to work your way back. You did everything you could, and here you are.
I was trying to wheel him in. I mean, I could stay with him, but I just couldn't get enough off them corners. Oh, man. I'm just happy I beat Bob. I mean, it's just...
I think everybody's happy you beat Bob, just so you are.
I got to thank Rocket Racing Engines, Josh Kirk, for putting this car together. He spent a long winter putting this car all together. Got a lot of money in it. He's my crew chief, my spotter. We'll be back again tomorrow for the Pro Stock race. This is just awesome.
Just awesome. He's just awesome. Skeeter Beers in for second. Hey, get off your phone, will you, for God's sakes? You know, we get to watch you on the Inside NHSDRA. Uh-oh.
It's a win-win for me. I mean, Nick Maniatis beat me, whatever. It's Nick Maniatis. He's great here. Skeeter got to beat me once, so he's going to take that for a win. I'm glad we had some cars today. I've seen some pretty bad wrecks today, but at least we showed that the four cylinders are still here.
They're still here, buddy. I can't thank you enough. From that tower there, watching you all season, you've been digging real hard. This man is a class act, Bob Williams. We'll see you tomorrow, Charlie. Let's talk about what we've got in store.
We got all sorts of things on tap here for the final evening tomorrow. Just one night away from the Sunday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. To cap off the evening, we are going to have an $8,500 to win Granite State Pro Stock Series 150-lap main event. Also on tap, we're going to see the Super Modifieds coming back to town here at Lee USA Speedway. All sorts of incredible action. Again, another full slate of automobile racing. We're going to have part of the Friday program also jammed into tomorrow as well, too. So we're going to start same time tomorrow. Be here. If you're on the property, if you're camping, head on over to the pig roast just behind the flag stand here. If you're camping, be safe, have a good time. If you're heading home, be safe and have a good time as well, too. On behalf of myself, my counterpart, Randy Wheelock, the Ben Basowski, and the entire Basowski Properties team, everybody here that works at Lee USA Speedway, we thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. We will see you again tomorrow, again for $8,500 to win the Granite State Pro Stock Series race. But in the meantime, let's head home and happy trails to you.